about to happen that has not happened for an age. Entmoot.
Hello and welcome to the 24-hour Entmoot live stream. I am crazy, I think is the general consensus for doing this, for doing 24 hours of SBG streaming. That's what I've got planned. Welcome if you're joining me now. I know it's early. I know there's 24 hours of this to go. So thank you very much for joining me right at the start. You're the true believers that this is actually possible. Because I don't know whether it's possible yet. I've only done 2 minutes and I'm already exhausted. But thanks very much for joining me. So the idea of the whole of this show is going to be, well, to raise money. So that's the number one priority here. Well, sort of. The number one priority. And number two is to pass 24 hours and have a wonderful, jolly good time talking about SBG, talking about the game, talking about the hobby, talking about so many different elements of this game that we know and love. So there's lots, and when I say lots, I mean lots planned. I've got to fill 24 hours worth of stuff, so that's a lot of stuff. It's been quite a challenge coming up with things to talk about, things to do, but I have planned lots and lots of things. So here's a bit of an idea of what is going to be going on throughout the time. So coming up, we've got a quiz tonight, a proper, like, in the same style of as a tournament would have. We've got a proper Middle-earth quiz. We've got SBG rounds. We've got guess the model. We've got guess the profile. We've got all that sort of stuff. That's at 7ish tonight. Damien and Steve from Battle Streams in Middle-earth are coming on later on tonight, along with Zorpazorp, Lockie Linton Keen, all the way from Australia at about 9 o'clock-ish. And we're going to be playing an amazing scenario from a classic White Dwarf magazine. I've got some White Dwarf magazines here. This is the sort of middle bit. I'm afraid I've ripped the rest of it out because I couldn't store all of my White Dwarfs anymore. They were just so big. But we're going to be looking through that, and we're going to be playing Fatty Bolger's Great Escape. What a title, first of all, for a scenario, and what an amazing fun scenario that is going to be. And basically, they're going to be controlling Fatty and the Ring Wraiths, and who else is there? Some Hobbit Archers. They're all going to be joining me later on tonight. That's at 9 o'clock. We're going to have so many amazing things on this afternoon as well. We've got legends from the community, including Dan Entwistle, who set up the GBHL Facebook page with Sam Jeffrey way back in the early days. So if you're on the GBHL Facebook page at the moment, which I think has something like 8,000 members, 8.1 thousand members. That's a lot of members. He is responsible for that community, that vibrant community, along with Sam Jeffrey, of starting all this. And also, I might be able to tease him a bit because he's soon to be a GW employee. He's going to be writing about the Middle-earth strategy battle game. He's joining the crew, along with Jay Clare, to basically be one of the writers for the Middle-earth team, as well as Blood Bowl. So this is ace. This is really cool. He's going to be coming along. I'm not going to really be able to ask him a lot about the GW writer thing, but there's going to be plenty of discussion to be had with him. So that's a good start. What else have we got? Let me get back to my script. So yeah, we've got that. We've got Will Champion on later. Will Champion is the GBHL League winner of 2019. Obviously, there hasn't been a winner for 2020, but it's going to be an amazing time because he is an absolute champion, literally in all different words. He's great fun to have around, so he'll be great value on the stream. But also, he's a very unique SBG playing style. He doesn't tend to focus on one army like some of the top tier players tend to do. Focus on one army, get really good at it. Will has basically gone to new tournaments every time he's done it, picked up a new army, done really well every single time, proving, I suppose, that there is no one army that is the best. So that's amazing. That's going to be really good. And basically, I'd like you to send in, this is the very first call to action. I'm going to need your help throughout this. I'm going to need you to send in your army list. Have you got an army list you've been working on that perhaps you think it's not quite right, or you think it's really good, and maybe you want a bit of expert analysis? What I'll do at 4:30 this afternoon, we'll get as many army lists as we can and show them to Will Champion. He's going to delve through them, pick them apart, basically sort of shine them up and polish them off and all that sort of stuff to make them amazing. So that's the idea. So 4:30, please do that. So you can either put comments straight into the comments, although I suppose I think there's a limit cap, text cap, character cap on how many things you can pop in there. So what I would recommend doing is emailing entmootpodcast@gmail.com in order to have your list pulled apart by the wonderful world champion. So that's going to happen about 4:30. Let me have a poke through, have a look at some other things. Later on, not the first guest of the stream will be Damien Dudash, who's he's the Ardacon champion. He's the Open, basically the bit where there's 100 and, what is it, 200 or something? I don't know how many. Loads of players, and he won 2019 with a pretty filthy list way back then. But of course, things have changed since then. So we'll be talking to him about Ardacon, about just his approach to the game and his kind of mathematical insight. And he's coming all the way from Poland, so that's great, over the live stream. Later on, 3 o'clock, we've got Jasmine Tetley. Jasmine is an absolute legend of the community, has done very well in the grand tournament and tournaments generally, really, really good player. But she's come up with some, I think she's really delved very deep down the rabbit hole into discussion about the Fantasy Fellowship from the Quest of the Ringbearer book, which is somewhere down on the floor, which I'll pick up later. So at 3 o'clock, we're going to have a nice long chat with Jasmine about her gaming style, her successes and her losses, and her sort of progress through the community, really, and also mainly focusing on fantasy fellowships, because Jasmine has come up with some fantastic ideas for fantasy fellowships. So that'll be great fun. At 6, I mentioned Dan and Russell. So then we'll have Will. Sorry, I've kind of done all this in the wrong order. I was generally picking things and then going through. I wanted to mention World Champion early, so you can send your army list. I'm seeing your comments. I'll get to them in a second. At 6 o'clock, we've got Dan and Russell talking about that. At 7 o'clock, I'm going to have to end this stream. Now, this is because of the technicalities of YouTube, essentially. So at 7 o'clock, well, basically, YouTube only allows 8 hours worth of streaming at a time. Not ideal for 24 hours, because I'd have to do 3 streams, exactly 8 hours, exactly 8 hours long. So what I'm going to do is actually do 4 streams. And I'm going to end at the first one at 7, when I'm hoping some pizza will arrive for me. Fingers crossed, Louise is getting the order in later on. And then I'm going to start stream 2, and we're going to have a quiz. We're going to have an SBG quiz, which is Derry Evans from the Guardians of Wiltshire. That's coming up later. That's going to be amazing. He's done loads of community quizzes every fortnight on a Tuesday. I've been involved in some of them. I took part in a few of the early ones, which were brilliant, great fun. He's got an encyclopedic knowledge, or certainly ability of finding questions, which is good. And I've missed them the last few times, so I thought I'd get Derry in. We can have a proper quiz, as is tradition, for tournaments later. Then we've got 9 o'clock with Zorp, Steve and Damien. So we'll have a long evening, hopefully, with Damien, Steve, and Zorp from Lockie from Zorp. We're going to be playing those games that I mentioned a second ago. Then the late night adventures begin. If you're a veteran here in the UK, you're going to be staying up through the night, 24 hours, of course, with me, which we'll see. Then hopefully you'll be able to stay and see Jacob Lucas from Conquest Creations, relatively new YouTube channel. Jacob has, I think, featured on some of the Green Dragon podcasts. He's certainly in the tournament scene, and I think right now he'd be playing in a tournament called Minimize in Australia, or actually no, it'd be very late in the night, so they'll have probably finished it by then. But anyway, 1 o'clock our time, GMT, he'll be coming in and talking all about his channel, about the tournament he's been to, gaming in Australia so far. Then we're looking at about 3 o'clock, ending the second stream. So then we'll be starting another one, and I'll put the links to these all in the comments below. And what we will do, we will greet the people from America. So, oh wait, is that right? I think that's right. No, I've missed Kylie. I think Kylie's in there somewhere. Yes, Kylie will be in there at around, I don't know, 3 o'clock, I think it is. I've lost the details of that. It's on my schedule on the link below, which I'll put in a second. Let me just have a look. Yeah, it's, well, have I deleted Kylie from the show somehow? No, I haven't. She's there. She'll be in the wee hours of the morning. I'll double check later on when we approach that. Then we'll be having the Americans. So we'll have the DCHL podcast, the Unexpected Podcast, which is fantastic. I really enjoy that podcast. Gotten really into it actually at the moment. So we've got Devon, Matt, and Rainier from that, and we'll be doing their duel game. If you've ever watched this on YouTube, essentially they kind of set up give each other army lists, make an army list, and then pit them up against each other and see what happens with a imaginary board. So that's cool. Then we've got, oh yes, there's Kylie. That's why I moved Kylie around. This is why I'm, already 24 hours. I'm exhausted at the start. Yeah, so Kylie from the Green Dragon and of Ardacon fame. She famously won the Masters at Ardacon for the very first Masters, which was amazing stuff. Travelled all the way from Australia twice to play, so that's amazing. That's going to be at 5:30 in the morning. Then Andrew Cox, from Beard Clipper YouTube channel, if you've ever watched that one. It's great stuff. There's lots of tutorials and terrain builds and things like that. So I'm getting him to build some terrain live on the radio live on the stream. I've got loads of lollipop sticks. So if you haven't got any lollipop sticks and maybe you're popping out at some point in the stream, grab some lollipop sticks because you'll be able to join in and build some stuff with lollipop sticks or coffee stirrers or whatever you have. Then Jeremy from the Green Dragon at 9 a.m. That's going to be great fun. We're going to have some controversial debates. Jeremy's made a name for himself as being someone who's willing to, I guess, share his opinions and not be afraid of diluting them slightly. So Jeremy's going to come on at about 9 a.m. our time. So if you're waking up tomorrow morning after watching us, we into the hours, you'll be able to tune in, listen to Jeremy from the Green Dragon and his various different crazy things. So there we go. Then we've got the Out the Frying Pan podcast at 10:30 to round things off, and then at the end of all things, 11:30 a.m. I'll be doing a charity prize draw. Now, this is what I've been looking forward to. I've got my box on the stream. So here we go. Look at this. Right. This arrived not so long ago in the stream. So this is very exciting. This is a prize just for one of you donors. So I hope that's focusing right. Yes, it is. So that is a Hobbit Hole 35 Bagshot Road at Christmas. Look at that. That is a So this is fresh in the box, fresh from paying the import charges. And this is going to be, I kind of want to take it out of the box, but I don't want to do that because that would ruin the present for someone. So that is going to be a live draw. So essentially anyone who donates to the charity during the stream is going to be into the live draw for that. So that's going to be amazing. And also, thank you to Matt King, who runs the Into the West tournament in Wales. He said, would you like a ticket to give away for the live stream? And I said, why not? If it encourages people to watch, if it encourages people to donate money, brilliant. Then that is what I'm after. So there's going to be a ticket, which I believe is now sold out, to Into the West in January, which is also going to be given away to one of the donors throughout the stream. So that's everything. That's 24 hours worth of stuff. I hope I'm going to get to 24 hours. I'm worried that people won't turn up when I ask them to. Please turn up, people. And I'm worried that we're not going to be able to keep this thing going. I'm going to be exhausted in the morning. But we shall see. We shall see. Get to your comments in a second. Let me know what you're doing today, what you're painting, whether you're just sitting and watching. God knows why you would want to do that. But sit and enjoy the stream if you want. Put it on the big screen. Just sit back, kick back, relax, and enjoy. Let me know what you're painting, though. Let me know if you're building terrain. I'd love to see some pictures of your progress because 24 hours is a long time. You can do a lot of painting in that. So hopefully, if you put a picture of some grey plastic into the thread on the GBHL Facebook page, so let me just find that thread on the Facebook page, and then we can hopefully show some pictures and progress as you all get along and doing it. So let me just have a look at this. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just share the screen briefly so you can see exactly what the post you're looking for looks like. It's probably going to be a lot of this throughout the day of me fiddling around doing this sort of stuff. So let me just share the screen. I think that's not that. There we go. That's it. There we go. Right, here we go. So you should be able to see that there. So look at that. That is the post that I put into the Facebook page. So if you go into the GBHL Facebook page and just have a look for that, then you'll be able to see, you'll be able to comment in there, and I'd love for you to just have a look in there and see what people, a few people have already liked it. That's great. We got some comments, got some good looks. We got, hey, look at that. We got Aidan Lummer already posting fantastic stuff. Look at that. That is amazing. That looks like an Arvidui converted king of men. Wow, that is amazing. Aidan, thank you very much. That looks awesome for sharing that one. Let me know what other stuff you're working on, Aidan, and everyone else. James, thanks very much for the good luck message. So there you go. That's what we're hoping to delve into throughout the stream. And just basically, if you keep commenting in there, it should keep popping up for people. And hopefully you'll be able to, enjoy it and do some good stuff. So other things, some other, I don't know why I've got my headphones. They don't actually do anything. I can't hear myself in the headphones, so they're just for decoration, really. What was I going to say? Yes, so up here, there is a QR code, which if you're watching on a TV or a laptop or computer, I can't work out which direction it is, then you can donate, just taking a picture to that. And all the money is going to the Trussell Trust. It's going directly to them. It's a food bank charity. So with that in mind, I'm going to just play you a little clip of something I made with the Lincoln Food Bank, which is very close to me. I've worked with them, I've done some work about them, part of my day job, and the work they do is amazing. The support they had over the last year or so is amazing, but the demand is absolutely unprecedented. Have a look at this.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
So there you go. That's the Trussell Trust. That's Amy. I met her not so long ago at the Trussell Trust. She is she's basically the coordinator there. She works pretty much full time, from what I gather, or I think 3 days a week, or 3 or 4 days a week, something like that. Working with those people, but 108% increase in demand this year. So that's more than doubled the amount of food they're giving out. And I did hear the figure: tons, hundreds of tons of food they've been giving away this year to people who are in dire need. Obviously, this year's been tricky for everyone, some more than others. And if you're on the bread line, as it is, if you've got, if you're struggling already, being paid 80% of your wages isn't ideal. Obviously, it's great that we've been paid something, considering things that are happening. But that 80%, that 20% drop is enough, I suppose, to push people over the edge. And that's why I've chosen the Trussell Trust to support with this charity stream. So that's what's going on. So if you do, I'm going to probably work this out eventually, which direction it is. If you want to just take a picture of that, the little QR code, head over to the Just Giving page, and it should work, hopefully. And I just checked, I have got a link in the actual sort of schedule underneath the video. So hopefully that'll be good enough. Also, just putting in a link to the schedule in there, because I know lots of you will be asking throughout the day, because you'll be dipping in and out. So I've just added the link to the schedule underneath there. So if you want to check back, and I'll put a link on my blog, which I don't use very often, if I'm honest, but it's there. You can look at the schedule, you can look at the link, you can donate there. So just do it now. Why not? Do it now, and then you won't need to feel guilty throughout the whole stream. And every time I mention the charity, you'll be able to feel a bit sort of smug and go, yeah, I've already donated. And in fact, I'll let me just share this with you already, because this is amazing. Some of the work people have already done, just in the idea of doing this is absolutely crazy, and it's inspired so many people already. So I'll just have a quick share of the screen. Hold on. So this is how far we've got so far. I'll be dipping in throughout. I originally set a target for £500. We've already smashed that. £687 already. That's nothing. That's well, that's not nothing. That's amazing, and that's before I've even started. So this is ridiculous. And so there's a few people there that have already donated. I know some people want to keep themselves private, which is absolutely fine. So, you know, Nathan, Margaret, Kathy, Dan, Anonymous, £50, Dave, £10 is amazing. Dan, £50, Russell, £25, Dave, £10, Adam Troke, I believe. It says, I found that it is the small everyday deed of ordinary folks that keeps the darkness at bay. And I think, someone else had a wonderful, there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for, from Dan. That's amazing. So that's already 687. So there you go. That's the start. That's kind of the intro. And I've already wasted 20 minutes of your time and mine just talking through the intro. I think I had probably some other stuff that I wanted to talk about. I'll just check that I haven't missed anything that is important before I delve into the comments. Because I know what this is like. It can be a bit complicated but I'm showing you that. I'll stop sharing that. So yeah, there's lots to get our teeth into. Oh yes, I've forgotten what the main thing of the next few hours is going to be. I've sort of teased about everything else that's happening in the next sort of 24 hours, but I haven't shared what I'm going to do soon. So the whole first couple of hours is going to be a retrospective of White Dwarf, inspired mainly by Lockie and the Battle Streams in Middle-earth guys, to delving into the history of the Battle Games in Middle-earth magazine, which this channel is based on. This channel has stolen its identity from that. So this is an Entmoot Live show, but it's on Battle Games in Middle-earth, a YouTube channel, which basically I decided, well, when I started my channel ages ago, I thought people might be searching for the old magazine and they might find this. Didn't work like that. But anyway, that's what it's named after. And so I love those magazines, absolutely love them. But I'm not going to do exactly the same as what the Lockie and Damien and Steve have been doing. No, I am going to do White Dwarf. So if you were there way back in 2001, this was December 2001, this is the rear cover of White Dwarf. Let me just check which one it was. White Dwarf 263, November 2001, and it flipped over. So on the front there was something, don't know what it was because I've ripped it off. I'm sorry, I feel I should have not besmirched this. But on the back it said, look, new tabletop battle game. Isn't that amazing? Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. And you know, when I saw that ages ago, £3.50 back in the day when it was nice value, that's so cool. Look at that. It's like an amalgam of the wrong finger, amalgam of the picture and the models, and you just think this is awesome. So I'm going to be looking through that over the next hour and a half. So we're going to be doing, you may be able to see behind me, there's a table down there. This is for complicated streaming later. I'll be plugging in a second camera. We got the whole lighting rig. Hopefully it'll look a bit better than crap, but hopefully we'll be able to see as we go through the magazine, because there's a battle report in the magazine, the very first Middle-earth battle report. So we're going to delve back into the ages of nostalgia, and it was called Orcs Attack, and it features Alessio Cavatori and Rick Priestley of this channel's fame. Not of this channel fame, obviously, but is on this channel. If you feel like you don't want to watch 24 hours of me waffling, go over and watch Rick Priestley doing it for 45 minutes. He's a genius. So anyway, they played a battle report. There's elves and there's the Numenorians, and then there's a load of orcs, and I think I might not have enough orcs. But anyway, we're going to play through that scenario and just have a bit of fun later on. I'm going to just play it myself because I've never played it. And at the moment, let's be honest, it's pretty hard to play games with other people here in the UK with restrictions as they are. So I'm going to just play with myself later in the stream. Tishk. Right, on that note, let's have a look at the comments in here, because I want to basically I want this stream to be about you to an extent. I'd love you to be as involved as possible. I know I've spent 25 minutes waffling on my own, but hopefully that will be the extent of the waffling throughout the thing. So hello to everyone. So Colin, hello to you. Hello to Frederick Schultz in the comments. Hello to Luke. Hello to Nathan in there, and Tiger 13 Films. Thanks for joining us. Is that a tank? But maybe it's a tiger tank. Thank you very much for joining in. Dan, afternoon, Harry, looking fresh faced. Maybe we should screenshot and compare to tomorrow. Best of luck, old chap. I'll be watching as much as possible. Wow. Yes. Oh, what a great idea. You should screenshot me now, looking beautiful, and then tomorrow morning looking absolutely devastated by 24 hours of devastation. And look, this is the size of the mug I'll be drinking from. It's as big as my head. This is my slightly warm tea. So I've got a lot of caffeine to get through today. Nathan says, someone with better technical skill than me should time lapse the decline. Yes, please do. I would love that. If anyone actually is willing to take photos now, just screenshot me now. I'll even pose for you in exactly 30 seconds. So get ready to screenshot. If you're willing to take a photo and then do one later on tonight and then another one in the morning, then it'll be absolutely amazing. I'll do that. So here we go. 30 seconds has passed. And then in the morning, remind me. Right, okay, who else? Good luck today, says Ian Whitehouse. Thank you very much. Rubbish in, rubbish out. Sounds like a big program. I'm doing a lot of procrastinating. All the best with the stream. Thanks very much, Rubbish in, rubbish out. I like the look of that logo. Are you a Toy Soldier channel? Looks like you might be. Oh, I'll have to check you out later. Thank you very much. Nathan, really important charity, especially this year. Yeah, absolutely. Dan Slobodian from the Drawn Combat blog. That is a great blog, well worth reading. If you're interested in reading something while I'm waffling in the background, crack on over there to the Drawn Combat blog. Just search for it. I think I could probably put a link in the thing. Let me just. I'll quickly do a link because I know I've got it somewhere. I've definitely been on it before. Here we go. It's right there. So I'll put that into the comments. So if anyone wants to have a look at that, head on over to that. Niall says, man, I wish I didn't have to write a uni essay today. Maybe I'll only write a bit. Niall, crack on with the uni work. It's really important. But you know what else is important? Hobby, relaxing, 24 hours of streaming. These things are all very important. And so is the charity. So, feel free to support, even if you can't support with financial donations, support me by providing me with content to help other people donate. So that's good. Josh Brian from Scotland, excellent. Wow, that beard is coming on. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's not doing too badly. I had a haircut earlier in the week, but the actual beard has stayed relatively. I've even trimmed it slightly with a little pair of scissors. So yeah, it's looking all right. Josh, yes, from Scotland. So thank you very much, Josh. And I believe you said I was a crazy wee man or something like that for attempting this whole thing. So thank you very much. I even had haggis to fuel me, so you'll be happy to know. Paprika Llama, hello. Welcome, Paprika Llama. Have you considered toilet breaks? Yes, I have considered toilet breaks. And yes, I'll be having toilet breaks. Nathan, thank you very much. Thanks for thinking about me, though. That's a good point. I will be doing breaks. I'm not going to be doing a whole 100% 24 hours, mainly because I need to go to the loo. If I'm painting at any point, I'll need to get water. I'll need to grab snacks. I'll need to boil the kettle. And I'm going to need to rest my voice just for a few minutes. So there'll be gaps. No, nothing longer than 5 minutes, probably, or maybe 10. But that's going to be like 10 minutes at the dinner time sort of time when I'm changing over streams and things like that. So yes, there will be gaps. So if you're considering watching 24 hours, apologies. I'm slightly conning you because it'll probably be 24 hours minus 5 minutes in every hour. So that's. Do the math, I don't know. Michael Haskell, thank you very much for joining, Michael. I know Michael is one of the people who's been supporting the idea. Thinks it's crazy probably, but I know you're getting flu jabs later. So Michael, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck, says Paprika Llama. Yes. Yeah, I think I'll need it. What a brilliant charity, thank you. And Niall Woods, decisions. Now this is interesting. What's Niall? Have I missed something here? Yeah, I don't know what decisions is all about, but Niall, thanks very much for joining us nonetheless. And Michael says, is there a written schedule of events anywhere? Here till 2 p.m, then again from 3 p.m. onwards. Yes, I've just updated the description in the link below. So hopefully, if it's, I don't know how it might take a few minutes to do it, but it should be updated already. If I've just looked in the, have I not saved it? Maybe I didn't save it. Let me just have a look. It should be in there now. So just have a look in the link below. You should be able to find all of the stuff that has got links. So that includes the live stream. The donation point. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it is. It's the first link. So it says this is happening. To provide the Trussell Trust, provide people for people in an unprecedented difficult time. And then I haven't actually flagged it up as to what it is. It just says battleinggamesinmiddle-earth.com. So I'll just change that. But yes, it's the first link in the live stream below. So let's have a look at that. Let me just change that. I'll just put it so this says schedule. See, this is the kind of content you're going to get over 24 hours. It's just me updating links and clicking around and doing very little actual content that's worth doing. But there you go. Oh yes, sorry, Niall. Yeah, do I write my essay? Do some painting. I would suggest. What would you do? I would say maybe do your essay for a bit, 45 minutes, and then crack out the paints, and then that'll be it. Lovely. Michael says, what does Louise think of the facial stuff? My other half doesn't even like a day's growth of bristles. You know what? This is the funny thing. So, I mean, I've got 24 hours to fill, so I might as well go on about my beard for a bit. Yeah, so Louise originally hated the idea of beards and stubble. Louise is my other half, by the way, and she has been in videos on the YouTube channel, but I don't think she'll be appearing during this. She might pop in and give me a cup of tea or something like that and pat me on the head. But no, she's been in a video and we played a game of Middle Earth and she actually quite enjoyed it. But yeah, she used to hate the stubble. She hated the scratchy stubble. And she said, shave it off. She always used to say, shave off the stubble. So I've been relatively cleanly shaven for a long time. And then there was a couple of days ago or weeks ago where it was the start of November, start of lockdown or something like that. And my schedules are all completely different. So I just didn't get time to shave at the start of it for some reason. And then after a week, it actually grown substantially. And it was getting to the stage where it's sort of hairy rather than scratchy. And she says, looks quite good. So now I have to keep it, even though it's itchy and I don't want it anymore. Right, Niall says he'll be back in 45 minutes. Luke says, Niall, I'm also finishing off a uni technical report with Harry in the background. Join me in the suffering. Oh, you don't have to say that about the stream. Come on, guys. I mean, I know we've been here half an hour. I've done nothing other than waffle. But you don't have to say it's suffering to go through this. So anyway, thank you. Right, okay. I think that means, looking at my schedule, that we've got to a stage where I need to do something other than just waffle to you. Obviously, keep the comments coming and keep the stuff coming on the Facebook page. I see there's comments all coming in on the Facebook page. Frederick Schultz has done a screenshot of the Entmoot Live, the how fresh I look at the start. Thanks very much, Frederick. So keep them coming. Keep all those comments coming. I'll be running through those probably before 1 o'clock. But in the meantime, let's crack on with the sort of main first bit of content. This is looking through White Dwarf #1. For the Lord of the Rings, anyway. So let's have a look. So I'm going to fiddle around. Right, I'll just put the I've got a little break screen. I'm going to pop that up, rejig my cameras, and then I'll be back. It won't be as long as it says. It'll say like 2 minutes 20 or something like that. But I've just got a generic break screen just in case. And then I'll come back with the camera focusing on the new White Dwarf, or the old White Dwarf, the first White Dwarf with Lord of the Rings in it. Be back in a sec. Hey, I told you it wasn't going to be that long. Right, sorry if I cut the cut the nice music short, because that was really nice. Hopefully you're not going to get too sick of that music throughout the whole thing. So here we go. Look at this. This is pretty swish. This. So we've got the whole of the first White Dwarf. So we've got beautiful setup on the front there with the Buckleberry ferry scene, sort of. Even though they were on horses in the film, there you go. You got the Orcs attack battle report inside. How to build Barlin's tomb, which we'll get to in a minute, and also Lord of the. Sorry, that was my cable accidentally clicking. Apologies for that. The Lord of the Rings theme there. So we've got game revealed inside. There we go. If it focuses, so this is good. So hopefully, tell me if this is a bit wobbly and rubbish, because I'll need to move my hands to basically refocus everything. So here we go. Look at that. Right, here is the intro to the White Dwarf. So this is Paul Sawyer back in the day. This month, the Games Workshop releases the Fellowship of the Ring, the new strategy battle game based on the upcoming Lord of the Rings film trilogy. This is great. I love all this. Even just delving back into the history of the game and the films, just thinking back to a time when the Lord of the Rings films were soon to be released rather than out now, and being a sort of classic that everyone knows. And I love this sort of stuff. What does it say? It says, from what we've been privileged to see so far, the film looks like outdoing all fantasy films that have come before. No Games Workshop fans should miss it. That's amazing. I love the fact that there was a time where people were thinking this is going to be a great film, and not just knowing that it's a good movie and that we should all be really happy with it and remember it as the fans that we are. So that's amazing. Film has some incredible scenes, as you'd expect from a movie directed by Peter Jackson's superb effects. Now this is interesting because Peter Jackson, of course, wasn't even a known entity really back then. I mean, he'd been nominated for an Oscar for Heavenly Creatures, which was an amazing film, but that wasn't a big film. And his horror films weren't exactly blockbuster successes. So putting this in this sort of mention for Peter Jackson in a magazine like this is a bit odd, really. But I mean, they're right. They're right. Maybe Paul Sawyer was just a particular fan. And it's interesting. It's sort of teasing ahead to it's a massive departure from games like Warhammer and War Master. And it says it's a skirmish battle game with around 20 or so models per side on average, but with scope for many more should you wish. The miniatures we've sculpted so far are amazing miniature descriptions of the actors themselves. No Lord of the Rings fan will want to miss out on the game or the models. And it means a change of format for White Dwarf. You'll no doubt notice by now, we've separated Lord of the Rings material from the rest of the magazine, and it's now in one easy to find place by flipping the magazine upside down. Isn't that amazing? So looking at what we've got, all new releases, we've got in the box, we've got designer notes, Rick Priestley sharing his thoughts on the game's new system, painting workshop. The beginner's guide is really quite something. We'll get to that in a minute. I'll just pull my cable. That is quite good. Building Barlin's tomb. It's quite a contrast, actually, these two things, the painting workshop and the building of Barlin's tomb straight after it. And then we've got the battle report that I mentioned we'll be delving into later. So let's have a look at some of the miniatures. This is cool. So these are Brian Nelson's original sculpts. So if you can see there, you've got your Aragorn, you've got your Legolas, you've got your Frodo, you've got your Sam. So you got all of them. And these sculpts, they really do still stand the test of time. I mean, I must say, I think Gandalf is pretty spectacular still. Gimli looks a little different. I think he's bulked up a bit over the years, but still a great model. And I've always thought Legolas is the weakest, perhaps. Well, no, actually, no, not Legolas. No, I think Aragorn's probably the weakest because I don't think they've managed successfully to find anyone who. I'm sorry, obscuring him with my Entmoot face. I don't think they've managed to successfully do a model yet that looks enough like Viggo Mortensen for my liking. But there you go, looking good. And then there's that amazing box set there that I think a lot of people started off with the little ruins of Middle Earth, with the goblins and the men of Numenor with the elves, and that was 40 quid. 40 quid. God, how much is the newest box set from Games Workshop? Like 125 quid, something like that. Anyway, there you go. So next page. This is good. This is all the great stuff. So you can see that I've ripped my magazine by doing it in the way that I have. Then you got the Warriors of Middle Earth, the Perry Brothers sculpts, amazing first models. Those Uruk-hai warriors, which have just come out again as made to order, I think. Look at them, 5 quid. 5 quid for 3 Uruk-hai warriors. What an outrageous price that is. I mean, how much we get? I think it's 8 models recently, and they were 40 quid. for 40 quid. So you're getting one model per £5. So the price, I mean, I know there's such thing as inflation, but still. And then we got some paints and all these sorts of things. I just love looking through this old stuff because it's fascinating to see the costs. You got Elrond, you've got your Men of Gondor again. Those are quite rare now. I don't think, can you even get them anymore? I really want those. I've converted some of them myself, actually. But again, then there's another attack at Weathertop with Aragorn, which looks quite good in the ring race. Look at that. Right, okay, let's get into some of the actual content. I think there's less adverts. Although they did fill it up. Look, we got a whole map and everything. So this was in White Dwarf. This was like, it's kind of an advert for the film, isn't it? But yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, actually. But anyway, I guess they were just looking to fill content in the same way that I am. Right, here we go. Detail looks inside the box. So it's got some of the stuff about the scenarios. What's interesting, I think, is that they're sort of been teasing ahead for it after months of speculation. So were they teasing ahead? I mean, I'll have to have a look at some of the magazines before this one, but they're saying that, you know, it looks like they've been teasing ahead for a long time to do all this. So that's really cool. What else we got? We got mentioned Alan and Michael Perry along with Brian Nelson designed all the miniatures. And then there's that rule book, that famous rule book, the very first strategy battle game one with that really atmospheric shot. And every time I see that shot, I think this is really cool and atmospheric, but it shows how immersed you are in the movie, that you never think, where is that light coming from? Why is there a big white spotlight behind the ring wraith? What the hell is going on here? It's a bit odd, but you don't really care because it just looks cool, doesn't it? So there you go. That's some of the stuff about in the box. They're all plastic, and those sprues, they still look good today. I was painting some of the Numenorians last night because I realised I didn't have any painted for the stream later, and I was amazed how good they are. So there we go. Right, let's. So Rick Priestley talks about a game in development. And he talks about how he enjoyed the books when he was young. He's from Lincoln, actually, where I live, and he basically liked the idea of talking about it as chess. So he sort of says basically he wants the game to be, which is something that I think is standing the test of time, is saying it's simple to learn, but very difficult to master. And I think he's exactly right there, because the game is very, very straightforward to learn. You just the moving of 6 inches, and the profiles are relatively straightforward, and all that sort of stuff. But it's interesting to think that he designed it with the idea of it being like chess, and I think they did a good job. Rick Priestley's very good. All right, here we go. This is the good stuff. This is really good stuff I really like. So they've got some of this stuff in the book, some painting guides and hints and tips and gluing things together. I always like that they include these things, because you almost forget once you've started reading things, these sort of magazines for a long time, is that this could be the very first Warhammer book that anyone picks up. And I remember picking these sort of things up back when I was a youth, and those sort of, just washing the plastic in the little bath and the clippers, making sure you don't fire it into the wall, all those sorts of things, the things we take for granted now, but they're still good. They're still useful to have. And even tips like dry brushing. They don't really do dry brushing that often, do they? But look, basic colour, thinned black paint, it says. That's a goblin. Right, here we go. Look at this. This is just crazy. So, oh, I'm wobbling a bit. There we go. Sorry if it's a bit wobbly. Tell me if you're feeling sick, by the way, with my wobbly camera work. But so here we go. Look at how the quality of the paint job here. So this is interesting. They start with a flesh. They start with a face, which I never do. Never start with a face. And also, I always thought that the hands were flesh as well. So just shows how you get these things wrong. And then they go with just grey, just plain Codex grey, chain mail. You can barely even see it there underneath his arm. Then helmet, armbands, and all that. So it's telling you how to do dry brushing, which is really cool. And that's with mithril silver, I think. So mithril silver and old paint. Then the helmet, still grey there. And then you do the touching up, and you do a bit of gold rim around the helmets, I think. So look, that's really cool. And then we go into the grey bleached bone paint on the cloth areas on the trim. I think we already did that, didn't we? Oh yeah, so under these little bits there, that's good. And then we go into shields and stuff like that. And then look at that. That actually looks quite good for a beginner model, right? I mean, that's not bad. And then look, they tell you to do this. They say turn over to find out how to base the model. Oh, Oh, what were they thinking? Look at this. It's all too easy to ignore basing your figures, but a good base will really help make your finished model stand out. How is that a good base? I mean, I know it's Green Goblin Classic, but still. There you go. So they've got like a little elf tutorial how to do the same. This is a good tip. I found this really useful. I remember reading this way back when. Painting gold with a silver layer underneath, and then painting gold over the top. I don't think it's as necessary now, because I think Retributor armor as a gold paint is very good. But this is good. This is really quite a useful tip. If you paint everything silver, and then you get a much better layer, especially over a black undercoat, and it's very useful black undercoat for this kind of armor, isn't it? Then we got the gold, and I think they actually look quite good. And the goblin looks particularly good, I think, because look at that. Oh, once he's got a decent base, not that he does, but you know, that's actually nice. That's a really nice paint job, and that's very basic. That's like 5 stages or something like that. So there you go. That's good stuff. Right, another advert. God, this is rare for a Games Workshop to have an advert for anything else. Imagine that now. We would never do that now, would they? There you go. That's cool. And then look at this. We go from green bases and standard flock to something like this. Look at this. Look at the materials. 8 20-inch by 4-inch pieces of balsa wood, the thin stuff, 4x4 MDF. You don't want a 4x4 MDF to do a base, I tell you. Where the hell are you going to store it? 1 large business card holder. What? I mean, who has that? What is that? That is ridiculous. It's just as if you just have those hanging around. Maybe they did in the early 2000s, but I doubt it. 1 12x12 polystyrene kitchen tile. Quality stuff. I think Damien was talking about this on the Battle Streams of Middle Earth not so long ago. He was making the Watcher in the Water about Games of the Middle Earth magazines, and the idea of the Watcher in the Water tile, and they said use a ceiling tile or something like that. Crazy stuff. Right, then we got 4 ruined buildings. See what they've done there. They're encouraging you to buy the box set by including it in the instructions to make Barlin's Tomb, and then a large paintbrush. Pots of Codex Bray, and using, this is interesting. We also took the pots of Codex Bray down to a paint shop, and using the mixing machines, matched it to colour and bought a half a litre pot of that colour. That's a good idea. I think they still do that at Dulux paint centres and B&Qs and things like that. So anyway, there we go. Look at that. That's what they claim it's going to look like. But the marbling is very good. Isn't it? Is that what it's going to look like? Look at this. This is really good stuff, though. This is what White Dwarf used to be. This was really great. I thought this was really cool. We've just kind of got some random ceiling tile. Scenery making guru, Dave Andrews. I don't know where they got this this lid. It just looks like a, I don't know, they didn't build that, did they? Is that the business? That must be the business card holder. Yeah, there you go, look. That's the business card holder. So I don't know how they've turned that into, they just cut the edge off and beveled the edges, but there you go. So it's cool. This is really useful. And then we've got a really decent painting masterclass. This is some proper, I've actually used this fairly recently. Was it this one? No, it might have been the next one, in the next model. But the Boromir and the Aragorns, they look amazing. The paint jobs are really good. And if you want to get hold of this, it's relatively easy to find. 263 of White Dwarf, and there's some really good stuff in it actually. So you got your Aragorn, you got your Boromir, the fine detail. Some of the mixing stuff is really useful, but obviously it's all in the old style paints. But I have so many of them that are actually still very useful to me. So, and look, there is a proper base. Why don't they just tell you to do that? I mean, they never show green bases on the actual model, so why would they tell you to do that in this silliness over here? No, they just look so much worse, don't they? Anyway, right, okay, now I think, if I'm right, Orcs attack. Okay, so this is the scenario that I'm going to be playing along to in a few minutes' time. So probably just after 1, we'll have a look through this, and then I'll sort of take a few minutes break to set up get the toys out of the cupboard and all that sort of stuff, and then we'll be able to have a bash at this scenario. Now, this is the terrain. This is the sort of terrain that we're meant to be doing. I do not have that, but I'm trying to recreate the kind of canyon element here. So this is the idea. In fact, I'll read through it. Right, let's look. So we've got description. Here we go. It's a bit close. There we go. So the last great alliance of elves and men gather unto war. gather to go unto war against the evil Sauron. Gil-galad and Elendil join their forces and call upon all their heroic warriors to join the fight for the freedom of Middle-earth. Gil-galad sends for his herald Elrond Half-Elven and provides an escort for Elrond to make sure he reaches the battle safely. The party must first pass through the crags and ruinous land, doesn't say exactly where, before they meet up with the rest of the army, and it is here that they're discovered by goblins who, under the command of a cunning orc leaders, set an ambush for the group. So this is quite cool. I mean, it's a generic kind of a what-if scenario, which is quite nice, and I think it's pretty straightforward. The objectives are the good side. Just move it along. The objectives are that the good side must attempt to reach the opposite side of the board and leave the table as many models as possible, and the evil side must try to slay as many of the enemies as possible. Good side wins if more good models are killed from the ambush than are escape the ambush than are killed. And if you're playing with the actual participant lists, one of them must include Elrond. The evil side wins if more models are killed than escape. That's pretty straightforward. If in the event of an equal numbers escaping and being slain, it's a draw. That's pretty good. No special rules. We're just trying to work out who's who. And then participants are Elrond, and basically it's like the box from the new box they were trying to flog at the point. So it's elves with shields and spears. So actually, I suppose they're the 4 elves with shields and spears. Okay, yeah. So there would have been a blister pack of that. So a blister pack of 4 elves, shields and spears, 3 elves with 200 swords, 3 elves with bows, 3 men of Gondor with bows, 3 men of Gondor with shields and spears, and 3 men of Gondor with shields and swords. So yeah, so it's basically a plastic box set with the spear guys added on to that. So that's pretty cool. On the evil side, there were 2 orc captains. One with a shield and a bow. I don't think I'm going to do that for our thing. 15 orcs, 8 with hand weapons and shields, 2 with spears, 3 with 2-handed weapons, and 2 with bows. That's a real weird mix, that. Plus 25 goblins. So actually, we've got 40 models here. So I think, what is it? 7 elves, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, is that, am I right? 22 models plus Elrond. So 20 models against 40-ish in a scenario. So that's pretty cool. And the layout is a 12 by 12 board that meant to look a bit like this. I do not have that. I am not making this just for a 1 hour of 24-hour stream. But it does look quite cool. I mean, I've always wanted to have that. I mean, most of this is completely useless in games, isn't it? But it does look quite good. And then we got Rick Pleasley and Alessio Cavatori talking about their sort of plans. So I'm going to have a quick look at that because I need to know. They've got to deploy. I don't think they've got to deploy in this little ravine here, which I'm going to recreate from some boulders and stuff. And then they just hope they get through. So Rick says the evil side says the terrain setup was perfect for an ambush with plenty of concealing cover and limited options for Elrond, his warband. I think that's right. They've got to basically just go here and along, and that's it. There are all these orcs setting up there, so I don't really know where the evil side's set up. Starting positions. Good side starts off in a group in the small canyon no more than 12 inches from the edge of the table. The evil side can deploy anywhere that is more than 12 inches from the good models. Oh, right, so they can just go anywhere. That's pretty good. So there you go. That's the setup. So this is what I'm going to be doing in a few minutes' time. I'm going to be playing this game. We've got a camera rig up, and hopefully it all works relatively well, and you can see what's going on. Phil, I'll catch up with the comments in a second. So if you have any comments or tips or anything about how to play this, or if you've ever played this sort of thing, or if you want to take control of some of the characters in the missions and instruct me on how to move things around or do anything, then absolutely join in with the comments and send me some ideas, send me some of your thoughts of what to do, when and where. I'll need your help. If you've ever watched Lockie on his battle streams, no, it's not, he didn't call it battle streams, he just calls it Battle Games in Middle Earth live stream, doesn't he? If you've ever watched those, think that sort of thing. To the tail end of those streams, he sort of starts asking for people's help. Where should we go? What should we do? All that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm happy to play with myself. But I can also just love taking comments and stuff from you. So with that in mind, I'm just going to quickly have a delve into the comments just before we to reset things before 1 o'clock, and we hit the 1 hour mark, which will be pretty impressive. I feel like I've exhausted taken my energy out already. Look at all this. This, by the way, this is the actual scenario. They've got some really cool shots in this. So the focuses, some beautiful stuff. There's the ambushing force and Elrond's guard. Ace. There's just so many pages of battle report. It's just brilliant. Look at the shots. I mean, they really wanted to sell this, didn't they? This game. It's a shame that they don't do these sort of things anymore. I mean, I know that they've done the odd tactic article. That's a very famous shot that they used for promotioning for a lot of stuff, and then they cut it out of the film. There you go. Oh, and this next month, Forces of Darkness. Ooh. So there you go. Sorry about all fiddling around there. Right, let's crack on and do the scenario setup. So let's just have a quick poke through the chat. What's going on? So Michael, I think, was the last thing. Oh yeah, so Niall. No, we spoke to Niall. Says he's finishing off the Uni Technical Report, and you joined me in this suffering. Thanks, Luke, for doing that, supporting Niall along. Michael says flu jab done and dusted. Rest of the day pretty much free now to hobby and listen. Oh, well done. I hope the needle didn't hurt too much. I'm actually very not frightened of needles, but every time I get jabbed or blood taken from me, I faint no matter what. They call it a vasovagal reaction. I say to them every time, I'm not scared, but I do need to lie down because otherwise I'll just faint. So I do that, and I just every time. Last time I had some blood taken, I think, for I can't remember what for, and I basically fainted in a chair while and I'd been listening to some music on the way in, and so I fainted in a chair, and it was like kind of the scene from 2001: A Space Odyssey where the lights are all flashing, and it looked like that. It was like flying through space, and I had the soundtrack of Paloma Faith, even though I wasn't actually listening to Paloma Faith. So there you go. That's flu jabs for me. But thanks very much, Michael, to say rest of the day pretty much free to hobby and listen. Do drop a comment into the Facebook page, search for Great British Hobbit League and my little work in progress thread, because I'd love to see your progress throughout the day, and we'll be able to share it with everyone else as well. So in fact, do you want to just should we have a dip in there? I'll just quickly show you what it looks like, just in case you don't quite know what you're looking for when you do that. So I'll just poke back into that. Let's have a look. Application window. There we go. All right, so there we go. That's a lovely picture of me there. Thank you very much. So let's just have a look at this. So we've got the King of Men that we saw earlier. That's really cool. Really like that, Aidan. Thanks very much for putting that in there. I like this. I've got Spyro the Dragon, and is that a load of yeah, that's a load of Harad. Nice. Almost at the wash stage. It's Craig. Thanks very much for poking that in there. Dan Broxome. They look really cool. They look kind of statuey, but I like the sort of ghostly tones of blue. They look really nice. It almost reminds me of the if you ever saw that Doctor Who episode where they blink and the statues move. It reminds me of that. They look like they've got a statuesque vibe to them, and then if you close your eyes, they'll be at you. That'd be cool. Then. What a delightful image. Then what else do we got? Michael Haskell, as we just, wow, look at that. A Necron monolith. Now, these are the new monoliths I have. I'll reach up and get it, because this was one of the first models I ever bought I'll stop sharing the screen now. This was one of the first ever models I bought for Warhammer, I think. The first ever sort of tank. So let me just, I can't actually see what the camera is showing at the moment because I'm on the Facebook thread still. That was my monolith. So I lost a little bit inside, but it's really dusty at the moment because it's not been used for ages. But I wanted to do a different scheme. But I'm still pretty proud of that, actually. It's really cool. So there you go. Cool that you're doing the monolith, Michael. Really like that idea. So I guess you're not doing hobby at the moment. You're not doing much Middle-earth strategy battle game at the moment, but let me know if you're working on Lord of the Ringsy stuff as well, because that'd be cool to see. What else have we got? Let's get back to the stream. We've got. I was going to film a game, but now I'm thinking I might keep procrastinating and listen to the stream. Wow, look at that! That's Vivek Chandra. Wow, nice! Look at that. He's got a setup and everything. Film a game. Wow, your setup looks more fancy than mine, Vivek. Wow, I like your the build there, the kind of camera on the dice tray kind of vibe. That looks pretty sweet, actually. And I love, in the background, I see some Warhammer Fantasy models, old box sets. So ace. So do keep dropping stuff in there. Let me know what you're working on. I'd love to see the stuff that you're doing. So there you go. Right, let's have a little bit of a small break for the. Up a bit. a small break before we crack on with the actual game. Oh, yes, I'll just catch up with the chat. So I wonder how beard hair compares to synthetic paintbrushes. Hey, you know what? I could make some use of this, couldn't I? This new beard, I think I could get some decent bristles out of that. Maybe for a dry brush, I don't think it'd be good. Who says Top Table Gaming says waffle is good, my friend. Keep it coming. If that's Steve rather than Jay, hello Steve. I think you're working in the kitchen and you'll be on later. I'm looking forward to seeing you later. Steve coming on later. Atomic Soup, all about that bass. All about that bass. The Green Goblin bass. Irex, I'm very proud of you, Harry. I'll try and pop by throughout the day to cheer you on. Irex, I don't know what Irex is. I'm guessing you know me. I don't know what your name is, but let me know who you are if you're watching. Thanks very much for cheering me on either way. Definitely a contrast to today's Lord of the Rings articles in What White Dwarf. Yeah, I know. I'll be honest. I was a little bit disappointed by I think it was an Azog guide that they did in White Dwarf that Jay wrote, and I found it slightly underwhelming because it's great that it's there. It's great that there's content there talking about Azog and talking about one of the coolest models. I was really excited to read it, and then it was kind of just going through the rules but in a very long-winded way. It didn't actually have a lot of tech or any extra kind of, I don't know, tactics is the word I was looking for. It felt like it was lacking something, but I love the White Dwarfs generally, but and I think, to be fair, the other stuff, there's so many rules for other games that I don't play anymore, so I guess it's just less relevant to me. There's still cool stuff in there, but yeah, it's not quite the glory days for me anyway. Michael Haskell says you used to get White Dwarfs 1979 to 83, then didn't until 2007 when boys started 40k, so missed the initial golden era of 2001 4. Like I say, you can get them. You can get them still on eBay, and they're not even that expensive. They're sort of the same price as they were back then, so about £3-4 including postage, so pretty good. Those bases are paprika. Yeah, the Green Goblin bases, I don't know who thought that they were a great idea. I think they worked a bit better with the kind of old fantasy and 40k goblins and orcs and stuff like that, but maybe not these days. Half upside down lottery content, even retrospective, they really are. Blink, one of the, if not the best Doctor Who episode. I totally agree. I'd love to watch it again and see if it holds up. Oh yeah, see, look, now I've started something with the Blink episode of the Weeping Angels. They are very good. I don't know whether they've been in more than once, but they were very good. See, I knew we'd end up off topic. I was thinking I'm going to be not like Damien and Steve doing their waffling about chocolates. I'm going to focus on the strategy battle game, and no, that's failed so far. Irex is Adam Troke. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam. I'm glad you say you're proud of me. Yes, I'd come back in 23 hours and say if you're still proud of me when I look a wreck. But thanks very much either way. Middle Earth Models, and Adam's donated, which you can do up there if you take a picture of the QR code, or it's in the comments, the description below. You can join in for the Trussell Trust. We'll keep seeing that video over and over again, just to remind you what we're all doing this for. I'll probably actually put that on in a minute while I'm setting things up. Alistair King's in. Thanks, Ali. One of my favourite articles I remember to this day was the dwarf tunnel fighting tactics from years ago. I think it was actually written by Adam Troke. So that's amazing. So there you go. I think it was missed those articles. Yes, so do I. And in fact, I also, while we're doing an Adam Lovin, one of the scenarios I'm going to be playing on the stream later with Damien and Steve and Lockie from Zorpazorp is an Adam Troke classic. My favourite, I believe it is. I'm going to say it now. Yeah, here we go. Sorry about ripping up your article, Adam, but here it is. Look, ever keen for an excuse to write about hobbits, games developer Adam Troke introduced an exciting new scenario pitting the plucky Frediger Bolger against the might of the Nazgul. We're going to be playing that later on the stream tonight, so stick around for that. And Adam, you'll see us butcher your scenario and see whether it still lives up all these years later, and with the rules changing and all that sort of stuff. So, right, this is what I've done to my White Dwarfs. I've put them all in little folders so I don't lose all them. Right. So Ali says Ali's pixelated face looks amazing on screen when you show his messages. I don't think that's actually Ali. Is that Ali? No, that can't actually be. I think that's a picture of a character from the screen. That's not you, really, is it? Anyway, when you show his messages, thanks, Pavlok. I agree. There you go. Adam remembers writing that. Look at that. Good. How's the stream going, Paplock? Well, you tell me. Everyone else respond to that because I don't know. It's working. That's the start. Adam says, what time are you playing? That will be, it's in the schedule below. It'll be around 10 o'clock at night. So if you're around at 10-ish, there'll be Damien, Lockie from Zorp Zorp, and Steve Crow, and we'll be hopefully playing through that scenario together. They'll be taking control of characters and telling me what to do. So hopefully it'll work. We'll find out in a few minutes' time if the streaming idea works. Okay, so before we've hit 1 hour. That's amazing. That's a good start. And thank you for all of the viewers. It's stayed pretty constant. Nobody's left, which is always a good sign. So just a reminder, this is what it's all about. This is why I'm doing this, and you can donate in the link below.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
So kind of children in need style, what we're doing it for video there. So yeah, Trussell Trust, that's who we're supporting. Amazing charity, really, really helpful. 108% increase in stuff. So that's over double the amount of food they're giving out this year compared to usual. So it's more important than ever that people like this are supported. And I'm sure everyone has been affected by coronavirus in various different ways, whether that's us not being able to play our games, or whether it's, you know, death and illness and losing jobs and not being able to see family. It's really, really important at this time, and that's just one of the ways that we can help alleviate the pressure for some people. So do donate. The link is up there. I'll get it right over 24 hours eventually. So QR code, just take a picture, and you'll be able to do it if you've got a big screen, or it's in the link below as well. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I've got some of the toy soldiers out, but not enough to actually do the stream yet. So we're going to have a 2-minute 20 break, and I'm going to frantically wander around and set up the game. We're going to be playing the very first battle report from White Dwarf 263 back in November 2001. just see if you can hear me. Just comment in the stream as soon as you can, just to let me know that you can hear and see and everything's okay, and I'll keep in mind that. But we're here looking through White Dwarf 283, I think, no, 263. We're looking at the scenario Orcs attack, which you can see, and so hopefully you can see the board. It doesn't look anything like what it's meant to look like, but it does look vaguely like it. So I've tried to recreate the canyon on the left. We've got some other blockage over there, and we've got the good guys deploying over this way, and we've got the bad guys deploying in the middle. And the idea is the good guys have got to get over here, the bad guys have got to stop me. So yeah, everything, we can hear you and everything's fine, says Paplok, Nathan and Paprika. So excellent. So here I'm going to ask for tips. I'm going to play the good guys, and I'd like you to play the evil guys. So if essentially you're controlling orcs and goblins, we've got 3 goblins on boat. There's actually nowhere near enough. They're all hiding away in boxes in underneath my bed, and they're blocked by the rigging and the cameras and all that sort of stuff. But I think we're about there. We've got an extra captain from what it suggests. But I've got Elrond, who you may be able to see in the distance. He's here on a little snowy base. So we've got a few guys with spear and a few elves as well. So actually, all you've got to do is you've got to block half of my guys from getting off the board, and I'm going to take charge of everything else. So let me know what you're going to do. I'm going to get my dice out. Now, this is a very exciting time because I've got some brand new dice here, which you should be able to see on the screen there. Now, look, these Entmoot dice. That's right. I know how people love having special dice. So I've got little Entmoot dice. I don't know if that's focusing particularly well, but there you go, look at that. And these are going to be available for Patreon supporters at some point in the not too distant future. So that's really cool. So what we're going to do, we're going to roll for deploy, to set up, and then we're going to crack on with the scenario. So let me just get my measuring tape out, which I've forgotten to grab, which is in this bag over near the thing. Say that. Oh, where's my measuring tape? Oh no, this is the flaw. This is a fatal flaw. Here we go. I've got one. Right, here we go. So I've got a measuring tape. So I'm going to start. We'll roll off to see who goes first. So on a 1, 2, 3, it's evil. It's evil. So I'm going to have your help here. The good guys are deploying here, 6 inches on. The good guys are allowed to deploy there. The evil guys are allowed to do that. What do you want me to do with them? Do you want me to move them forward, stay there, block off some of this terrain? Obviously, there's difficult terrain here that will slow people down. What do you think? Drop a comment below. Say, what do you think? Stay where they are or move everyone while I'm deploying these good guys in their little deployment bubble. So I've got some elves with bows, which I could put to good use, but then is it good having people hanging around behind? I don't know. Obviously, we're going to be using all the heroics and all that sort of stuff in the way that you wouldn't have done back then. But still, it's going to be tricky for the evil guys, I think. But then that's fine because this is recreating the Last Alliance, the journey to the Last Alliance, I should say. So there you go. What are we looking at? Has anyone commented in yet? Here we go. Stay. Okay, Paprika Lama says stay. That's the first person to say something. So they're going to stay. So they're going to stay exactly there they are in a vague formation, and you get to shoot in a minute. So the elves and everyone will just move forward. So I think, should I split? I think I'm going to split off slightly. The elves going that way because then it'll hopefully make you divide your forces. I'm not going to bother shooting just yet because I'm a bit out of range. So this is going to hurt my back massively over the time because I should have thought more carefully about this. There's some on the floor. Here we go. I'll just kneel. Here we go. You might even be able to see my face. No, you can't. You can see my crotch. Right. Here we go. Right. Let's get them in. So Elrond's going in there. Now, Elrond obviously has got some superpowers, some magic, some things like that. So we might be able to delve into that in a minute. But I'm trying to think what his spells are. We've got Wrath of the Bruin and stuff. I think I'm not going to use Wrath of the Bruin because that's going to just make it completely unfair. It's not as if it's going to be unfair, not unfair with a magic lord, elven lord of the Lord of the West, as Elrond involved in this. So right, they're staying. So it's going to be shooting then. I've moved all my guys, so we're going to shoot 3 goblins. One of the objectives is to kill Elrond. So I think it's probably worth just popping off a few shots at the goblins. It's unlikely I'm going to be able to do get anything. So let's just see what happens. We've got no hits. What a surprise. So there we go. That's so priority then. Easy. Look at this. It's a big Entmoot 6, so the good guys are going to move. So what I'm going to move now. Oh, let's look. What does Paprika say? Yes. Yes. Alistair says, what do you say? Harry's worked out the best way to get donations is to play with himself on the web, it seems. Yes. I was going to think of another way of playing with myself on the web for donations, but my girlfriend said no, that's not allowed, and also thought that I wouldn't get very much money for it. So I've decided to do this. So we're playing live the very first battle report on from White Dwarf to play the SBG game. So support the guys. What do you think we should do? The evil guys. I've got some novel characters here. I particularly like this fellow. If you can see him, he's got like a Sauron's eye on his thing. So we're going to call him Isaiah. I've got a new nephew called Isaiah, and he is got an eye on his shield. So we're going to cheer on Isaiah, the orc, because why not? So you think what you're going to have to do with Isaiah the orc and protect him and give him joy to the world, as my little nephew has brought to the world in these troubling, dark times. It's nice to hear that new people are on the horizon and there's good to be found in this world, Mr. Frodo, and all that sort of jazz. So here we go. Right, I've got a massive amount of guys. Maybe I should have whittled. I should have probably definitely bought more orcs. But anyway, so let's see. We're almost 20 minutes in, so we've got to crack on. So everyone's moved again. So I think the evil guys are going to have to move. What? Okay, is that Paprika says move the good guys half their moves so they can still shoot? Yes, I think that makes sense. I'll do that next time. What do you want to do with is your evil move? Do you think you should block off the terrain? Should you? We should protect Isaiah. Yeah. That's not quite how I would pronounce it, spell it, but yes, we should protect him. Yeah, what do you want to do with the good guy, the evil guys? Do you want to move them, or do you want to keep them steady for the moment? We shall see in a second what you want to do. I reckon we're going to form up the lines a little bit. Let's do that. Let's form up the lines, because we've got some spear guys in the front, some spear guys in the back. I might move a couple of goblins this way, because they've got spears, and then we've got a little spear guy there. So there we go. So we've got everyone backing up each other properly. Got a goblin captain there, so we're going to make sure he's going to have a spear, because when that's happened, we've got the two-handers at the front. Put them in there with a spear in behind them so that they're supported a bit. So this looks better. I don't think we're going to be able to win a one-on-one fight though. That's the problem. So what we're saying, block off terrain and sort out the formation. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm doing. Lovely. So here we go there, and that's looking all right. What do you think? The only thing is, is it worth coming over this side? I'm not sure. What do you think? Let me know. Let me know what you think. I'll move just into terrain protecting mode at the moment, and then we'll do this later. Okay. Lovely. Right. Okay. So that's a little bit better. And we've got a captain here, and we've got a captain here. So we've got 4 points of might there. So we're a little bit more than Elrond. But not amazing, obviously. So now shooting. Let me know what you want to do for the next turn if you're in the chat. Oh, I've just realised I've got my trial going on. Let me just remember that. There we go. So, wrong one. There we go. Okay, so 3 shots from the goblins into Elrond. Oh, look at that. Amazing shooting there from the goblins. 2 hits. Strength 2 against Elrond's defense 7. So it's probably unlikely to do anything. And you get a 5 and a 4. So nothing. Right. The goblins' ineffectual shooting continues. But now, priority. We've got a 5, so it goes to the good side again. So this is where the decision's got to be made. I think I'm going to have to split some guys off, but I'm going to leave some elven shooting behind. So the elves here are going to move over this way. Oh, that's got a bow. So they're going to go there, and then we're going to be slowed down by the terrain in a minute, but not quite yet. So then we're going to smash these guys forward 3 inches, so we get a couple of shots off on the gobbos. Then the Numenorians are going to go up this little path. Elrond... No, let's just move them so like that. There we go. That's better. And then we're going to... I think this... Maybe I'm doing this badly, everyone, but it doesn't matter, because you're playing the evil guys. So you've got to tell me which way around I should be doing things. So for the good guys. So
for the evil guys, sorry. So there we go. The elf spears are pretty useless in this though against goblins, aren't they? Like they're not much better. I like supporting the Numenorians usually, but they're not giving them any real advantage to the bowfire normally. So I've got a Numenorians there. Should I maybe the goblins should be shooting something a bit weaker? Yeah, probably should. So I'll do that in a minute. Numenorians going to move forward half, and there we go. What are the evil guys going to do? What are they going to do? Let's have a look what you guys are all suggesting. So sorting out the formation. So Paprika's coming up with lots of good ideas. Calling it out, Elrond's going to die to a goblin spear. You know, I really hope that happens, but I feel like maybe I should have got some more orcs out. I'm just going to have a quick look and see if I can just bolster the lines a little bit. Maybe even a troll. I've got a troll. I don't have any trolls handy. No, I'll just whack a few extra orcs because I do feel like they've got a little bit of a disadvantage at the moment. And you're the good guys, the evil guys, aren't you? So there we go. As if from nowhere, reinforcements. There we go. Right, we got 4 extra orcs and a Mordor Urukai. So what are you saying for the evil guys? Go for the bows. Go for the bows. Right. So do you mean the shooting, Paprika? Do you mean shoot the bows, or do you mean yeah? I guess that's probably what you mean. But in terms of moving, probably not much. With troll. No, I'm not getting the troll out. Right. Okay. Let's go with just a normal move over here. I think we're over 6 inches away, so there's no point charging just yet, and there's only a couple of Numenorians in range. So I reckon we leave them to charge in range, and then we can surround if for the evil guys. So in the meantime, they're just going to stand still. The gobos are going to get shooting at the Numenorians. 1 hit, a wound on Numenorian. No, look at the goblins shooting. They're doing bad at the shooting bit, but not so great at the the other bit. Right. The killing bit. So let's do one more. So this will be one more shooting phase before we collide the lines in some way, shape, or form. So the elves, they're going to shoot. That's 1 hit at the orcs. They're moving, so just 1 hit. We've got a 5. Then we've got strength 3 on defense 5 on an orc shield. It's a kill. It's a big kill. So we've lost an orc already. Sorry, guys. I think they should be without number. So they come out this way at the end. So there we go. So at least you get something. Yeah, reinforcements at the end of each turn. So I'm kind of ruining the purity of this original trial, the original scenario, aren't I? But oh well, let's keep it going. Here we go. So let's on to priority now after some successful shooting. Oh, the Numenorians. The Numenorians are going to go for the goblins. 1 hit from the Numenorians on a 5. Another 1. There's no wound on the goblins that are hiding in the rocks. So let's play for priority. 1, 2, 3 goes to the evil guys. Okay, evil. What are you going to do here? What are you going to do here? I'm intrigued because there's lots of options. There's lots of options because obviously we're about 6 inches in here, so some people can charge, but then you lose the advantage of the charge. But most spaces you don't have any charges, so I'm kind of thinking that you probably should stay behind a bit, stay back. Let me know in the comments what you think you should be doing. I reckon I think if we just move back a little bit this turn as the evil guys, make sure there's nobody in the charge range, and then hope that we get the roll off for the move, the heroic move this turn, and then we should be all right. Yeah, draw back out of elf range. Yeah, good idea. Okay, so Numenorians going to move there, so they're in range. So there's the orc captain. He's going to he can go to that sort of direction, and he's right at the front within move range. Okay, so the elves and the Numenorians, they're going to make a break for it. Okay, we've got to get to this side, so they've all got to get off the board over here. So we're going to get as many over there as we possibly can, or half of the army. That's the whole idea. So I'm going to try and do that. These guys are just going to have to go straight forward, aren't they? Maybe this is a foolish move, but got to do something. We've got to do something to smash through the dreaded evil lines. So Elrond's going to be sneaky there. Remember, he's not going to be using his magic because I don't know. He's conserving it for the last alliance, and these guys are only moving half as well through the terrain. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, I'm all out of breath. Maybe it's because of all the talking. I have been talking pretty much constantly without help for an hour or so, an hour and a half maybe even. So no shooting from the Numenorians. Right. Okay, so it's the priority now. This turn you've got to decide: are you going to do heroic moves? Elrond's out of range to really benefit from getting into combat, but is this the time for the evil side to call a heroic move with one of their guys to kill the folk? So let me know what you think, and pop it in the comments below what you think the evil's guys should do. Now we're in charge range, especially over here and here. So here we go. Evil or good get priority. It's a good priority move. So do evil want to call a heroic move? I think they probably do. From at least the orc captain here that's right in the center, he gets a lot of people. Some goblins are slightly out of range, but there's some orcs and spears, but then of course you're going to have the counter charge. That's the downside, isn't it? Maybe we should let the good move first, but what am I going to do? What am I going to do with the good guys? What do you think, evil? What do you think? Heroic move. Okay, that's Paprika. Thanks very much for commenting below. I know other people are listening and watching, but yeah, Paprika, crack on. You can be the evil guy. Everyone else, help out. Paprika can't do it all on his own. So heroic move from the orc guy there. So I don't think Elrond's going to counter because there's no point. So he's just going to smash in. Don't LE. I don't know what don't LE means. There's a bit of a delay on the chat, I'm afraid. So you're probably saying stuff a little bit later than I'm asking. So let me heroic move. So it gets to all of the orcs, which is good over there, up to the goblin captain and the spear. So there's going to be these 5 that are left out of whack, which isn't the end of the world, I suppose. So orc goes first, and he is going to go directly into. I think he's going to smash into both of these guys, so we're going to get into a spear guy at least. Then everyone else is going to move in like that. So actually, he can probably hit there, and then that guy can move around a bit. So we try and get these traps if we can, and then this guy's going to go into there. Mordor Urukai into the front rank. Look at that, throwing him in there at the last minute. There, got another orc. If we get any spears, we get a spear here. Get some goblin spears. Look at that. That guy in there. Oh, this is hotting up, everyone. It's really hotting up. Don't let them get through, says Paprika. So I guess we've got to end within 6 inches over here. So we're going to get some guys over there, but not all of them. So they've got to end within 6 inches of the leader. So he's engaged 2. Can this guy engage 2 though? No, I don't think he can. So he can just get that guy as well. And then we'll throw a spear behind him. I think they're actually a little bit far out. Yeah, it's fine. We'll let you off. Then orcs get that Numenorian so the captain doesn't get trapped. And then we'll throw him into that one as well. So actually, it's looking all right because of the way I've stupidly divided my forces. I think they're going to stay there because otherwise they're going to have to catch these guys, aren't they? So let's see, where else can we get some guys in? So if they go into there, then he can go somewhere there to stop you pinning my guys down, and then the goblin captain can go out of the range of Elrond, I think, and then that'll be that. So the good guy move. So we'll go. Elrond's going to go smash straight into this guy because why not? He'll be supported there. Actually, no, he can go into him. He'll be supported there. Elven move. These guys are going to move forward 3 inches. These guys are going to move forward 3 inches. And let's see what else we can do. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much. Oh, they're Numenorians over there. So let's get them stuck in. He's going to go into that guy and wrap round into him. He's going to go into that guy, and he's going to go into that guy. And then the elf is going to support there. Okay. Right. Right, okay. So Michael Haskell's getting involved. Save Mike for combat affecting dice rolls unless a really clear heroic move on the card. And try and engineer a combat numbers advantage. Yes, I think that I've tried to do a little bit of that. So I've tried to get the overwhelming support here from the orcs, and there are a lot of traps on the table. I think Elrond is probably I'm controlling a good guy, so I will decide that one. He's controlling the that guy. So I will do some heroic moves with to heroic combat, I think, with Elrond, just to try and level out the numbers there. There is a heroic captain. I won't do any heroic combats with them unless you specifically think it's a good idea. He is currently facing off against one Numenorian on his own. This is heroic captain, but of course he's only fight 4 against the Numenorian fight 4, so might not be the best choice to do a heroic combat there. But I think you're probably right there. Save it for saving the guys. Okay, so with that in mind, we've got this last move here. These were the ones that weren't in the move range. So I think, do I want to stop the heroic combat, or am I going to just end up feeding the? I might just end up feeding the Elrond if I'm not careful. I think if I give him an extra one, he'll probably kill him, won't he? But if I put a spear in there, then I'll have 3 dice against your 3 dice. Or the evils will have 3 dice against. What do you think there? I don't know. It will make that heroic combat harder. He's only strength 4 against 2 defense 5, so we need 5s, but he's got Lord of the West, so we can re-roll one of them. So I don't know. I'll tell you what, I'll move him there, and if you all say in the comments that's a stupid idea, giving him 2 guys to chop through, then I'll move him back. But at the moment, I think that's probably the best way of doing it. Just want to hold up Elrond and maybe make me think twice about it. And then these guys are going to just hover around here and be road bumps for the 4 guys, I think. Let me know if you disagree with all that, and then we'll crack on with some shooting. So goblins first. They're going to shoot into these Numenorians here. So goblins are going to shoot, hitting on 5s. Ooh, no hits. What a surprise. Evil shooting is bad. These elves, they can probably shoot at these 2 guys. So go for it. They move, so it's a 6 on an Entmoot dice. Then we're going to roll for the wounding, strength 3. No wounds. Okay, so that's fine. The Numenorians are going to struggle here, I think. So what do you think? What do you think? Are you happy with the combats over here? I think I would call heroic combat with Elrond if roll better, says Nathan. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I'll roll better for the evil side, not the good side. How's that? Because otherwise it'll be unfair. So let's move on. We've got about 20 minutes left of the game before the first guest of the stream is going to be turning up. So we'll best crack on. So let's do some of these fights first. I'll say that Elrond's calling a heroic move because heroic combat. So let's do that fight first. So Elrond is fighting. He's got 3 attacks. Let me get my book out just to confirm the stats. I'm pretty sure I can remember he's got 3 attacks. And the elves he's fighting against have a certain number of attacks too, less than him. I think it's 4 there. That's 4, yeah. So let me just get to the right page, because otherwise I'm gonna get all this wrong. There we go. Right, we're on the right ballpark. So Elrond is, he's got 3 attacks, 3 wounds, defense 5, but he's got heavy armor, so he's defense 7. Oh yeah, he's got helmet. Oh yes, of course, he's got a +1 to wound against spirit models, so that's completely useless. And he can re-roll his fate. So okay, Elrond has got 3 dice, and the some other dice really, and some different colour dice. Just digging around, talk amongst yourselves. Right, here we go. We've got some extra dice. Right, so Elrond's in the big Entmoot dice. We've got some red dice for the orcs and goblins. So 4 dice against Elrond's 3, but of course Elrond does have Lord of the West. So let's see what happens. The blue dice you're cheering for the good guys. So we've got 6s off the evil. So the evil win. There is might to be spent here. I don't know whether it's worth it, but there's Lord of the West to get the 6. See the Entmoot dice? No. Okay. Do I spend the might? So I've got 4 strength 3 attacks coming my way. There'll be 6s, but I've already spent a point of might on the heroic combat. Oh, I hate this. This is the worst thing in the games when you spend a point of might on heroic combat and it goes badly, and then you think, do I spend the might to win it so that the other might is wasted, or do I just save it and save it for a rainy day? I think I'm probably going to save it for a rainy day because we need to keep moving, don't we? So evil win the combat. Evil are wounding. He's not trapped. So evil are wounding on 6s. No 6s. A good move from Elrond, not wasting his second point of might. But of course he does back off. And the goblins and orcs beat back tough Elrond, yes. Oh, Paprika said spend the might. Well, I'm sorry, Paprika. I'm the good guy, so I'm going to decide what he does. You can decide to spend the might for evil, but Nathan does point out that Elrond is tough and he survived. So all is well. Remember, there's a 20-second delay. So what's the scenario here, says Dave Farmer? It's Orcs attack from the very first White Dwarf. Welcome to the stream. I don't think you've commented yet. So basically, it's the very first scenario that was ever played. And it's simple. Just get the elves and men to one side of the board, off the board, sorry. It's just basically to show people how the game worked, I think, back in the day. So that's what we're playing. I've just put it over to the side there, so you might be able to zoom in carefully and read some of it. But it's very straightforward, very straightforward. Right, okay, so let's carry on with the fights, because we've only got a few more minutes before we move on to the next thing. So we've got fights here. So we've got Numenorian and a spear support against the Orc. So Numenorian's looking good here. They're in the blue. That's a 4. Well, it doesn't matter because the Orcs win anyway, so even if it was cocked. So the strength 4 from the Numenorian on the Orc. Yeah, double 6. Double Entmoot dice kills the Orc, and they'll be coming back next turn. Right. Then we've got 1-on-1 here with a spear support. So the one Numenorian against an Orc. I don't think it's worth shielding here because they just want to kill some Orcs. The Orcs win. Do they kill a Numenorian? Will it be the first good guy down? Oh, no, I don't think so. Was it? They're defense 5 or something? I can't remember. They must be defense 5 at least, because they've got shield and armor, right? So I guess they're defense 5 or 6. They're probably 6. Numenorians are defense 4 plus a shield, so defense 5. So actually not that great. So defense 5 on strength 3. That's a wound and a kill, isn't it? Yeah, so it kills him. Where are we looking? Where was he? Here. That was the right one, I think. There we go. So first evil guy down. First good guy down. So good work for the evil. Let's see what else we've got. Another spear. Another guy here. Oh, it wasn't that one, was it? It was the other one. Taking one guy off. That guy. There we go. So here we've got a guy with a Mordor Urukai and 2 goblins. So the Mordor Urukai in green. Not that it really matters. Although he's 2-handing. So he's fight 4 though, which is very useful. Oh, that's good. We've got a fight. We've got a 6. So there's a draw. Yeah, I agree, Dave. Dave says Numenor warriors have suspiciously light armor, but there's a drawn combat here. We've got, to quote the Dan Slob's blog, drawn combat blog. So we've got a draw from the Numenorian, and because of the Mordor Urukai, we've got a fight 4 in there. So it's a 1, 2, 3. It goes to the evil side. It goes to the evil side on a 2. So this Numenorian looks to me like he might be trapped. Yes, he is. I think he's in trouble. We've got a 2-hander coming his way from the Mordor Urukai. Strength 4. That's not. Oh, yes, it is because he's 2-handed. Aha! 2-handed Mordor Urukai takes down another Numenorian. So the good guys are suffering a little bit in this round of combat. Let's see what else we've got. We've got Numenorian against 1 Orc with a spear support. So Numenorian fighting normally. That's a 4 from the Numenorian, I think, yes. So Numenorian takes it, and does he kill? He does not kill. So, gosh, the good guys are really struggling here. Really, really struggling. Come up with some good strategies, guys, because you need to hold them up for the next 15 minutes. Right, so Orc Captain, he's going to take the charge against the Numenorian. Here we go. The Orc Captain loses. Ooh, is it worth the might? Probably not, because it's a might for a draw. So I don't think it's worth saving it. Let's see. We'll save it for a wound. Strength 4 from the Numenorian against the defense 6 captain. Nothing. So it survived. Then we've got that's not a dice. That's a bit of rubble to cover up a crack in the polystyrene. Then we've got Numenorians surrounding this Orc here. How does this happen? So we've got 3 Numenorians and an elf support against 1 2-handing Orc. This is not going to go down well for those guys, I don't think. So elf in support. So, and he's only a 2-handed Orc as well. Right, the reds. There we go. There's an Entmoot dice, so that means it's lots of wounds. We've got a different colour for the elf. Kills him anyway. Right, there we go. Look at this. So we're restoring the balance somewhat. A Numenorian against 2 Orcs there. Actually, that should have been. I should have split that off differently. That was a bit stupid. Oh well. A Numenorian against 2 Orcs. So let's get the 2 reds out. Here we go. The Numenorian takes it against the 2 Orcs on a 4. Excellent work. So he's going to drop away at a shielded Orc, and he smashes him into the ground. Look at that. The Orcs dropping like flies. The good guys doing well. And there should have been an elf supporting in that fight, although I think I might have supported him earlier. Then we've got some stuff over here. Okay, so we've got an elf against 2 Orcs. So I'm thinking Yeah, I'm just going to fight normally for most of these things, unless you tell me otherwise. Here we go. They've got the elf winning on a 6. No chance of losing there. The orc doesn't have any armor, so just a 5. No. Then they back off. Oh yeah, I needed to back off over here, didn't I? Need to go back that way. Frustrating lines. Then another combat of a similar ilk, but with a Numenorian against 1 orc this time. So Numenorian in blue. Oh, dice, there we go. And it's a 5 from the orc, so we win on the orc side. Can we kill a Numenorian on a 6? Don't know whether you saw that, but it was definitely a 6. So there we go. That's looking good. Looking good. So another Numenorian down. The good guys have lost 3 Numenorians, and the evil guys have only lost 4 bad guys in comparison. So I think it's looking pretty good. So we're on to priority. Do you think we're going to be calling heroic moves? Guys, get in those comments down below. See what you think. What do you think? Do you think the good guys are going to need to call? The evil guys are going to need to call a heroic move, and will the good guys call a heroic move after priority? So 1, 2, 3. It goes to evil. Goes to evil. So you don't have to call the heroic move. Do I call to counter in the hope that I may? Well, I've only got Elrond, and he's not very well positioned for this, so I've got to get as more guys off. It's on Elrond to carry this. We need to counter. Evil needs to counter if they don't get priority. Okay, it's the grand scheme of things. Every dead good model is damaging. That's very true. So I'm thinking you're right there, Dave. You've got to counter if you're evil. And Elrond has failed in his first go. Maybe I should have spent that point in mind. I think, because the objective is to get off the board, so we've got to be going this way for the good guys, I reckon, and Elrond is here, by the way, and the captain is there, and the goblin captain here as well. I reckon good guys, just to get a bit of a move on, bearing in mind the time on the clock, we've only got 15 minutes. I think that he's going to have to call a move. Maybe it was a bad move. I don't know. Are evil countering? I think, yeah, it looks like Dave says evil need to counter if they don't get priority. So, yes, so there you go. Irex says the most important thing Elrond can do is stop his guys being surrounded. There you go. Okay, so that's the man himself, Adam Troke, says you've got to stop being surrounded. So but that sounds like Dave Farmer saying box him in. So they're countering. Okay, so we've got an evil. This is where it's really hotting up now. So we've got an evil counter to the heroic move. So evil does get the a really good coverage with the orc captain. The goblin captain pretty much gets everyone over here, but he doesn't get all these people. So I think we call it with the orc captain, and then we have to do the roll off. This is going to be good, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. It goes to the evil heroic move. This could be a good important moment. It does. It goes to the evil. Goes to the evil. Thanks for watching, Paprika. I hopefully see you later. So evil get to move in. So the orc captain has to go first. I think I'm going to try and get as many people pinned down here with just him. So I'm going to go into that little spot there. That's just 2, actually. Not getting as many as... Oh, no, he's going to go there because there's more room for him to block stuff off there. They don't want to get surrounded here, so as Dave said. So we get him into that one there. I think the orcs... were they included? One of them was, so he's going to go into there. Just going to try and get as many good guys surrounded. These guys were also in the charge, so they're going to go for the elf at the back. Or maybe at the front, because there's no point going at the back. Getting supported in there. And no surrounding, so I think that's stretching the 6 inches a little bit, I think. So he's going to move later. So we've got 2 orcs over here that are going to move later, and these 2 that are moving later. Let's pin down Elrond. We've got to pin him down somehow. So if I move into there, that's going to free up those elves, isn't it? So I'm going to put him in there. Crucially, he's only got 1 point of might left, so even a heroic combat. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what Nave's just thinking about it. Terror Spooky. What's Terror Spooky? Oh God, Elrond's terrifying. Very, very good point. So heroic. Oh God, this is going to be where it all falls apart. The orc to charge Elrond. Oh, that's a 1. So it's probably a fail, isn't it? Oh, it was a 6 and a 1, but that's still a fail, isn't it? So okay, so this is where the evil is going to fall down. So that guy's failed his terror charge. Excellent. We've got 1 though from the goblin. Hardy goblin charges in. So we have managed to, yeah, courage 2. Yeah, not great. So he fails, but we've got a Moria goblin in. So Elrond has been tied in place, which is crucial here, as you quite rightly said. So let's move some more fellas in here. So we're going to just whack that guy into there with a Moria goblin support. We're going to get the evil are getting a really good bonus here. They've got lots of folk to charge in. So that's a Numenorian. We're going to block him off with that captain guy. This guy is going to scooch through the gap that's now been with all the zones that have been deactivated and slide the goblin in there because we want to get that elf, stop him from poking through. What else have we got? We've got a goblin captain. We want to get him in there. So the goblin captain's going to go into here. And we've got a spear support for each of those guys. This is looking good for the evil guys. I think actually this could go well. I've run out of fellows though, so there's still there's one there. One there. He's going to just go against these two and shield for his life. Actually, no, we'll stay around this side because we create a trap over there for this Numenorian. Oh, well, depending on the order of combat. Who had priority? Let me think. The good guys had priority, didn't they? And then evil called the heroic move, or was it the other way around? Oh, crumbs, I've forgotten. Well, we'll work it out in a second. Comment below if you remember who had priority. I can't. And then we've got other moves. So I think it was Elrond called it, and then the evil countered it. No, it was the other way around. Yeah, that was right. Elrond called it, evil countered it, so evil had priority. Yes. Okay, so evil are moving the rest of their goblins before the rest of the stuff. So we got these two. I forgot to move these guys off the hill. Goblins have like a cave dweller or something, so they can roll. They can just jump down off the hill by re-rolling a climb test or something. You get a 1 and you re-roll it, or is it a +1? I don't know. Maybe he's just fallen off. I don't know. Let's just put them all down there. I'm pretty sure I get a re-roll of it for goblins. I should really be have read all these things up before I did it, but I've definitely got cave dweller. I can't remember what cave dweller is. Where's the book? Where's the big book? There it is. See, this is why we should rely on the stream. This is +1 to climb test. So yes, it's fine. So we just drops down to the bottom, even though they got a 1. So that's fine. Where's my measuring tape gone? Oh, it's all a bit panicky because we've got excitement. Where's the, there it is. Okay, right. So that's the combat. So we've got another orc into there. The elves are going to move forward here because they've got a little bit of a chance to break through. But of course, we need half of the elves to go through or for them to have killed off half of the orcs. So we'll see what happens. Right, heroics. Any heroics from the evil side, do we think? Would a heroic combat be worth doing? Filibustering his inevitable defeat. You're completely right, Nathan. Do you think it's worth a heroic combat from the goblin side? You've got a Moria goblin captain, a Mordor or a Kai with a 2-handed weapon and 2 spear support against 1 Numenorian. That could be quite useful for sending some extra guys into another combat. What do you think? I'll do another combat that's completely unrelated and is not going to help over there first. Does Elrond want to save his... Yeah, Elrond's going to save his mind for his move, so he's going to just fight a Moria goblin and hopefully kill him. Otherwise, we're doomed. Right. Classic Harry. Thanks, Dave. Here we go. There's a 6 from Elrond, so he smashes the goblin and he gets him dead. So not great, obviously, killing 1 goblin so far, Elrond, but I don't think it's worth. I think we need to have that might for the move next turn. Right, next we've got 2 against a Numenorian. Let me know what the goblin should do. The goblin captain, should we do heroic combat there? There's some good value there. Right, so the evil guys are in the blue this time. Oh, evil guys take it on the 6. No banners around, so evil guys are doing it. So Michael says save the evil might, so we'll do that. The 2 orcs against the Numenorian on defense 5. It's a 1 and a 4, so nothing. I'm afraid. No no army bonuses here, I don't think. Maybe you get. You know what's great? Get the reroll for the 1. See, it was meant to be. Because Mordor army bonus and all that. Although this was Barad-dûr time, isn't it? So you don't get any army bonuses. That's the only 1 reroll you're going to have. Then we've got another one of those. So goblins. Sorry, orc and a goblin in support against a Numenorian with a shield. The Numenorian's got to fight. He's got to fight. We've got to crack through. We've got a 5 from the Numenorian. That's good. So the 5, strength 4 against defense 5 on the orc takes him down. We're starting to make progress from the good side. Then what do we got? We've got a goblin and a spear support against a elf. So same again. I'm doing all right with the 2-on-1s with the evils, but there we go. The good guys lose again. So strength 3 against the defense 6 on the elves. So nothing. We needed the 6, don't we? Right. So the elf moves back, and that's it. And then what else have we got? So we've got the captain against 2 Numenorians. So orc captain against 2 Numenorians. Evil are in red. Evil take it. The captain takes it. I think it's going to be a win for the evil looking at things. No wounds though, unless you want to. No, you can't spend any money because it's not worth it anyway. Although that guy looks like he might be trapped. Yeah, screw it. I'm going to have another bash at him. He's trapped. Yes, takes him out. Look at that. There we go. So we managed to take one guy out with the captain. Then we're going to have a shielding orc against the two good guys. I reckon shielding is probably best here. Save yourself. Do you think? Yeah, probably, because he's got against an elf and a Numenorian. So red shielding. Gets the shielding, saves his life, pushes the good guys back. Doesn't lose a guy, but crucially stops the good guys from moving through, which is good. 2 orcs against a Numenorian on his own. So orcs in red. We've got a 4 from the orcs, so that's good. So the orcs take it against the Numenorians. Defense 4, I think, because he hasn't got a shield. Yeah, look at that. Smashes another Numenorian down. God, it's going good. It's 5 dead on the Numenorian side, 6 on the evil side. So Elrond really has failed to show his worth here. Or maybe I just failed to roll well. We've got the 4 guys over there. So we've got the Goblin Captain with a Mordor Uruk-hai with a 2-handed weapon. And 2 spears against a Numenorian. So I know what the colours are, so don't you worry. The green's the one, if you can see it. 6 on the evil side, so the 6 takes it. Yes, Gandalf Devicer, thanks very much for joining in. Yes, it is the scenario where Elrond has to escape an ambush, the very first one in White Dwarf. The Elrond is so far not doing great. The Numenorians lost the fight against this big old melee. Maybe we should have called that heroic combat. I did suggest it. He's definitely dead on the 5, which is a +1 from the 200 orcs. So there we go. What else have we got? We've got 1 or 2 more combats over this side, I reckon. So we've got an elf against 2 orcs. So elf with, I think elf's just going to fight normally, isn't he? Because that makes sense. On a 4, the elf takes it. Elf takes it. Strength 3. Gets a wound off on an orc. There we go. Look, that's another wound. So there we go. And he didn't have any armor either. So, and then we've got 2 1-on-1. So a Numenorian against an orc. Numenorian blue gets the 6, and the orc gets the 6 as well. Sad times for the orcs. They won a combat, but well, we've got a 6. Numenorian does nothing. So the orc backs off. The other exactly the same combat. We got a 4 from the Numenorian. So Numenorian wins. Strength 4 against the defense 4 orc. It's a 4. Kills an orc. This is good. So there might, I don't think it's going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. Look at that. We've got no time left almost. This was probably the last turn. We might go to, I guess, 5 minutes later. I'm sure he won't mind. I'll send him a link in a second. We've got Damien Dudash, the winner of Ardacon 2019, coming on in a very soon. I told him 2 o'clock, but I'm sure he won't mind just hanging around for a little bit longer because we've got one more turn before we decide things here. So here we go. And then we can see who's decisively doing. 8 orcs dead, 6 Numenorians dead. No elves died so far. I've kept them remarkably safe. Priority 1, 2, 3 goes to the good evil side. Orc down. Oh god, it's gone to evil every time, hasn't it? Or Elrond, what are you going to do here? Are you going to have to do a bit of might? I think you kind of have to, don't you? Because otherwise they're going to be surrounded. Well, they're going to be surrounded no matter what. What do we think? What do we think? I don't know. I think, just looking at all your comments, having a chat about it. Hope that terror works. Yeah, that's a good shout. We kind of need to move forward. We want to just kill as many guys, so it's going to be a matter of how combats happen. So let's just see what happens. I think it's going to be evil going first, so we'll surround everyone. Orc captain in there, orc into him, orcs into there. Let's see if we can get into him. We've got bits of might here that we're going to just throw away, I reckon, because we can do a few heroic combats and see what happens on the evil side, just to try and get as many guys as possible. So a terror check from this orc. It's an 8. That's just enough. He's getting in there. Then we've got some goblins. So we're going to kill as many. We're going to change the settings to the objectives to killing as many of each other as possible before the time is up. Goblin captain can go into there. Mordor Uruk-hai can go into there as well. We're going to have some spear in here, spear reaction. Look at that, it's looking like a right melee over there. Orc is going to go there. He's probably going to die, but hey ho, it doesn't matter. 5 inches for this goblin's not going to get him anywhere useful. Slam into the Numenorians. It's going to be I think it's going to be an evil win here. There's a lot of people here that are in combat and not many good guys left. So good guy elf is going to Might as well come and help out Elrond, although probably can't even move anywhere good. He can go through this way and get that guy. He can go through there and get that guy. And then that's it. All right, final round. Here we go. Goalpost successfully moved, says Dave Farmer. Yes, you're quite right. I'm never going to get off the board. I don't think there's enough time, but we shall see. Yes, keep me honest. That's what it's all about. Right, okay. Final rounds of combat. Well, we might as well do heroic combats, I think. Elrond's calling heroic combat. The Goblin is going to call a heroic combat because he's got 2 might still, so we might as well do 1 at least. The Orc Captain's going to call a heroic combat. It's going to be crazy. Heroic combat's everywhere, and we'll see after the dust has settled. Oh, and these elves are going to charge this guy. There we go. I forgot about that. Then that's going to be it. So let's see who goes first in heroic combats. 1, 2, 3 for the evil side, obviously. Goes to the 1. Every priority's gone to the evil. So let's go with Goblin Captain. Let's go with Goblin Captain first, I think, because then he can move in and help out some of the Númenóreans and take away the spear support here and all that sort of stuff. Okay, so Goblin Captain's got 2 attacks. The Mordor Urukai has got 1. Then there's also a Goblin in there. So we've got a Goblin in black. And then the Númenórean, do you think, if we're trying to kill stuff, get through, got to try and break through, he's not going to shield. He's going to just hope for the best. He's got an even chance of winning if we draw. So let's see what happens. And he doesn't. He goes down like a ton of bricks. So we've got a 2-handed weapon in there. This is trapped as well. So let's see what happens. Yeah, he definitely goes down. The Númenórean is dead. Settles up to 7 dead on the Númenóreans. No elves dead. 8 orcs and goblins dead. So these guys move along. Let's whack this Mordor Urukai into there. The spear is going to help out the Moria Goblin spear there. And then the captain. Oh, crap. I haven't left any space for the captain to go to. Sorry about that. Oh well, he can go into Elrond. Let's have a duel to the death. Then he goes to Elrond then. So Elrond, he's got 3 attacks. He's probably going to smash a goblin captain to death now. And it's just it's just him against the thingy, isn't it? So it's split off that combat quite nicely. So it's just Elrond against a goblin captain. So Elrond against goblin captain. Let's see what happens. So I wonder who will win here. The Goblin wins! Oh my God, victory to the Goblin. Although we've got Lord of the West. So Lord of the West says, still the Goblins win, the Goblin Captain taking on the Lord of the West, the mighty Lord of the West. Here we go. He gets a 4 to wound. He does have 1 point of might, but is that enough? Strength 4 against defense 7. If I might it, that's a 5, isn't it? So is that enough? I can never remember the wound charts. I should have remembered it. So strength 4, it'd go up to 5 and 6. So yes, a 5 would be enough. So if I might it, then I get a wound on Elrond. Hey, yeah, Elrond's heart really isn't in it. So fate from Elrond, he gets to reroll this. He takes the fate point, so he's fine. He gets to the battle of oh no, I need 6s, do I? Oh, okay, well I don't get anything, so I don't see any might. So I still don't know this wounds table very well at all. So Elrond survives. He could back away, I think, just about going through that little gap there. Oh, actually, I'm looking at it. Yeah, maybe. No, I think we get another 2 shots. Get another 2 shots from the Goblin Captain. No 6s, so he's fine. The Goblin Captain moves out. Right, let's crack through the rest of the combat. So we've got an orc against 2 elves over there. The elves are in red. Elves take it. Strength 3 against defense 5. Gets the orc down. Looking good for the good side over there, but then we'll see how it goes. Goblin in green. So 6 from the elves again. So elves strength 3 against the defense 6, so nothing. Then we've got elf against orc. So elf in blue, the Entmoot dice, gets a 5, so he wins. Wounding on a 5, no, nothing. Probably should be, no, he won't be fainting, will he? So, let's see, we've got elf, it's 1-on-1s over there, isn't it? Elf against a goblin again. 3, here we go. So the elf wins again. A 4, no wound, strength 4, 3 against defense. What is it? Defense 4, aren't they, goblins? Then Númenórean against an orc with a spear support this time. So reds for the evil. We've got a 5 from the evil side. So evil are taking it. Strength 3 against defense 5. Hey, that's a wound, that. Númenórean down. They are a bit flimsy, actually, these Númenóreans. I thought they were a bit tougher than this. Should be defense 6, I think. But well done to the goblins. Goblin against a elf. An elf. Here we go. The elf. Oh, actually, I've been doing evil. So the evil. So evil takes it on a 6. A 5. It's this goblin and the elf is a bowman, so he takes the elf out. That's the first elf casualty. Excellent work. Right, so then Mordor Urukai. Again, well, let's see what we've got here. We've got, yeah, Mordor Urukai and... no, let's do this one. We've got the captain and the spear support with a spear and an orc against a Númenórean. So that's 2 attacks on the captain, 2 orc weapons against 1 Númenórean. The orcs take it. Look at this victory, look at this. Within the grasp of the evil side, they're vanquishing the enemies. The ambush is going very badly for you. It's all falling apart. Elf against the Mordor Urukai and the Goblin. So it's a 4 from the Mordor Urukai, which still wins it though. So there we go. So they're not trapped, but the Mordor Urukai in black. Mordor Urukai in black gets a 6, takes the elf. Look at that. This is an absolute devastating thing, and I didn't even bring enough orcs for this as well. So the evil side have really done well here. An elf against an orc, 1-on-1. The elf loses again. The orc's on the green dice there, needing a 6 to kill him though. Nothing to get him. He's the one with the armor. Then we've got 2 Númenóreans against 1 orc. Orc will fight properly because why not? The orc loses against the Númenórean. Strength 4 against the Númenórean. No, it's defense 5 on this guy. He's got a shield, so the orc just backs off. Finally, we got a goblin and an orc against an elf. The goblins take it against the elf. Can we get a 6? Yes, the goblin takes out the elf, even with the armor. So elves are finally falling in battle this turn. Then we've got a Númenórean against a goblin. So let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. Double 1. But the Númenórean takes it on 5 value, of course. So Númenórean gets it on a 5, smashes a goblin to death. This has gone very, very badly for the good side. But there's some victories at the end. Númenórean against 2 orcs. Here we go. Númenórean on the Entmoot dice. There's a 4 from the Númenórean. Kills. Yes, he does kill in the final round. So if we tally up the final round, I mean, it's pretty safe to say that there's no way, absolutely no way Elrond and his gang are going to get off the board anytime soon. I reckon they're going to struggle generally in the next few turns. Look at the dead pile. I don't know whether you can see it. Look at that. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 good guys dead to only 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 evil guys dead. And Elrond really failed 2 heroic combats, and he absolutely cocked it, didn't he? Well, there you go. That's a little bit of an attempt at the Orcs attack scenario from White Dwarf 253. We're very late now. I knew I'd run behind at some point, but I wasn't expecting it to be this early on, to talk to Damien Dudash, the Ardacon SBG champion, only 2019. So I'll come back after a short break to rejig the cameras, and we'll be back to talk to him.
So we're back, and you can see my face, and we're returning after what I would say was an exhilarating game. I mean, I don't know whether you were enjoying it as much as I was, but I got really into it towards the end there. Sorry we didn't have enough time to finish the whole thing, but I don't want to fall so behind schedule. We've got so many people who've agreed to be very nice and come along to join in the stream. So hopefully we'll be having a chat with Damien Dudash very soon. I've sent him a link. You should just be able to click on it and join the stream. So if you're watching, just click on that and you should be fine. Basically, he'll be coming on in a second. Let's just catch up with the stream in an old comments. I know a lot of it was so on. Hold on, let's see. Let me give me an idea. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just chatting with him off screen just to make sure he's in browser as well. So there we go. Okay, let's have a look through the comments. Right, we did have a bash at this previously. I know this is what I'm expecting with some people. There's going to be some technical difficulties. This is just going to happen because this is new. It should be relatively easy for people to join in, but let's see what happens. So thank you very much. Oh, Nathan Talbot says, quick post of the time lapse. I don't know how long you need. Actually, I'll come back to that in a second. Great to join you. Loving the beardy dwarf look, says Crispin. Thanks very much, Crispin. Dave Farmer, Sauron with no armor is a poultry defense 8. That's true. He's very high defense without it. So let's just see what's going on as he. Okay. Who's this? We've got Tiger joining in from Poland. Hello, Tiger. Thanks very much for coming in and joining the stream. Who lives in London? Who lives in London? Good question. I don't. I'm in Lincoln. Lots of people commenting previous to this. Gandalf Device. Which magazine was it in? I've lost the little thing. It was in 263. White Dwarf 263. That was what it was. So if you want to have a listen, have a read through that. I did read through it all in the few minutes time. We've just missed. If you're just joining us now, you've just missed the live streamed very first battle report from the White Dwarf. Yeah, so that's good. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just dip out for a second. Sorry, I know I've only just got back in. I'm just trying to explain the live system to Damien, who's going to be the guest in just a few minutes' time. We are just having some technical issues getting him in on the stream, but it shouldn't be too complicated. So I think he's just on the other end of the line. So let's just whack another minute. In fact, actually, I'll put my remind you what I'm doing this for. I'm streaming for 24 hours. This is SBG non-stop for 24 hours, and the reason is for a food bank charity, which helps food banks for people who are struggling at this difficult time. So this is what it's all about.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
about to happen that has not happened for an age. Entmoot.
Hello, it is a gathering. Hello, we've got
Yeah.
Damien Dudan on the line.
Finally.
You're live
Yeah.
on Entmoot Live. Thanks very much for coming in. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, everyone. But this is
Hello.
Damien Dudash. This is the winner of the Ardacon in 2019 now, so over a year ago now, sadly. It's been a while. It's been a while. So Damien, we've got you on here, but to have a bit of a chat about all things SBG. So first of all, I mean, I've already mentioned that you're a winner of Ardacon. Just tell me a bit about yourself, a bit about your hobby background. How long have you been playing the game? What kind of player are you? Tell me all.
Okay, it's been a while for real. I'm playing since the 2006, I think. So it's like 14 years. Of course, with some breaks. And another question was how do you start?
What kind of player are you? I suppose that's what I was trying to get at, really.
I would say I'm a really calm person. I like to sit on the board and think a lot what's happening in the board. Count only my mistakes, not count some rolls or something like that. Just cold calculations.
Cold calculations, Damien.
Yeah,
That is. Are you a ruthless player?
I'm not good at mathematics or something like this, but I really like to sit and just point out all my mistakes, what I do in the game during the game.
That's a really interesting perspective, because I know lots of people have this thing about when they're playing the game that they kind of curse the dice, they blame the dice, they blame the chance. I'm guessing that maybe that's not you. You're more about making mistakes and trying to rectify them.
That's correct. Of course, sometimes I curse the dice. If everything goes wrong, I'm just. Sometimes you have a game like that. You only need one roll to be good, to win, and if you just can't roll this one time, it's really upset.
Yeah, I can imagine. And you know, I've emblazoned the screen with who you are, Ardacon winner 2019. Ardacon was a big one. I mean, this is the biggest tournament, SBG tournament in the world. I think there was 150, or was it 250? I can't remember how many people were involved. I mean, it shows quite a lot, and people have come from all over the world. How do you go about approaching a big tournament like that and trying to make yourself, I suppose, ready and psyched up for it mentally?
The Ardacon was my first travel tournament, let's say, first time outside of Poland territory. Our captain Jakub prepared us for this. He told everything he knew, and how prepared to this tournament. The fun fact is, I create my list like, let's say, 1 week before Ardacon or something like that. I mean, I played this list, but that was on one of the big tournament in Poland. I played like this Goblin Town with Shade and Spider Queen, and I just think maybe I could do it again. So I just create this list from another perspective, because change was made like before Ardacon, just before Ardacon.
Yes, this was just before some of the changes, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the I can't remember exactly which changes it was, but I guess that's part of the downside of playing competitive gaming to this level, is that sometimes you have to really think about rules changes, maybe scuppering your army in the very last minute. So let me just I'm going to just share my screen for a second, because I've got your army list in my notes on the side. Let me just see. So if you can just see that, I've got some people's phone numbers in there, so I apologise about that in the notes. But have a look at that. So this is the army. This is Goblin King is the leader. With a two-handed pick, 18 goblins, all with axes and picks. Second warband, Grinner, with 12 goblins. Third warband, Goblin Captain with 12 goblins. Fourth warband, Goblin Merc Captain with 12 Goblin Mercenaries. Fifth warband, Gollum with the ring. Sixth warband, a Shade and a Wild Warg, and this is where it gets spicy. And the seventh warband is Spider Queen and Felwarg. So some of that obviously isn't as good now. But just walk me through when you say you had to come up with this last minute. What were the ideas behind your Ardacon winning list?
Okay, so let's try about allies matrix change, because this is important.
Yeah.
So for those who didn't know the change, so the change was on Red Alliance, banner affects only one part of army, which include banner. Stand phase of your heroes affect only models from that hero army list, and breakpoint count separately for every contingent or fraction, let's say. So,
yeah. So for
yeah. Hello. I didn't hear you, Harry.
Sorry, I just dropped out there briefly. I've swiped and it went back, which was stupid. Let me get back to that. Hold on.
It's fine right now.
Yeah. Okay, we're back now. Okay, so yeah, so the sixth warband and the seventh warband, they both break separately. So you've got two guys in each. So in order to break your army completely, you'd have to kill either the full sixth warband, the full seventh warband, or the rest of your army.
Yes, of course. So I will bring the Shade as example, because I think Shade was on target to this change. I think like something like that. So the change hurts only the number count of your army, because you can't take Shade and bunch of orcs anymore and ally this to, let's say, Moranon orcs or Hunter orcs, because your breakpoint will be too low, right?
Yeah.
So I think like this 1 week before Ardacon, I found a gap there for Shade. Okay, so as you explained, so what I found was that if I take Shade and only Warg, it's nearly impossible to break that part of the army, and same with Spider Queen, because in every game I just hide these two orcs behind any terror MPs and just watch them sit. It's easy.
Like a good dog. That's a good point though, because Felwar and you've got enough models that 61 models, even if your two wargs are hiding, that you're going to be okay in most scenarios. And I'd imagine you can also do things like in recon or whatever. You can just run them off the board, get some points, and they're not going to be killed. Things like that.
Yeah, of course. And another part was, for me, Shade only works with a lot of numbers. So if you can't ally Shade with some orcs anymore, then you should take Shade and work with high number army. That's why I took Goblin Town. So you have their cheap warriors with almost unkillable leader, Golem with the ring, and of course Goblin mercenaries. I think they are best units in the game right now. So you ask about main idea behind this army. So you can break me, and I will break you really fast. You can try catch Shade and War, or kill like 30 goblins under Shade aura with my number advantage, plus very strong heroes like Goblin King, Spider Queen, Gollum, Greenach, Mercenaries, and all of them have 14 might points. So I think it's a lot in 750 point tournament.
Yeah. Yes,
And
there's a lot. There's a lot in this list.
yes, it's a lot. Another part, Milder is almost unkillable, and I will kill your in one turn if you play wrong or make any mistake. Like trust me on this. Like one mistake and your reader is dead in one turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, someone like the Spider Queen, the Shade as well. I mean, Goblin King.
Yeah.
You've got lots of potential there, haven't you? But obviously, this list, this won 2019. How would it fare now? Because the army lists, the alliance matrix has changed. So something like this, the Shade doesn't work in the same way. I forget the exact change, but this doesn't work as much anymore. Just explain how would this still have any merit at all in the game now?
I will be honest with you. It's impossible to play this list. I'm a bit sad because I will never play my army again. You just can't do anything. Like you can go goblins with Spider Queen, but without Shade, I think this list is not good. Just
Is
not work.
Is it a Red Alliance now? Then is that the change? I'm trying to work out.
Yes, it's Red Alliance with Shade, and Shade works only on Angmar models. So
yeah,
it's impossible to play that army.
And obviously from a thematic point of view, it makes a bit more sense and so on. But giving in terms of taking away options for army building, how do you feel about that?
Like generally, or
yeah, I mean, do you think it was a good decision to make the Shade like
that? I think yes. It's hard to it's hard to be sure for answering that, but I think change was good, but I think one is missing, like Cave Troll did not get Angmar keyword. Or
yeah, I was really annoyed about that as well.
Maybe if someone fixed this, then this is fine. I know Shade is for a lot of players like disgusting thing or something, but from my perspective, like I'm always playing like good versus evil, and I always facing like elves fight 5, and it's big problem when you face like 10-point model with 5 fight 5 or Galadrim Courts or something like this. So I really love using Shades because I'm just playing good versus evil.
Yeah, I guess it addresses the balance, doesn't it, a little bit in the sense
yes.
again in those sorts of matchups. Anyway, just before I ask you some more questions, feel free, everyone watching at home, drop in some questions in the comment. I know Dave Farmer's already mentioned Goblin Kings and Golem are so strong together. That's true still today, isn't it? So that's a good point.
Yes, of course.
And Dave says also the Shade is too effective before the change, which I'm inclined to agree with. It still works really well in an Angmar army, but yeah, I used to play an army which was cool, which was 3 trolls, Burder, a Shade, the Witch King, and Dwemer Lake back before the Hobbit, so back in the Hobbit era. That was a really cool army. I'd love to get that out again, but it's not going to work anymore because the Shade doesn't help out the trolls. So so we've got loads to delve into here. Did you have any more points you wanted to make about that the army list there that you were just talking about?
I think I can tell about some like weak and strong side if someone wants, or I don't know.
Yeah. Well, what actually this? Let's look back to that tournament itself, 2019. What armies did you face up against? Obviously, the players that you got to play against at the top tier were very, very good players. But what sort of armies did you struggle against? What sort of armies does the list struggle against usually?
Okay, so I will do this, but I think I need to explain like this strong and weak side of this army.
Yep, go for it.
More like competitive. So the weak side is of course heavy shooting army, siege engine army, or Nature's Wrath army plus any magic. But like, this is really important. Nature's Wrath was nerfed 1 week before Ardacon.
Yes, it was. It went from 6 to 3 inches, didn't it?
Yeah, this is massive change. I love this change. I'm really happy about it because Nature's Wrath was a very disgusting thing. I even played like 3 Stormcallers and Tranduil. You can't do anything about this. This is so strong and a bit disgusting, I say.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the strong side, a lot of models, a lot of heroes, talk to kill leader, a lot of mind points and tricks. I heard like this army is simple and did not have really like tricks, but I will tell you now, this army have very strong tricks like Goblin Mercenaries. Golem with ring, he can move through the units. A lot of players like don't remember that, and I catch them. He have big heroes value, so Goblin King always win his fight. Garena can swap with me with Goblin King into his fight, or make like double swap with me when in 2 turns or something. Goblin
That's a
King,
good point. So just
yeah,
hold you on that one, because usually Grinner's swap with me thing is meant to, isn't it? The idea behind it is that he swaps himself out of combat because he's a bit sort of chicken, but
yeah,
actually swapping him in with the Goblin King, that's really
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
I've never thought of
Yeah,
doing that. I didn't know
yeah,
you were. I thought it was only for warriors, to be honest, but that's a really cool idea.
yeah. I just read this, and there is like a swap with Goblin, and Goblin King is Goblin, so
Oh wow,
you can
nice.
do this. You can do this. You can like bump out your Goblin King into leader or something like this. Surprise with Gollum. So yeah,
Yeah, that's a
this
really cool idea.
this
Really
is really
cool idea.
nice.
So,
Uh,
I mentioned your. Have you got any more strengths or weaknesses you wanted to mention before we go into the rundown of your memories of 2019?
okay, so like last thing, Goblin King can charge into Covenant by through my goblins. A lot of players like forgot about this, and you can surprise them by that. Anything like, and Spider Queen, let's say, I don't have really like Cavalry or something. I have only these 2 orcs, but they need to be back. So Spider Queen with her broodlings, you can catch really like everything you want on the battlefield in like 1 or 2 turns. So
Yeah.
it is amazing too.
Yeah, that the Spider Queen is a very good model. I've never used one myself. They're very hard to get hold of the actual models, but they've got so much versatility. The broodlings for capturing objectives, for getting off the board in scenarios. Yeah, Spider Queen is a great inclusion in this list. It's a shame the list doesn't quite work in the same way it did in 2019. Some
Yeah.
questions from some of the people watching. Nathan says, was there a standout error that you thought had ruined your chances? Did you make any mistakes that you had to recover from, Damien?
In the Ardacon, or
Yeah, in Ardacon.
mistakes in Ardacon?
I guess because you won, probably not so many, but
No, I definitely make some mistakes, but I will like try to answer this by like quickly review my like every game a bit, not many
yeah,
details.
let's do
And
that.
I'm honest with myself, so if I make any mistake, I will tell you that. So and yeah, first game. Sorry if I did not remember player, but I remember Scott Whitefoot.
Yeah.
And scenario was Heroes of the Age Past, so one of the I say worst scenario in the game. It's too randomized, I would say. He was playing like Wood Elf army with Celeborn, Galadriel, and Haldir, I think. And so how the games look? My army works if I'm in the group, let's say under shade, and this scenario has Master of Battle. So my entire army was in like entire board was my army. I have a lot of models.
Yeah.
And Scott army was only in one side. So I managed to secure all the 6 objectives by blocking half my army, his army, and this is what just happened. So like only few people knows about this. By I almost lost my first game by accident.
Really, this is interesting. And
Yes,
against Scott
yeah.
Watford, he's been in the chat as well today. So
Oh,
hi
okay.
to Scott.
Okay, hi Scott. I think you don't know this. I just remember that like our game ends. So what is going on? On the center of the board, I decide to pick up like the artifact because I check everything else on the map. So I knew just center is objective, and I have like 13 goblins there, Goblin King, Golem, Spider Queen near, and I decide to pick up the relic by Goblin King because he had a lot of mind points, resistance to magic, will point. So if Galadriel calls a command, I will sure defend this, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to pick up with Gollum because, of course, he can be targeted by spell, but if I roll one, he can like move my Gollum to him with treasure, right? I think this was mistake, and I should pick by Gollum, but I'm not 100% sure about this. And I pick up this relic by Goblin King, and this is what just gonna happen. Scott cast command on Goblin King and roll 6. I defending this spell with my 2 will points and resistance to magic with 3 mind points, and I roll 2.
You could see it coming from the way you were telling that story.
Yeah,
All down to the dice.
Yeah, and what Scott do was like move 6 inch and drop the relic, and would have just come, pick up, and go away. And like entire like 40 minutes, I just chased this one elf with my entire army, with Spider Queen on 1 life, and in last turn, 1 minute to the end of time, Spider Queen like won fight against like Galadriel and Wolf, I think. And only thing that I can do to win this game is Herald Elf to kill the model with the relic.
Wow.
When I have 3 models to his 2. And I do this. And I won like 3-2 scenario or something like this.
It's crazy. It just shows. I mean, although you've managed to beat hundreds of people, there's always a bit of luck. You have to have a bit of luck to be able to win a big tournament like that. I guess that just shows, doesn't it?
Yes, and this is what I say at the start. Like our big mistake or my big mistake, because I think me and Scott forget about one thing. If you have treasure, you need to roll every single turn. In one, you have transfix. We did not do that. And the most important thing that almost like if I knew this before, in this scenario, if you have relic, you cannot drop it by command.
Ah, right.
You can't do that.
So all of that came out that you chased and you managed to win despite the fact that it wasn't even allowed to happen in the first place. So that's interesting. Well, it just shows.
That was really like, oh my god,
a bit of a nail biter there. And that was just the first game. And you had 5 games, or was it 7 and 6 and
6 more?
6 more because you played the final round. Just on that one, the final round. Dave Farmer's been asking, how was beating Calamedons in the final? What was that final game like? Because obviously there's a lot of pressure because you're thinking this nobody else is playing games in the final round. Everyone's just kind of hovering around watching you. What was that all like, and how did it go?
It was amazing, I would say. I'm just used to like someone watching me, so I was a bit stressed. I'm not gonna lie, but if when I heard it's gonna be domination, then my stress like goes down. I knew that if I'm gonna lose domination, I'm a really bad player. So I'm just tell to my team, if I lose this, I'm just bad. Just can't lose this if I'm playing against like wood elf, dwarfs, half his army is like mine. So
Yeah, I mean, the Calamedians is a very good player, and the army list
of
he had
course.
is also very good, though. I mean, just like you say, it's the kind of Battle of Five Armies hybrid where you've got. I don't know whether he had Thranduil or anyone, but he had like the Dane with some Iron Hills, Lake Town. I think, is that right? I'm forget the full.
No. It was Thorin,
Oh yeah.
Lake Town Captain with Alfred and Thranduil.
Okay, yeah. So I was mixing Thranduil and Dane up. So, but then a fair amount of models there. But obviously, you've got way more models than him and some big hitters. Yeah, Dave just confirms that. Yeah, it was Thorin Bard and Thranduil. Damien Crispian asked, Damien, do you have special dice you use to win?
Yeah. Okay, this is another story.
Oh right, okay, there's a story behind it. Thanks, Crispian.
I just had a dice. I'm just play with them like 2 years. But I heard from my captain that every year Ardakon has some dice to buy. Like, so I was like, okay, I will play these Ardakon dice. I will buy them and play them. But so I did not pick up my best like dice favorite, but I pick up like bag of a lot of small Games Workshop dices.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I just picked them. And in the first game, like for like an hour, with Ardakon dice, I roll only 1, 2, 3, or 4. And
Okay.
I'm just starting like a bit upset. Just what is going to happen? Like we fight every turn, and I can roll 5 or 6. So I pick up my bag and pick up like this 50 dices and play them until the end of tournament and until this day.
Wow. So you have got some christened lucky dice that have seen you through Ardacon and through that success. That's great to hear. Jasmine's just been commenting. Jasmine, by the way, is coming up after you at 3:00 or around thereabouts. We'll be talking all about fantasy fellowships and a bit about Jasmine's background in gaming as well. Jasmine's pointed out that Gollum couldn't move through friendly models before the rules update. So actually, your army has improved in some ways, although it not all of it will work. So that's quite a cool little rejig that.
I think this FAQ was like for me amazing. Gollum buffed, Nature's Wrath nerf, and this shade like tricky stuff. Let's say. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Damien, I don't know what the situation is. Obviously, you're in Poland. What's the gaming situation like there at the moment? Are you able to play many games? And what sort of armies are people using if you are?
Yes, gaming happening right now. We have some local tournaments, of course, with like mask, washing hands, and distance.
Yeah.
We even managed to have some bigger two-day tourneys. So yeah, we are playing SBG, but not in like not with a lot of people, like only 10 or something like this.
Yeah.
And the other question was about
what sort of armies are people using? Because obviously there's been a lot of rules changes in the last year, despite most of the world being locked down. We've had new books like Quest of the Ring Bearer. We've had I think Rohan at War early in the year. And what sort of armies are people using?
Okay, so we did not play that a lot. So this is only like my point of view. What I saw.
Mm-hmm.
So people playing a lot of legendary legions for sure.
Yeah.
They're cool. So yeah. A lot of like yellow matrix alliances.
Oh, interesting. Which could you give me some specific examples of which legions and which yellow alliances you're seeing a lot of?
Okay, so legendary legions is like Rangers of Ithilien.
Right. Yeah.
Isengard assault upon Helm's Deep.
Sure.
I saw one time like Fellowship,
Okay,
Riders of course, Riders of Theoden. Like every turn you have one or two players Riders of Theoden.
really.
But we did not see any like Ghosts of Dunharrow list legends. So I heard like in England a lot of players play that, but we just did not.
I think in the UK, I mean, obviously it's been a long time since we've played games here. Everything's changing day by day, but I think there was definitely a surge in popularity when the new rules came out, and then the Legion came out, and that very first one from the Gondor at War book. But actually, I think it has dwindled a little bit. You don't see it as much as you did. I heard from Australia as well as the case that they play a lot of it there still, but I'm not 100% sure when gaming does fully return in the new year. I'm not sure we'll see a lot of that. It's just there's so many books now and so many more things to get your teeth into. There's so many new ideas that people can try.
Yeah, for sure. Right. I'm waiting for like this virus to end so we can play again like a lot, and test
Yeah,
everything.
absolutely. And obviously in the coming months, there's the potential for more big tournaments, maybe even international size tournaments next year. Ardacon 2021.
Yeah,
Will you be going? What will you be bringing?
of course I will be going. I love
Excellent.
Ardacon. This is like I said, my first tournament outside of Poland, and I love playing with in England or with you guys. So yeah, definitely I will come back. And what I'm working. So when this change with Shade appears, I was a bit lost for a couple of months, but I'm really just love the Shade model and the Witch King model. So at this moment, like I'm mastering Angmar Force.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to be master of Angmar.
That's interesting because I think this year the Ardacon was meant to be 600 or so points for the tournament this year. Obviously, it didn't happen this year, but next year I'm guessing it's going to stay pretty much the same. But I'd imagine it's 600 points now. There's going to be a few of those Rangers of Athelian legions that are poking around. And how would an Angmar force counter lots and lots and lots of bows?
Yeah, that was. I'm a bit sad about this,
Yeah.
but so maybe let's say what is the Angmar strong or weak side, or what is the game style.
Yeah.
So the Angmar have two game styles, I would say. So first is like Gulavar, Witch King plus Spectres. These models make a great combo, which allow Gulavar just kill everything he wants and just control the battlefield. But I will leave that to Kale. She definitely know more about this.
Yes. Yeah, Kylie, who's coming on later on. Well, tomorrow morning, basically.
Yeah. So I will focus on second one, which is Shade, Barrow White, Witch King combo. And a lot of cheap orcs. This is my favorite. So Angmar Angmirist rule is amazing. Like our Angmar for orc have terror rule within 3 inch of any spirit hero model. This rule gives Angmar so much control on the battlefield. Also, Witch King have Bringer of Evil special rule help a lot.
Of course.
So idea behind this game style is outnumber your opponent like in Goblin Town. So maybe the same like style, I would say.
Yeah, similar.
Swarm opponent with a lot of cheap orcs, Undershade Aura, and they try to stop opponent heroes with Barrow White, Paralyze, or Witch King Transfix. Or you can just put your Witch King on Field Beast and kill heroes, or do like triple cast one hero and just finish him in one turn. And you just need a lot of orcs to give you time to do these things.
Yeah, so I suppose in this instance, against say Rangers of Athelian, yes, you might be facing 40 bow shots, but if you've got 60 orcs,
I count this. It's not 60, but it's nearly 50.
That's pretty good.
But the sad thing is, Rangers of Athelian, it's too nearly 50. So for me, How to say this? Shooting list is really popular in like small formats. For me, 600 points is a small format.
Yeah, it's that level where it sort of starts changing a bit, but it is still on the cusp of where small games can happen, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's really hard to decide which list pick, but like Legends of Ithilien, Rivendell Knights, Rohan, Assault Legion from Isengard. But there is a thing, like if you have a tournament with 200 people, 300 people, I think you need to take a risk to win that big format tournament, and just maybe hope you did not met any like heavy shooting army or something like this. Another fun thing about Ardacon. So my third game with Adam Trok,
Oh yeah.
like we start to deploy our armies. It was scenario contest of champions, and we just look on our left, like who is playing near us, and we just saw Smaug there. So
Oh wow.
like we just know like this guy, he can't like win Ardacon anymore. If you face like in unfavorite scenario something like this, you just have really bad luck. So for me, to win Ardacon, you have to have some luck in pairings, let's say, or in scenarios. So
Yeah.
you can make Smaug, or okay, Smaug is 700, so in 600, like it's contest of champions and you meet like 2 dragons or something like this. So I think I will take Agmar Force and just try to dodge any heavy shooting list. And if I met any shooting list, there is a lot of scenario and tricks that I can outmaneuver, let's say, or do some trick and still win against that type of army.
Absolutely. Well, Damien, I really appreciate you coming on. We've got to move on to the next guest in the next 5 minutes or so. But thank you very much for coming on all the way from Poland. I know it's been a pleasure hearing your insight into your Ardacon win 2019. Thanks very much for the questions and comments people have had in the chat. And Damien, I hope to see you again in the flesh in Ardacon 2020. I should say we did play a game in Ardacon 2019 in the doubles bit, and you were basically using your full army, weren't you? And Jasmine, who's coming on next, and I had a Khazad Guard backed up by Galadrim Court Guard, and we came up against you, and we were just completely destroyed. I mean, there was almost nothing, because we had such elite force against your massive hordes. We got completely annihilated. But Damien, hopefully we can do another rematch or something in 2021.
We just had like anti-elite force, and you have elite force, so you just
there was no chance. It was tricky.
Like no chance. So
absolutely, and of course you played it very well from memory as well. Damien, thank you very much for coming on. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. And Damien Dudash, Ardacon Champion 2019 there. So there you go. Thank you very much to Damien for appearing in the stream. That's brilliant. So I really appreciated his time and efforts. So in a few minutes' time, we've got it's going to be probably, let me just get them out. Right, probably just a few minutes break first, so I can rest my voice, my vocal cords, get myself some drink, and then we'll be talking to Jasmine Tetley all about the Fantasy Fellowship, and I believe she's waiting in the wings as well already. So thank you very much for watching so far. Just reminders about what we're doing this for. If you look in the comments below, there's a link to to donate to the Trussell Trust. All of this is 24 hours worth of streaming. We're getting to the 3rd hour. So what's that? An 8th? Oh God, it's an 8th of the way through. I've got a lot of time left. So an 8th of the way through. But either way, that's it's a worrying thought. But either way, we're doing it for a good cause. So if you go to if you take a picture of the QR code You can donate there. I'll be dipping back in a few minutes' time to have a look how it's all going, and in terms of donations. But here is the reasons to donate, followed by a 2-minute break. When we will return, we will have Jasmine Tetley all on Fantasy Fellowships. Thanks for watching so far.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Hey, we're back. Thanks very much for joining us for the 3rd hour of this crazy challenge. I don't know how I'm going to have the energy to keep going. Got some water to keep me going. That just went everywhere. And I've got a lot of SBG to talk about. I just want to quickly, before we get Jasmine into the studio, just to show you a little bit of amazing news. We've got to £707 raised for the charity Trussell Trust, food bank charity in the UK. So thank you very much to everyone who's donated so far to that challenge. You can do it just up there by scanning on the QR code. So if you look at the schedule down below, I've posted a link. The very first thing in the comment description is a link to the schedule. And if you look in at 3 o'clock, you'll see Jasmine in the screen. Hello, Jasmine, the Queen Jasmine, the Conqueror. Hello, and welcome to Entmoot Live. Thanks for joining me and helping me survive this 24-hour challenge.
24 hours of anything is crazy, so I had to
Yeah, well, we haven't got there yet. I've got 19. Wait, how many hours have I got left? 21 hours left. So yeah, we'll see how I manage to do the whole lot. But either way, I really appreciate you coming in. And so to anyone who doesn't know, Jasmine, you're a legend in the community, one of the top table players. And just set us up. So tell me your credentials here, Jasmine. Because I know you've done some excellent work in tournaments and so on as well.
To be honest, I just like playing the game and hanging out with people. And the best thing is the more tournaments that you play, the more people you get to know. So I didn't think I'd end up winning as many as I have. So that was just really a bonus, to be honest.
Yeah, and I suppose, like you say, that just practice makes perfect almost. And the more tournaments you go to, usually the better you get. It hasn't quite worked for me, but still, we can enjoy these things. But you've definitely done well in tournaments.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just learning as well. It's just seeing what other people do and going, oh, well, I now know that for next time, basically. I remember the first time I saw a double heroic combat with 2 fell beasts, and it was like, oh, okay, that's what they do.
Mind blown. Yeah, absolutely. And you've called yourself Queen Jasmine the Conqueror on here. Just explain the context of that, because I get it, but not everyone probably does.
Okay, it's a play on words because I won the World Conquer Championships, so...
That's quite a claim. That's quite a claim. I mean, not only have you done very well in the World Championship of the strategy battle game, you're a Conquer champion too.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Still reigning champion because it was cancelled this year. So
I know.
2 years running, can't complain.
Very true, very true. So I've got you on. So I just want to before we talk about your sort of the reason we got you on about fantasy fellowships. I'm just kind of intrigued. So you mentioned already you like going to tournaments, you like playing the game generally. What's your sort of gaming ethos? Are you a thematic gamer? Are you a competitive gamer? Or are you somewhere in between? What would you describe yourself as?
Definitely competitive. I always like trying to make the best team possible. But obviously now the rules mean that themed armies are also competitive. So I remember some people were trying to look at being too clever, trying to like make things ally, when in reality, the bonuses for the themed army was just competitive in itself. So I do miss a little bit of the pure freedom that we have, but there's definitely still things that you pick up on every now and then. And I really don't mind that all the armies are themed. Because they're competitive as well, so that's fine.
Yeah. Do you think there is anything that's been ever so slightly lost by making the theme armies the competitive ones? Because I always kind of thought I like the fact that there are people who are playing with sort of duffer armies, which are the thematic fun ones, and then now everyone's kind of playing with the fun ones, and there's no real reason to take a sort of strange hybrid force like the one we've just seen in from Damien at Ardacom.
For me, it's not about the only seeing a few themed army. It's more of the skill of making an army that is not quite where it once was, because making an army list is a huge part of doing well in tournaments, because if you don't take the right army list, then you're not going to do well. So with these legendary legions, some of them are built, you can literally only play them in one certain way. Like look at the new Balrog one, for example. You go 750 points, the list writes itself. You literally can't write it any other way to be competitive. So in that sense, it takes a little bit of the skill out of it. But in terms of seeing cool themed armies on the table, I have no problem with that. That's nice to see.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I love seeing themed armies. Dave Farmer, who's been in, saying he misses this sort of content, talking about things, but he also mentions hobbits, which have suffered ever so slightly. I know Dave used to play a lot of hobbits backed up by spears and things like that, which obviously suffered a little bit in the new rules and allies matrix and stuff. I guess that's one of the downsides, isn't it?
I mean, everything's in different rules. Some things are going to be slightly stronger and some things are going to be slightly worse. And I don't think there's anything that's not particularly strong, but like you said, it's just finding those things that work well together and just going, oh, well, this rule works really well with this rule. And you're not looking at pairing two different models that wouldn't have existed at the same time. You're purely looking at it from a rules aspect and making those rules play as well as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the other side of the hobby, obviously this has been an unusual year for everyone, I guess, in many different ways, shapes and forms. It's provided some people with a lot of extra time to do hobbying, painting, less gaming, obviously, certainly in tournaments and things like that. How have you found it? What have you managed to do extra hobbying or painting or anything like that?
To start with, I definitely sort of just didn't really forgot about the game a bit, just went online gaming and just filled my time in other ways. But recently, especially with the new Quest of the Ring Bearer rulebook, that's definitely sort of got me back into wanting to do stuff. And next year, I'm going to start the Fantasy Fellowship campaign with my brother. So because I can be part of his household, regardless of whatever the rules are, we're going to be able to have a lot of fun being able to play through that. So
yeah, that's the great thing about I mean, they've kept coming out with the rule books. It gives you something else to delve into and look at, even if usually, I know certainly for me, I think that's probably the case with you, is that we kind of build up armies ready for a tournament, and that means we might be painting a new model here or there or whatever. I guess there's that motivation is gone, but there's other ways to motivate ourselves.
There is a shame in the fact that lots of people have made very good armies, and I've seen some that they've put a lot of work and effort into it, and obviously they're not going to be able to use it, and the tournament rules might mean that it's not going to be the same army in a different time when they do get to use it. So that's obviously disappointing for people. But I do like looking on the Facebook group and seeing people come up and share what they've done, and that's always nice to see. And it's not something that you still need to do alone just because we're not playing tournaments together. You can still share ideas and you can still share what you've been working on. And I know that there's quite a few streams out there, like Damien and Steve, like they get people showing off what they're doing and just literally getting people together, which is really nice.
Absolutely. And in fact, I saw you posted something. I'll try and track it down in one of the Facebook pages just the other day. You've done a really, really cool Santa. Is it like a snow globe? Is it a whole setup thing? A Christmas themed scenario? It just looks really cool. You've done, so that's what you've been spending some of your time doing?
So it started out with, so my brother's got Gandalf in his Fantasy Fellowship team, and I needed to paint it up. So I was like, oh, I'd paint him up as Father Christmas and give it to him as a Christmas present.
Yeah.
And once I saw how good he looked, I was like, well, what if I just made the whole thing with the dwarves into Santa's little elves? And yeah, it turned out much better than I was expecting. So that took me like 3 days straight.
Well, that's great. I mean, and this is the creativity that the community is so desperate to have an outlet for it, and it's wonderful that you come up with something like that. That you know, a Santa themed Thorin's company. It's just I suppose without the pressure of tournaments making us do lists, we kind of find out other ways to do hobby, which is excellent.
Yeah, normally I would just paint for a tournament, and the only way my models get painted is because they need to be played with. So doing something like this it was quite nice to just sort of have the motivation to do something, and it wasn't just like batch painting 20 orcs for the sake of painting 20 orcs, so which was quite nice.
Absolutely.
It makes use of the models that I haven't used before, so
Exactly, and actually that's something that this Fantasy Fellowship, the fantastic segue, I hope, is good at, is because you can throw heroes in that perhaps you wouldn't usually get out in an army, or maybe if you run certain armies a lot and you play those armies a lot, maybe you leave some armies abandoned sometimes, and a Fantasy Fellowship means you can use some of those heroes. So I've got you on to talk about Fantasy Fellowship generally, just give us a bit of an idea of setup, because not everyone will have read all the way through the Quest of the Ring Bearer book and remembered everything. So give us an idea. What is Fantasy Fellowships for the uninitiated?
So originally it was many, many years ago, 10 plus years, when I was much, much younger, there was a White Dwarf segment. And basically what you're doing is kind of similar to like Fantasy Fit, but you're given a certain number of points and you have to pick your own characters to do the campaign to try and destroy the One Ring, and then you'll play through the scenarios as you go. And originally it was literally just 4 pages in a White Dwarf, but now, because that was so popular and because it's such a great idea, because who doesn't want to see if they can do it with their own team, they've put it into the new rulebook, and they've added more rules to it as well. So you get bonuses for going and winning scenarios, or you're models, their might points aren't always returned to them, so it makes it harder. But also, given the wizards like bonus and you get gifts, and basically there's a whole section on it which is really, really good. And I think it's like 20 scenarios to try and get through, and you just basically get given 750 points, which is roughly what the actual fellowship is, and you pretty much can pick anyone you want. Like there's not many constraints to it.
No, it's great fun, and there's actually quite a sizable section of the book. If you can see that's all of the Fantasy Fellowships stuff. So, so let's just go through it. Because I know you've got some crazy cool ideas that you've done, but let's walk through the start, because you've got to sort of select first of all your ring bearer. So, so you've got to have either Frodo, Bilbo, old Bilbo or young Bilbo, and Smeagol to start with. Which is interesting. I think previously they might have had an Isildur version, which I guess would be quite powerful in the new way. But how do you go about choosing your fantasy fellowship?
Well, Isildur actually had a separate campaign tree, so they took it from Mount Doom. So I guess that's probably why he's not included in this one. But yeah, so obviously you've got 1 of 4 to pick from, and if you're looking at it like, oh, I want to win, then some are better than others. But in reality, your ring bearer is not going to make that much difference. And pick someone that you want to pick because they're cool, or because they present a different challenge. Like Smeagol, he's a great addition, but he's also going to be very interesting to play because he moves faster at 5 inches, I believe.
Yeah.
But he also has no will and is not resistant to magic. So those early scenarios with the ring wraiths, like, it's going to be really interesting. But then he's good at fighting, so yeah, that's going to be it's going to be interesting to play with that, and it will certainly present a much different challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the great things, I think Bilbo Baggins from the Thorin's company list, he gets some bonuses for the ring, doesn't he? So the ring hasn't awoken, or have they sorted that out somehow?
That is the one thing that, if I'm playing it in terms of to make the Fantasy Fellowship campaign as fun as possible, because in reality that's what it is, I would personally ignore it, because let's face it, the ring kind of has awoken and they're going to destroy it because it's a bit too powerful, and for my mind it wouldn't be as much of a challenge. So I think it's just a pretty easy rule just to ignore as a homemade fan one. If anyone wants to play it the other way, that's fine. But
yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're playing this Fantasy Fellowships scenarios, it's for fun. It's not really to like be competitive. Although I guess people have applied a sort of competitive mindset to it in a way, because you can build some really cool lists and make the most powerful Fantasy Fellowship. And I know you've sent me some that you've got here, and I don't know whether you want to delve into some of them straight away or have a think about others first. But let's
maybe just go through exactly what you put into a Fantasy Fellowship. So we've spoken about the ring bearer. So you get to pick your ring bearer, and then you pick a companion. So obviously that replaces Sam. And basically what you do on the campaign tree is it will tell you what numbers you use in what scenario. So if you replace Sam with somebody else, like Hamfast, for example, Hamfast will take Sam's place in every scenario that Sam would feature in. So you've got to think carefully about in what order they go, but also there's a few more restrictions. So for example, Gandalf has to be replaced by a magic user, of which it lists the ones that you're allowed to. And for also the one that replaces Boromir, when Boromir dies, they will die, and then they don't go forward. So it's just basically working out where you want to spend your points. And obviously, if you want to make somebody more or less powerful, that's fine, but it just affects something elsewhere. So yeah, you just got to think that through.
So I suppose so. It says the ring-bearer's companion can only be a Hobbit hero. So so if you've got Bilbo, you could maybe put like you said, Hamfast or someone to keep your eras and things like that. But they are still relatively strict. And but then the Merry and Pippin roles, they seem to be less strict, but they have to be less than 50 points. So there's some quite fun things you can do there, like putting Beregond or Damrod or whatever, something like that, randomly into your fellowship, just to give it some spice, I suppose.
Oh yeah, there's definitely plenty of options. So like the first one, obviously you're picking 1 of 4, but once you get down to the Aragon role, you can literally have any single character you want. there's no restrictions on it whatsoever. So the few restrictions that are there are just to help keep the balance and to sort of direct you and sort of make it fun as possible for you.
And give you some structure, I suppose, which is half the fun. There's no fun without some rules to apply to it. And so there we go. So we've got some of those things. So we've got 9 members to choose from, and the main restrictions, as you say, are the companion, who's a Hobbit hero. Merry and Pippin are replaced by heroes of less than 50 points, and magical power people for Gandalf. And you can have Grimmer Wormtongue in your fellowship as well. That's quite an intriguing idea. So there you go. Okay, so are there any other restrictions and any things that we should know about before we have a look at some of your list that you've got?
Probably the most important one is they have to be infantry models. So no buying anybody a horse, because that might make the scenarios pretty easy when you're trying to run away. Doesn't mean there's good ways around that, but that's quite an important one to note, really.
Yeah, I mean,
think
for example,
the main ones.
Yeah, I think so. And there is something about pairs. So if you buy Mirin-Adrar or Eladin and Elrahir, they take up 2 slots. So you've got to divide it over 2 things. So things like that. But yeah, I guess the ways around sort of movement things are using people like Gildor, who's moves 8 and stuff like that. Yeah,
or I don't know, a certain model called Guahir.
You can get Guahir in. That's crazy. Okay, well let's have a look at your one of your lists. Let's try and share the screen and see what happens. So I think they're all on the same page. So
I just did it in columns.
Yeah, that's fine. So we'll just there we go. You can see it there. So I think I might be able to zoom it in some way so that we just hide one of them. But we've got the one on the left. Let's just see if this works. There we go. That's a bit better. So there you go. So the one on the left is the one we'll focus on straight away. So we've got Bilbo, Farmer Maggot, Barnum and Butterbur, Bill the Pony, Radagast with Sebastian, Thranduil, Tauriel, Quickbeam, and Aresta. Wow, this is quite a cool combination here. So take me through the thought process behind who's in here. And also, I noticed you've got Jasmine. So this is your fellowship.
This is my actual one that I will end up using, and the idea was to try and make the best one possible, but without picking anybody that wouldn't make sense, if you see what I mean. So I wasn't trying to make it themed, but I didn't want it to be unthemed either. So for example, like obviously Quickbeam is in there. He's got 8 inches move. He's got Heroic March. That's all very useful.
It's also a tree and a monster. That's pretty useful as well.
It's also pretty fun. And also I'm never likely to play Quickbeam in a tournament because I don't have an Ent army. So it's a good excuse to use him.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. Yeah, and especially if there are there's a new version coming out at some point, that'd be cool. Although I suppose any tree will do. But I like the thought process behind it. And actually, I just want to talk about Barnum and Butterbur and Bill the Pony's inclusion here, because those two, they're really cool thematic options, because you can imagine having Bilbo going along with Farmer Maggot and then picking up those 2 guys and taking them on the road. But Barlaman's got some unusual rules which may actually really benefit this kind of combination.
So I think we've made a couple of homemade rules for this. So because they're all in the fellowship, Barlaman's got a rule that means fellowship members can regain, I think it's might points or something. So for the purposes of my list, everybody will have the fellowship keyword so that they benefit from him. But then also there's like Farmer Maggot, for example. We decided that his dogs will have to roll separately on the injury chart, because otherwise it might be a bit too powerful if the dogs just keep respawning whenever he does.
That's
true. They will go as well. So it's just making it practical, really.
Little things to make it fair. Yeah. So Barlaman's rule, because he is a new character, I suppose, if you haven't encountered him before, he spends a will point. He's got 3 will points, another 5+. Any hero gains a wound loss early in the battle, but if they're from the fellowship, they get it on a 4+ instead of a 5. So that's quite cool. And also, Bill the Pony is 10 points rather than 25 points. So you get to save a bit of pointage. And Bill the Pony has a similar sort of thing where it's on a 5+ that you get might, will, and fate or something back. Is that
Yeah, I think it's on a 5+, and then you get to pick one. I think it
Yeah,
is.
something
I
like
can't
that.
remember
Yeah.
off the top of my head.
And he counts as a banner for hobbits. So Bilbo and Farmer
He
Maggot will
does.
gain the banner, which is really cool. I love the thought behind this. And then, so have you got like a story in mind for this sort of thing? Did you have a kind of, a thought process behind how they would go about picking them up? How do they bump into Radagast, for example?
I think I just sort of thought, well, I kind of want to sort of get a bit of nature in there, obviously with Quickbeam in the forest, and obviously Radagast, that's where he goes. I also wanted to include Aresta because he was rudely missed out from getting kicked out by Merry and Pippin because he was originally meant to be in the Fellowship. So
Yes, in the early
I
drafts of
wanted
the
to give
story,
him his
wasn't it? Yeah.
chance, yeah. So yeah, I mean, in terms of the theme for this one, there's not a huge amount of theme. Like I said, for this one, it was trying to make the best team that I could think of. So the little things in there, like Sebastian, your wizard gets an extra attack once they get killed by the Balrog, I think it is. So essentially, I'm going to have Radagast having 3 attacks almost.
Nice.
Which
Yeah.
is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
So yeah, so it's just more of a case of, and also like Bilbo, for example, I think in terms of points wise, there wasn't much point in picking Frodo for like 20 points more. I don't think he really gets anything at all. So
yeah, because Bilbo can still have Sting and the
well, he'll get them on the campaign tree.
Oh, yeah,
so that's the cool thing about the tree. It's like it's thinking, oh, what are they going to pick up as they go along? So in my team in particular, I don't think there's like they pick up much because like Quickbeam obviously can't pick up heavy armor, but they do get
the idea that way.
They do get the Gladriel's gifts. So Quickbeam will get to re-roll all his dice 3 times in a battle, which is going to be pretty nice on an end. So
yeah, definitely, that's really cool. I see. This is where it starts branching out in those different ways. To use the Quickbeam related branching pun, it's great that you can start sort of tumbling down the rabbit hole. I can see why people are getting so addicted to it. Although I haven't really gone into it at all, but I can see the fun of it. And like people like Thranduil, for example, he's a more than a capable replacement for Aragorn with the extra elven blade as well.
Well, I'm not sure you could ever replace Aragorn because that free might point is going to be extremely useful. So I guess that's the one weakness of Fantasy Fellowship, that you're always trying to sort of trade off with that. But yeah, and then there's the other stuff as well. Like you'll just find, because the rules are quite loose about it, you'll just find weird scenarios. So I think in one of them, whoever replaces Merry rides as a passenger. But obviously, if you put Bill the pony as Merry, how does Bill ride on Eowyn's horse? So I think you just sort of got to go, okay, well, he just rides into battle himself.
I think that's funnier. You've got to keep the idea that Bill the pony's being carried over the horse with Eowyn at the front and like neighing in indignation as being ridden into battle that way. That's great fun though. And so just so I know, because the scenarios, it's not the exact same scenarios as the whole of the Quest of the Ring Bearer, is it? But there's quite a lot of scenarios in it. It's like 20 something, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think to be honest, looking at it, I don't see any reason why you couldn't put them in if you didn't want. It just might make it a bit harder because obviously the more scenarios you put in, the less chance you're going to be fully recovered after each one. Although you do get some rest points where it sets it out. But yeah, 20 scenarios, I think it is. Definitely makes it a long campaign, but don't forget some of these first scenarios are not going to take you long at all. Like, for example, but
no, I played through a few of the early ones, and they are good fun actually. That even I was very surprised actually that things like the Fog on the Barrow Downs was great fun. Farmer Maggot's House was really good fun as well. Or the Farmer Maggot's Farm, I think it is the first one of the book. That is great. You mentioned rest points. What's a rest point?
So as a battle, so the thing is, you'll be playing the scenario, but you can't just play it and use all your resources because they need to get carried through to the next scenario.
Oh, what?
So
after
each scenario, you'll roll, and they can regain a might, will, and fate if they get the right roll, or they might not get recovered at all, or could just die. So you got to think, well, do I really need to spend this point of might, or will I potentially need it for the next scenario because I don't get it back? And then I think there's sort of 3-ish points where they get fully recovered and they fully heal again. So you do get that opportunity to return to full strength. But it's going to certainly make it interesting because you're going to have to think really carefully, like, do I need to use this heroic march, for example?
Yeah, that's tricky. So even if you have, I mean, I guess that's why people like Aragon are pretty good for this sort of stuff. But
exactly,
yeah, when you lose someone like Aragon, it's going to be spending might is going to be a tricky one. That's really interesting. Excuse me. Should we move on to the second list you've got here? So you've got a Minas Tirith themed one. Is this all just basically anyone who turns up at Minas Tirith? Oh, I like this. This is quite cool. So you've got Bilbo, Hamfast, Amborn, Damrod, Gandalf. So yeah, this is literally the Minas Tirith characters, isn't it? So walk me through how you come up with this. And these are all 750 points, aren't they?
All 750 or less.
Okay.
Some might be a bit less, but they're all close enough that I'd consider them with a good chance of doing it. But yeah, so obviously I made my team to be as good as possible, but then I was like, oh, what if I make some other teams that would be obviously really thematic and really cool and something different? So obviously feel free if anybody wants to take these and steal them, go ahead. That's what they're there for. But the idea of this one is Anborn and Damrod are the rangers, so they get sent ahead in advance to the Shire. So they're sort of scouting out ahead of sending the main Minas Tirith leaders to go claim it back. So, and originally I was going to put Ingold in just because I really like Ingold, but then when I thought about it, I thought, oh no, Irolas makes so much more sense because he can do that shielding rule and still make a strike. So he's almost sort of perfect for that Boromir role. Plus he's fight 5. Whereas Ingold's only fight 4, and Ingold affects warriors, of which you've got none. So I was thought, yeah, it'd be a nice chance to get Irolas in there because you wouldn't normally pick him in a Minas Tirith army either. Oh, okay. And I don't think he's a bad profile, to be honest.
I think, yeah. Well, I've been listening to the DCHL podcast about Minas Tirith recently, the Unexpected podcast on YouTube and on iTunes and stuff. I've been talking to them later on in the wee hours of the morning, about 3 o'clock in the morning, and they've been talking about the debate over Irolas and various different other characters. And one of them, Matt Iverson, who's going to be talking to us later, he reckons that Irolas is really good and often chooses him over Madril because of the inclusion of March. He's got a high defense. He's not a slouch in combat. He's got that shielding rule which can help, and I must admit I'd never really considered him before, mainly because you have to buy a second set which includes Denethor, which I already have, so I was sort of thinking, well, but
yeah,
he's a cool character.
Yeah, I think he's cool, but for me, I've played Minas Tirith probably more than any other army since the rework, and I've just found that you just spam Heroic Strike, and because he doesn't have Heroic Strike, he just falls down behind for me compared to the others. But certainly in a campaign tree like this, I put him up against Ingold because I think he's the same points, and I was like, oh, well, actually, Irolas is much better for this particular thing. So it just goes to show that a profile can be good in different ways. Yeah,
absolutely. And the same with Faramir and Hurin and people like that. That like Faramir is probably one of those heroes that often is well, everyone wants his big brother instead, basically.
Yeah, or the other problem is Hurin just is a bit better.
Yeah, and cheaper points as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
But yeah, Faramir and Boromir teaming up would be pretty cool to see, and Boromir's banner as well would affect all of the Fellowship too. And he doesn't get the -1 penalty, so that would be pretty handy to have in your team too.
Yeah, gosh, yeah. You get a big banner, get the and does his banner affect Minas Tirith heroes, or is it just troops?
It's just warriors.
Just warriors, okay.
But it's still a 6-inch reroll banner, and it makes him fight 7 too.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Is always useful.
Absolutely. Dave Farmer's just adding in there, Irolas's model is amazing. It is amazing, I agree. Sadly, it's one of those ones that I can't justify spending the £20 on the set just to get half of it and actually use it. But maybe
what you could do is find somebody who wants the Denethor. Because I needed Barlaman, and I just looked out because I've already got Bill the Pony, and this guy called Alexander bought the set and then sent me Barlaman, who's now all painted up.
Oh, lovely. There he is.
So in reality, would have cost me £20, but I didn't. I only paid half. So
see, I gave my my Build a Pony away to viewers, but there's my Barlaman as well. He's a lovely model. I don't know whether you can see that.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
it's slow getting there. But I particularly enjoyed making his bread burnt. I took a bit of extra time to like paint the top of his bread to make it burnt, which is a bit of a silly extra waste of time, but still, there you go. And all right, let's crack on back into the Fantasy Fellowship. So we've got a few more. Let's just have a look through here. So what we've got, well, this looks like it's a families one. So so walk me through this. What's the families that are involved here?
So you got Frodo teaming up with his uncle, because why not? That's totally possible. So who knows? Bilbo would perhaps want to go with him, keep an eye on the ring. You got Sam and his dad, and then the best bit is Elrond's full-on family. So you've got Elladan, Elahir, and Arwen. Now you could put this in any order for those three, because one of them's going to die, which is going to be really sad and tragic for the other two. So you could choose to make one of the twins go crazy or kill their sister. There's a whole load of things you could do there.
I like the idea there that you've got the twins, but because it makes perfect sense as well, and even Círdan being involved as well, it feels like it's right somehow.
Yeah, it's just sort of keep it in the family, you know. Elrond trusts the people closest to him.
And actually, there's some power to be had there as well. I mean, obviously, Hamfast is a significant weakness, I think. But other than that, there's some really good models in this army. And I suppose, are there any special things that you could use these guys for during a campaign? Because I feel Elrond in particular, he's got some extra special rules which will make him quite a tabletop force.
He does. So I think this is probably the weakest one, because I didn't quite get up to 750 points, hence the Elven cloaks going in and the heavy armor, even though they'd get it later on. But in terms of Elrond's power, in the next list, that's where I really focus on it. So this one was sort of like, oh, well, wouldn't it be funny if, well, it'd be kind of tragic, but also a bit funny if you killed off one of the three siblings.
Yeah, I feel bad that Arwen has been chosen, but I can see the logic behind it with Elladan and Elra here going absolutely wild after it. Okay, well, you mentioned the next one, so let's have a look at this. What's the thought behind this one? It's entitled Rivendell.
So this is just basically Rivendell has some seriously strong heroes. So I was like, well, what about making a Rivendell one? Because obviously Círdan is from the Rivendell list, and the wizards sort of constrains you a little bit as to picking wizards that are themed. But in this one really utilizes Elrond and Glorfindel. So because Glorfindel's taking the Aragon role, he gets the Fortify Spirit with the armor. So that's going to make him really strong in resisting those ring wraiths. And then Elrond properly gets beefed up in this one because he gets Lindir, who gives him all the extra Nature's Wraths that he can cast.
Oh wow, yeah, because it gives him a 3-point of will or something every turn, is it, or something like that? What's the deal?
I've never played with him, so I can't remember. Sort of read it briefly, but yeah, I think it's more like it gives him will points back. So
yeah,
he's just going to be able to spam out those Nature's Wraths a lot more.
That'll be very useful in like the Mines of Moria and things like that. There'll be a lot of use there. And also I like the choice of hobbits as well. Folco, Holfoot, and Boldo. Not hobbits I've encountered much. Holfoot, yes, but Folco and Boldo. Just remind me of which ones those are.
So Boldo's the throne stowing one.
Oh yeah.
And Holfoot's obviously the sheriff leader.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd pick the ones that have more than one wound. Just because it's going to be harder to lose them, basically. And I think Folco is the one where Frodo can use his will points for moves, which is going to be very useful if you're giving Frodo potentially 3 more heroic moves.
Yeah, that'll make your whole fellowship a lot more movie, which is really cool. And then as you say, Arrestor going to be biting the dust after in the Boromir slot. So that's not a bad one to lose. But he's pretty good, powerful model in the meantime.
I do really rate Arrestor, and I wrote a few lists for tournaments that I was going to use him in. just because I think those throwing weapons just consistently be able to take out like almost a model a turn is pretty powerful.
And I'd imagine though that he the one downside, does he? Am I right in thinking he doesn't have strike? Is that?
No, he has strike.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay, well, maybe I'm getting mixed
Yeah.
up with someone else then. I can't remember who I'm thinking of. But so he's the throwing daggers, 2 or 3 attacks, and fights 6 or 7, I imagine. So
Fights 7, 2 attacks. He also causes terror as well, which that's the cool bit that makes him so good. So if you're ever played against him in a tournament, you're like, oh, I just charge him to stop him throwing a dagger at me. But you can't because he causes terror, which is a really nice like dual rule symmetry there.
Yeah, that's really good thinking there. I really like that. I've just got we've got a comment from Nathan. Says, would putting a twin in Boromir slot make the other constantly crazy after Amon Hen? And I guess they would, yeah.
I think the rule might say scenario, but again, this is one of those ones where I'd just play it as what makes sense, which is yes, they would go crazy for the rest of the whole of the campaign.
Yeah, why not? Why not? That's fun, and also because it gives them higher strength, so it's lower defense though, isn't it? But
strength goes up, defense goes down,
yeah.
And then they have to charge your model.
Okay, that's good. That's fair enough. Well, there you go. That's Nathan there. Feel free, drop in your comments and questions for Jasmine. We'll be talking about Jasmine's tournament sort of ethos in a bit. So maybe if you've got suggestions for questions or anything you want to talk about or anything generally, just throw it in the comments and we'll put it up in a few minutes' time. We've got the final one. This is it sounds like it's going to be an amusing one. Doomed to Die. So starting off with Bilbo, what's the thought behind this?
Pretty much anyone who ends up dying. To be honest, you could probably replace Bilbo with Smeagol.
Yeah, I think that works better,
you have to change Balin because Balin isn't a hobbit. So yeah, but yeah.
But Bilbo especially gets Balin. So Balin's the exception.
Because Bilbo from Thorin's company. You're allowed to pick a Thorin's company member under 50 points.
Okay.
So I obviously thought Balin's tomb, like obviously he dies in the films. Mm-hmm. There's his tomb. So I thought we'll get Balin in there. Hence why I put Bilbo in for that purpose. But yeah, and then just pretty much anyone who dies in the films or books, pretty much.
Yeah, and Ori sat next to Balin's tomb. I always think he's one of those models. That would be good in an SBG quiz. That I don't know whether I've ever come across it, but you get to ask how many versions of the Ori are there out there. And actually, there's one on the display base. There's one on the Balin's tomb kit because he sat there like dead with his little book. Poor old Ori. That's a good choice though. I like all these. So you got Gandalf or Saruman. So either or works, I suppose, because they both die. But I suppose Saruman would make sense because he really kicks the bucket by the end.
Yeah, I can't remember what happens to him in the books, but obviously in the extended version, I think, of the films, he gets pushed off by Grima, doesn't he?
Yes, but in the books,
spoilers.
Spoilers. Sorry, I'm not sure there are many watching here that haven't seen the films or even the extended version. But I think Saruman, he gets stabbed by Wormtongue in the Scouring of the Shire. So he does kick the bucket in the end. So yeah, Saruman would work just as well. But I like this: Boromir, Haldir, and Theodred. And actually some really good choices there. Like Theodred is no slouch, is he? And Haldir and Boromir, great additions to the Fellowship. I think that's some really good ideas in here.
Yeah, I think Theodred will be pretty fun to play with too. I played against a Theodred theme army in the one tournament that we had since the pandemic, and I was actually pretty impressed by him, to be honest.
Yes, I did. I think I played. Was that Thomas Wag?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played against that because I was at the same tournament as you. We played both against that same army then, and actually, he was surprising. I was very surprised at because I guess because he's limited in terms of theme, which armies he can slot him into, and also there are other great options. But now there's kind of a legion especially for him, and the other legions are a little less overly powerful. That I guess opens up the chance to go, I'll give it a go.
Well, to be honest, I turned up at the table and I was like, oh, not another Rohan army, just getting fed up of all of these like Theoden's Riders armies. And then he was like, oh, it's Theodred. And I was like, oh, okay. Don't really remember that Legendary Legion, but that's cool. Like, I'm happy to see that. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, isn't it? Josh Bryant confirms Saruman gets knifed by Wormtongue in the Shire and dissolves into the mist. So there you go. So there you go. Thanks, Jasmine, for having a chat about the fantasy fellowships and so on. so in terms of the actually how you've played it, have you actually played much of the Fantasy Fellowship so far, or is this all still theory hammer, as they call it?
So in January is when we're going to start it.
Okay.
So my brother's got a team and I've got a team, and we'll take it in turns. So we'll just play the first scenario twice, one with my team and one with his team. So yeah, just because I'm not I'm just living with my parents briefly over Christmas. So
Yeah.
I'm going to rejoin his household in the new year when I obviously can. So that's why I've not been able to try it out yet. But I'm seriously excited by it. That's for sure.
I am indeed as well. I'm very excited about the prospect of Fantasy Fellowships, because I haven't actually played it myself, and to be honest, I'm not sure I'll be able to do it. There's something to me, I really love the Fellowship themselves, and it almost seems sacrilege to change the Fellowship in any way. But I love the idea, and people have come up with some great, and those lists that you've just shared with us are fantastic ideas for how you can make it all work. But I'm very excited for another reason, because I don't know if you've seen this, Damien and Tom Macklin from Battle Streams in Middle Earth are doing a whole very long-winded campaign, and they're getting me very excited about watching it. So I'm particularly looking forward to watching that campaign and people playing through it. So so I love a bit of Fantasy Fellowships, and it's really nice to see it come back into the books in the Quest of the Ringbearer form. So from there, I mentioned people to ask questions for Jasmine, because Jasmine, we already sort of touched on your tournament prowess, as it were. I'm going to ask a couple of things first, because you've done very, very well at some big tournaments, like the Grand Tournament in particular, that you seem to be sort of faring almost at the top tables every time, and you've done really well the last few years. And I think, am I right in thinking if it wasn't for some sort of soft scores that you would have taken the prize home a couple of years ago? Is that right? Or
yeah, so both me and Ed agreed that we'd rather it done on VP difference, but obviously the rules that year was done on painting and favorite game of votes as well. But we both went 6-0 in that year, so it was not a problem that either of us won it, because we never got the chance to play. And anybody going 6-0, I mean, that's the one drawback with the GT if that happens. But I don't think it's really, I think it might be the only time it's happened, because obviously everybody was like, oh, well, if there's two people that go 6-0 and they don't end up playing, and then the next year, what was it, like 30 people tied or something at like 5-0-1. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem with the GT these days, is that there seems to be, there's quite a lot of people there, but they still manage to have a lot of draws at the top tables, and because of the good versus evil format, it means that it seems to be a little bit hampered in terms of finalising that victor, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a way around it, and the thing is, I'm not sure you can, unless you play more games, but that's probably not really a possibility. And beyond that, you're looking at going to like Warhammer 40k, where you do the heats and stuff. But I think you then lose the funness that anybody could play anybody at the GT. So you just sort of go, okay, well, that's what it is really. And come the games 4 to 6, you're only playing good players for sure. Like,
oh yeah. I mean, once you've gotten away from this sort of the bottom tables, playing against people like me, then you're way up there, and you're always doing fairly well. So let's get some questions out for you. Michael has already asked. Jasmine mentioned the importance of a good list if you're looking to do well. This was very early on when you were on. What are your other top 2 or 3 tips to doing well at tournaments?
So I think the first one is read the rules pack and see what the scenarios are. So obviously we've got the match play guide, so that sort of makes it a little bit less simple. But I've played tournaments where I've looked at the scenarios and they've had some custom scenarios and gone, okay, well, it's very objective based, it's very movement based, therefore I'm going to pick a fast moving army. So I go, well, I'm going to pick a drummer, my whole army can move to the middle, pick up the objective and take it off. So things like that, going, okay, well, what is the tournament wanting me to do? And then secondly, it's looking at the points and going, what works well at what points? So I know, for example, that one of my armies, which is Army of the Dead mixed with Minas Tirith, only works at 750 points or 700. It doesn't scale well because you're either adding in an extra hero or you're having to try and upgrade some troops. And it's going, okay, well, knowing what points level is best for your particular army, I think.
In terms of that sort of thing, how do you sort of work out when you've got to that maximum point? Because I've had this sort of idea before that you think, I like this combination of heroes or whatever, but then there's always a point where I think, okay, I like that combination of heroes, but am I using it with enough troops or too many troops, or have I, so say for example, you've got a force at say 600 points. How do you know when you've reached the top of that kind of level? So you might be able to max it to 650 when you've got like combination heroes by adding a few extra elite guys or something like that. But is there an obvious way of knowing?
I think that's just experience and just playing with your army as well. So you could write your 600 point army and you play with it and you go, oh, okay, well, it could benefit from adding this in, or no, it won't. And I think then just play a practice game with it. Some people can visualize that in advance, but I guess it's just working it out and knowing your army inside out, really. But obviously, you don't get that without playing a few games first. So,
yeah, because a lot of people sort of talk about points efficiency. So, in terms of, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example where, certain troops, like Osgiliath veterans, are considered not as good value for their points than, say, a ranger of Athelion. So, like, how is that? Is it because of that? Is it that when you're having so many troops over a certain thing, you're losing that efficiency, and it's the kind of knowledge of that sort of stuff? So the actual maths in your head.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going to look at a list and you go, okay, well, this model is just better than this model, and that's probably always going to be the case just for either what you're trying to achieve when you're playing or how your play style is. But then I think the harder thing, like you said, is working out, okay, I'm at 600 points. If it goes up, can I add another hero in and get another warband in? Or is just adding the hero in not going to add anything? And things like that.
Yeah, because at some points that you might be able to go, well, okay, if I add, I don't know, 5 more models here, I'll max out my warbands, but I could add a captain in for 50 points or so, and that's when you start getting to the stage where I'm starting to lose my mind, really, because I start thinking, well, I don't know which one's better, because sometimes obviously having a captain with extra 2 points might, it's brilliant, but sometimes you need the objectives, and yeah, I guess it's tossing that up and working out which one is more useful when you say about the scenarios and all that sort of stuff.
I think look at the Balrog Legendary Legion one is quite good for that, because there's only a limited amount of things in that list. So obviously you're taking the Balrog, you're taking the drum, and that's obviously most of your points taken up. And then because you're taking so much high point stuff, you're needing to get your numbers in there for the objectives. So by the time you've taken those 2 things and filled out those warbands, you really don't have any points left. So you get up to 750 points and that's it, it's full. Then when you go up again, you can't add to your warbands, so you have to add a hero. But by that point, the hero isn't adding much because they're not going to have a warband full, and then you're losing out on numbers comparatively compared to other 800 points lists. And that's where I would go, okay, this list works at 750, but I don't think I can play it at 800 because I'm not gaining anything at an 800 point list, and I'm actually losing from it comparatively.
That's a really interesting way of looking at it. So yeah, just the kind of balance between big heroes and models it's a very fine balance, though, isn't it?
It is. But like I said, if you just go to that one particular legion and you just start adding things in, you'll see that you will only ever have 2, 3, or 4 warbands going up to 1,000 points. And because there's so few options, you can then quickly see how adding or losing a hero is really, really important for your overall numbers, because you can't just keep adding more numbers because you're limited by warband space.
Yeah, that's really. I'm going to have to look at that one because I haven't really looked at the that thing before at all. So I'll be intrigued to find what it looks like. So people feel free to drop comments and questions in for Jasmine below. Michael asks, what's Hayden's Fantasy Fellowship like? You mentioned your brother that you're going to play with Fantasy Fellowship and you're going to switch over.
Yeah, so I think he's gone for Smeagol just for a bit of fun.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that one.
He's got Guaya here and there in the Aragorn role, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I think he's got Tauriel, Dwalin Champion of Erebor, who I have to admit is such a good model.
Yeah, that's a strong profile as Dwalin as
It
well in the
really
fellowship.
is.
Yeah.
So I think he was sort of left with sort of an awkward points limit left for the Boromir slot, so we ended up going for Garnbury Garn because why not?
Yeah, I love Ganbury Gan. Actually. I've just finished painting my Gan. I don't know where I've put him now, but yeah, but really nice model. And again, one of those ones that perhaps doesn't see the table top very often. Maybe in the previous edition when Wozers were really popular, but now it's kind of almost a lost, forgotten guy, which is a shame. And I'm going to ask you a little bit more about your GT experience. We've touched on it already. I'm going to steal the list, which is up on the Drawn Combat blog. So let's just put it up in full. Because I just found kind of intrigued at how these lists that we talked about with Damien just a few minutes ago about the power of his Ardicon list. But I'm intrigued at how you came up with your two alliances here and what has changed, I suppose, since. I don't know whether you can read them off. I'm sure you could probably remember exactly what they are. But we've got a Minister from White Council, Yellow Alliance, and an Assault on Helm's Deep, Legendary Legion. Just walk me through it. What was the thinking behind these?
So I think firstly, the thing that this shows is that themed lists and also unthemed lists are very evenly competitive, and I'll just pick. So I'm not opposed to playing Legendary Legions. I found that in this scenario, I thought, oh, this is actually really powerful and the strongest thing I can take.
Yeah.
But I think it just worked out with looking at the Legendary Legion for the Isengard one and going, right, well, I want to play this because I think it could be very different and very good. And I got to try it at the Masters and was like, oh, okay, when I scale this up to the points, it's going to be strong. So I think I only got, so the thing is, I didn't get a ticket originally, and I got a last minute ticket, I think about a week and a half before the tournament. So I didn't really have long to think about a list. I was like, okay, now I'm really excited to play the Isengard one. And then it was just sort of going, okay, well, now I need a good list to go alongside it. And because it's good versus evil, it changes who you pick, because like Lady of the Light, for example, is such a good model in good versus evil. It's like almost a no-brainer. I spoke to Matt Light, and I think he finished top 5, and he was also of the opinion it's like she's got to be the first name on the team sheet, basically. And then it was working out, because obviously she doesn't come with any warriors, working out what was best to play her with. And I've played with Minas Tirith pretty much since the new rules and found that they've been working well. So it was just working out exactly what to put in it. So
yeah, I guess you have to, when you're taking Lady of Light, you've got to really think carefully about the other warbands you're taking. So having 2 Heroes of Valor means you can take two full warbands and still not be paying that troop tax, I suppose, that you're missing out on with Lady of Light, because having 3 big heroes, you could potentially lose out on heroes on troops. But yeah, that's a nice fine balance there.
Yeah, also the other thing as well is one of the most important things when you're making an army is might points. And in that good army, I've got 12 might points, 12 might points that can heroic strike. Yeah. And in a lot of my games, it was, well, I'll just keep using my might because I've got a lot more of it. And eventually, I'm just going to have might when they don't.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the opposing one, the Assault on Helm's Deep, this is the Uruk-hai Ballistas one, which has changed slightly now. It's not quite what it was, but since an FAQ, I think I'm right in thinking. But still, this was, I think you were probably an earlier adopter of the Uruk-hai Ballista and Assault on Helm's Deep Legendary Legion. You're almost you did it. You're a hipster on this. You did it before it was cool. And you even borrowed. I remember you borrowed my ballista for it, I believe. But how I guess how did it go? First of all, because it's something that perhaps people dismissed a bit when they first read it. You know, it's got no big heroes, you got no strike, but there's a lot of power there.
Yeah, it's weird because it doesn't play like any other army. Got to play in a very different way, and also I can see why some people would say siege engines or siege equipment don't belong in a scenario game, because you can do some pretty weird stuff. So I think at the tournament after the GT, I literally could move on in Maelstrom, position my bomb, and literally blew up Gothmog on a Mordor troll. And then the next game, we played Contest of Champions, and they had Legolas and Gandalf in the middle, and I just put my 2 bombs next to each other, chain reaction, blew them up, and it's kind of like, oh, well, that's game over off of the first 10 seconds of the game. So I can see why people wouldn't be thrilled to play against them or have them in the game. But from my point of view, I certainly enjoyed the different challenge that it brought to the game.
Yeah, I think the one downside, of course, of the demolition team in particular is the idea that once you've decided to explode that demolition team, the opponent has like no counter to it. You just because it happens before heroic combats, doesn't it? So if someone wants a heroic combat, you just go, well, don't matter, I'm blowing you up first. Yeah,
I think that's a really nice rule to it, because otherwise it would be too easy for them just to get through and get rid of the threat, basically. The only thing that I'm sad about is that I was very happy to clarify the rules, because I was doing some very ridiculous things where you move one, drop it with one, move on with the other, and you're moving it further and wrapping it round and all this silly sort of thing, which didn't make much sense but was possible to do.
Right.
And also the things like blowing yourself up. But I just think the way it's been done harms it too much, that it doesn't make it competitive anymore. And I was enjoying... I was looking forward to trying to get some more games in.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a tricky one to find the balance there. I do think maybe it's gone a little too far, because you now can't send even one opponent, one enemy or something. I can't remember the exact detail. I know it's something about you can't set it off when there's only one enemy or something like that. So you can't destroy, say, Smaug or something like that, which is a bit frustrating. But I guess it's your fault, Jasmine, because you broke it. You broke it. You found all the things you could do with it, and then you like pulled the ladder from underneath us by saying, look, I found all the cool things that I can do with this, and now pointed it out to Jay.
What I did was I used it, won the tournament, and then made sure nobody else could use it again.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great idea. But yeah, that's a good one. I mean, the one thing that you think might be a little issue with this list is the lack of strike, but I suppose you've got such good ways of dealing with heroes, with the 2 ballistas, the demolition team, and actually just a lot of models, 42 models. You can do a lot of damage there against heroes.
The demolition team is key, because I actually played against this army at the GT. I think it was Dean's army, and he had pretty much the same army but without a demolition team, and it meant that there was no threat. So Boromir, I could literally just throw straight in to his warriors and just heroic combat, knowing that there's nothing that can stop him, because there's no strike, there's no demolition charge. Whereas as soon as he's got a bomb, it just stops me doing that. But again, I think this is one of those armies where, just like the Balrog Legendary Legion, it almost writes itself. There's not too many different ways to write the army list. And I know that Damien was 4th. His army is almost identical to my one. Like, pretty much to the warrior.
That's interesting. That is interesting, because obviously you've got the crossbows as well, which is always tough. But just it's worth noting that having 42 Uruk-hai warriors for fight 4, strength 4, that's hard enough to get through without all the extra ballistas and the demolition team. So that's I mean, you clearly did some great work, and the analysis from the Drawn Combat blog. So thanks, Dan, who's been commenting and watching earlier, says this seems to be a new power rising, which I like. Although clearly it's not quite the same. So would you ever play that Legion again now it's been changed in such a way?
I might have a friendly game with it to try and see what I could do with it, but in terms of a competitive tournament, unfortunately, I wouldn't. I would have really liked if the rule had just been 1 enemy model, not 2, because then it leaves you with all of that potential plays, but without making it broken, and it would have still provided a really good challenge.
Interesting thoughts. We've got some questions coming in for you, though. So we've got Dave Farmer in. Thanks for sticking with us, Dave. He says, I really appreciate clever army list building. What was the last army list you looked at and were excited by, Jasmine?
Oh, so this would be the
like
one...
an army you looked at and were excited to see something you haven't seen before. Yeah.
Okay, it's one that I've made or somebody else has made.
I think, yeah.
So I had an army planned in October, which used Boromir and Howdir. So Boromir Fellowship, Howdir, and Arrester. So it was like a 3-way alliance, and it was like 12 might points at 600 points or something ridiculous.
Ooh.
And it was like, oh, that sounds really fun to play. Or the other one was going. So this one I'd like to have a go at is going for heroic accuracy. So you take Aragorn, Howdir, Legolas from the Helm's Deep Defenders one. And the idea behind it is you just take as many bows as possible and you just heroic accuracy every single turn at their heroes. I'd just go, okay, well, I've got like 6 might points on shooting here, and just go, well, your heroes aren't going to reach me. And I don't know, just try that.
Yeah, I've always sort of thought shooting with heroes is one of those ideas that perhaps hasn't been exploited in the way that I'd like to see it. I would love to see an army list with people with all of the Hobbit heroes that can shoot really well. So like your Bard, your Legolas, your Tauriel, and your Thranduil. And like maybe just an all hero list. I don't know whether you'd actually get any troops in it, but just then the idea of them just being able to spam loads of great shots with strength 3 bows, and maybe like Girion, or I don't know if you can get him in. But the idea of that kind of, there's something a bit saucy about the idea of having a load of heroes that actually were very good at shooting, and then you could kind of almost wait until they can connect with you before unleashing the fury of combat. So I think there's definitely something in it. I like your idea with the heroic accuracy though. That's really cool. Dave says someone else's list was what I was thinking, but I dig. So yeah, that's good. So did you have you spotted any that you think?
I'm trying to think, because it's been such a while since we've been at tournaments.
Yeah,
now.
I think that's
it feels like a lifetime ago. Like I said, I was impressed by the Theodred's one. That was cool. Trying to think off the top of my head now.
That's fine.
The Mummock War Leader is a fantastically powerful model that I don't think is played. Well, it's a tricky one to play with or against, but I feel like that's got a lot of potential. And I have to say, your list where you allied it with the camels and you made it so that it could only be broken by killing the models in the top. I liked that idea, and like I really do rate the war leader as a model. And I remember playing against you and I had the Army of the Dead with Aragorn, which should be in theory a great counter to it, but I remember it came down to pretty much a roll off, and despite the fact that my King of the Dead did end up killing you in one combat, you had the potential to almost wipe out my team in one go.
Yeah,
a team that should be a counter.
I think this is one that I played this, what was it, a year ago, 2019 sometime, and it was the Mummock War Leader and 12 guys with bows on top, and then a load of I think it was Suladan with a load of mounted guys, and then some camels as well, which were in the War Leader's warband, because he's a Mahud, so he can lead them. But yeah, that was really cool, because you've just got this kind of furious, thunderous charge, and then bam, kills as much as it can, and then you're cancelling heroic moves and all these sorts of things. And yeah, and you kind of have to deal with it. Whereas with the Mummock, sometimes you don't have to deal with the threat, because there's the rest of the army that you can deal with, and that's fine. But yeah, I played a few armies against the Army of the Dead Legion with it, and every single one came down to a roll off, which was frustrating. But when it did go my way, it was like bye everyone, because it was just lawnmower through the whole of the King of the Dead and Aragorn and everyone else. So yeah, it's a good idea. And I know Chris Murphy from Scotland. I played against him with he had an Iron Hills ballista and stuff. I played against him with it, and I managed to win the game. And he said, I really like it. And he finessed and fine-tuned it to have Serpent Riders, I think, because he had Serpent Riders and I just had Raiders, mainly because I only have the Haradrim Raider models. And he finessed it and then took it onto a tournament and ended up winning with it. So I think there's untapped potential there. So yeah, I think, Dave, if your question about excited to see something I haven't seen before, if you ever saw that over the tabletop, don't underestimate it, because it's pretty brutal.
It's 400 points, but it's 400 points for a very good reason.
Yeah, it is. The only downside, of course, is depending on the tournament you're at, is terrain, and terrain can be a sort of win or lose kind of setup basically for this one. But yeah, when I took it to the no, it was the Throne of Skulls. It did really well. I remember playing against Johnny Wright, who had Gil-galad and elves and all this sort of stuff, and he was I think he kind of thought, oh, Mummics, are fine. I don't think he'd encountered it before, and I just went straight into Gil-galad, dead one turn, and he was like, okay, I need to start being really concerned. And then I think the next turn I killed Elrond and a load of elves, and then he was not happy, but in a kind of, oh wow kind of way, so that's good. But yeah, that's what I'd recommend, Dave. He says I used a similar list to the Haldir one you mentioned at the GT at 700, so give it a go, Jasmine. I guess that's coming from a good recommendation. Nathan's been in touch. He says, with a lot of content this year but limited opportunities to play competitively, what do you think tournament top tier armies could be do you think that tournament top tier armies could be far more varied for a while?
I think that there's so many armies that can win tournaments. I think there's very few armies that wouldn't. In terms of how you build them, some are more varied than others. So Mordor could be built in a lot of different ways to win.
Mm-hmm.
But something like the Balrog Legendary Legion, I think, could be competitive if played well. Obviously, that's only going to be played one way. But I definitely think that there's plenty of armies out there that you're, even on the top tables, it's not going to be often that you're coming up with against people that have similar armies. I know that I got annoyed by the Riders of Theoden because I personally thought it was a little bit overpowered and they kept on popping up, and it was like, wow, I played like 3 times against this army this weekend and it's an annoying army to play.
So especially with the gambling heroics,
that's fine now. That's fine.
Yeah,
now.
it's not a problem now. It's absolutely. It feels. I don't think it feels underpowered. I think it's still potentially.
I think it's still fine.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Will recently, and he said that the banner should be 6 inches to compensate, and I would think that would be a good change too.
Yeah. Especially because the base sizes with Rohan means that
yeah,
you're not going to get for the actual rerolls. You're not going to get much in terms of coverage. But yeah, giving it a bit of a banner buff, but not being as magical as a banner would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I would totally think that would be reasonable. But yeah, I just think there's a lot of things out there that can do well. And the problem is, I see something that somebody else plays and go, oh well, I want to play that now. But I've already got like 10 armies that need using up. So
yeah, I think I'm the same. I've got during the last year I painted a Uruk-hai Scouts army. I've got Easterlings still slowly working my way through them. I've started painting some Numenorians in the last week or so. I've got Gundabad on the table, so I've got loads and loads of stuff I want to get into, but there's just been no games to play it, so I'm way behind. And I think, and then with new books like Quest of Ringbearer and some of the legions that come with that, I kind of want to try out like the ring wraiths and stuff like that. So I think Nathan's absolutely right. I think the top tier armies, I don't know whether there is, I think the phrase top tier armies might be a little flawed, because I think actually it's just armies that are generally pretty good and good players.
I've certainly played against armies at tournaments that I've thought this can win a tournament.
Yeah.
If this person, and I've played in matches where I've thought in reality this army should beat my army on paper. So yeah, I think there's just it's great having the variety. And I don't know about the other top players who play regularly high up, but for me, I personally like the challenge of trying to win with a different army. It's almost like if I win with an army, it's like, oh, okay, well, I know how that army works. I know that army has won, but it's like, oh, that's in my cabinet. I've not done well with it. I want to try and make it do well almost.
I think that's a really great approach as well, because it's better for everyone else, because it means that even if we're being smashed by you, we're being smashed by different armies, which is always good fun. Yes, and in talking about army lists, I know Dave Farmer's been asking about, says, could listen to Jasmine talk army lists for hours. It's army list building discussions. I like my crack. Well, you'll enjoy the next hour and a half as well, because at 4:30 we've got Will Champion coming in, and he's going to be doing army list analysis and analysing your army list as well. So if you send in your request now to entmootpodcast@gmail.com. That's entmootpodcast@gmail.com. In fact, I'll put it on the ticker in a minute. And basically, we'll be able to get Will analysing and tearing apart your stuff live on the stream. So Dave, I'm sure you'll like that. So chuck in your ideas. I'll put the email on the thingy in a second, and Will be arriving at about 4:30ish, we hope. So that'll be good fun. Who else has had some questions? I know we had some more. Oh yes, here we go. Michael Haskell says, would Jasmine ever contemplate 3 siege engines? And if so, under what game and tournament conditions? I think, I think you should always have 3 siege engines. 3 trebuchets from Gondor. Absolutely amazing. It works very well at 1,250 points. Right. go on, Jasmine. What do you think? Is there actually any potential there?
I mean, owning 3 siege engines is probably the hardest thing about it.
Well, I beg to differ, but yeah.
That 1251, you had what? 2 trebuchets and a bolt thrower?
No. 1250, I had 3 trebuchets and a bolt thrower.
Because I took 2 trebuchets and then did quite well with that.
Yes, you did very well.
Yeah, whether you ever need 3, I don't think anyone ever needs it.
Yeah, probably not. But
the problem is you have to get the Heroes of Fortitude in there as well.
Yes, that's the issue. And then you end up spending points on sort of lower quality Heroes of Fortitude. So you end up with an army of kind of people like Denethors and Ingolds and stuff like that, which are okay, but yeah, you do need to have enough heroes to actually sustain it. So for every 80 points for a trebuchet, I think, something like that. 80-point trebuchet, you've got to have at least 1 fortitude. So in effect, they're becoming quite expensive. So yeah.
But two is definitely good.
Yeah, certainly at 1,000 points.
I mean, not even at 1,000. Like if your siege engine's sub 100 points, you can definitely get 2 in there at 700-800, depending on your army.
Yeah, that's true. And I think the next big thing in the SBG community is definitely going to be the triple bolt thrower, the triple orc bolt thrower. Because I think at 50 points, if you've got 3 of them are going to poke in holes everywhere.
That is the worst siege engine,
yes,
other than maybe the catapult troll. And there is just no reason to ever play it, unfortunately.
I'm going to make it work.
If it was 4+ shoot, then maybe.
Yeah, I think that is the thing. Or at least maybe if what I'd like to see them have a special rule that's like expendable rounds, so you can do a reroll. So if it's 5+ with a reroll, that would be great. And I think that would be just about good enough, because you think
that'd be good.
And I like the name of it, actually, expendable rounds. So yeah. Anyway, so there you go. Thanks, Michael, for that question. Who else? We did have. Oh yeah. David says, Harry, I sent a list and I've donated, so I'll be very upset if Will doesn't review my top tier list. I've got it, Dave. I'll be checking the emails in a few minutes' time, but email them in at the bottom, and you'll be able to get them in.
Is this going to be where he sends in a list that he's already won a tournament with to just test Will?
I really hope so. Yeah, Dave Farmer agrees. 5+ shoot makes it bum. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. It's not very good. And Nathan agrees. Top tier. It was probably a flawed term. I don't think it's a flawed term. It's just one of those terms that people say a lot. Top tier armies. What are the best armies? And I don't think it's necessarily a bad term, but I just think that there's such a level playing field in terms of army lists these days, or armies that you can choose from, that I almost think it's kind of redundant in some ways. There are definitely bottom tier. There are bad armies. I
think the more important thing is to look at the skill cap for different armies. So some armies require a higher level of skill to play than others. So for example, Angmar, knowing like your heroes are very vulnerable but make up such a large majority of your army, you have to be spot on with playing it, as opposed to something like Champions of Erebor. They're defense 8, you just chuck them in, doesn't matter if you make a duff combat, they're unlikely to die from it. So both those armies are top tier in the fact that they can win tournaments, but in terms of the consistency needed to win, it's harder to do with Angmar than the other. And I think that's where you just get into, like, when you talk about players playing on top tables, it's not like anybody is just significantly better. It's a lot of it just comes down to consistency. There's times when I've been playing people that I just think they underestimate their chances in the game. just because they see a name or whatever, when in reality it's just cutting down on the mistakes. And there's people that I've played when I've gone, oh, I can definitely see they've improved. They're making very good plays. Like I remember in the doubles tournament, I played Michael Haskell.
Yeah, I definitely improved.
He was using Gandalf the White, and he made some very, very good plays that I could definitely see that he'd learned and got better. But because he doesn't win the game, he might not think, oh, I can see the improvement. But you definitely can. You can definitely see that.
Yeah, I and I think that is something worth. I know the people in the chat that are newer players or perhaps revisiting the game after a long time, and I was like that a year or two ago, and I've improved a little bit. I'm definitely not top table, but I think that's partially because of just I never learn. I don't stick with an army long enough to learn with it usually. So I kind of, but now I'm coming back round on the loop of armies that I started with. I think I might have a chance. Who knows? But yeah, you definitely notice that. And top tier lists, I guess. You can definitely. So, for example, if I took your Legendary Legion assault, and actually you mentioned it already that someone had almost exactly the same list and they didn't win all their games or they didn't come top of the GT, just shows that you know some army lists you just need a couple of little tricks up your sleeve, and I think that's what it's all about. So never lose hope. There's always hope. Right, hold on. I've got a couple more questions before we go in. Guardians of Wiltshire, this is Debbie, says hello there team, joining it for a while before dinner and then to host the quiz with Harry. Yes, so after 7:30 we've got a big Middle-earth SBG quiz where I'm going to rest my voice and let Debbie do most of the work. I'll be hovering around in the background, chipping in and making silly comments and stuff, but Debbie will be presenting a quiz for us at 7:30. Someone just says, and also says, big shout out to Almar. Really wish I could go to some more tournaments and use them more. Yeah, fair enough. So I agree with Shane about that. The Ed Ball effect. This is the idea that people think that ring wraiths on Fell Beasts are really good because Ed Ball did it, but actually they're very, very difficult to use, especially a few of them at a time. But Ed Ball managed to, I guess, to refine that strategy really well, Jasmine.
But I have to say, so I saw the triple Fell Beasts and was sort of early on when I went to tournaments, I was like, I'll play that. I played it, realized how hard it was, but it allowed me to understand how they worked. So when I next played against them, I was like, oh, I really understand what the weaknesses are. So even if you just look at something and you just practice it in a friendly game against somebody else, you can go, oh, I have a much better understanding of how that works. But I think the main thing is, if you want to do well, is learn one or two armies and just get good with them and just learn the tricks with them.
I think the problem for people like me, I'm an obsessive collector and painter, so I end up wanting to move on from project to project so quickly. But if you're actually wanting to get good at the game, then definitely focus on one army, and even if it's an army that you know people you've never seen at the top, like Easterlings or something like that has never been regarded highly as a top tier army. If you take it and play with it on and on and on, you know, you will get good with it. Absolutely. David comments, I don't win tournaments, Jasmine. This is after we said that his list is probably one that's won a tournament. So yes, at 4:30 we've got World Champion coming into the building to discuss lists. Michael has had another question, less about the Warhammer side of things, the gaming. What is it about MES SBG which keeps Jasmine captivated? You mentioned the community angle earlier. Is it the friendships or is it something else?
So now it is literally just the friendships. If the people playing at the tournaments weren't people that I know and people that are fun and easy to get along with, I probably wouldn't be playing anymore, just because I've obviously achieved more than I'd ever thought I'd achieve. So yeah, it's exactly just coming back, just knowing that when I go, I'm going to have some enjoyable games, I'm going to have some enjoyable chats with like-minded people. And like you're doing 24 hours, like you can very easily talk about this game for a very long period of time and you have that shared interest. So
yeah, I mean, we've managed you started on the stream at 4 o'clock or just after 4, so we've managed to talk for an hour and a quarter about about a game that we both love. And yeah, you know, you were one of the first people I met in the hobby journey. That I think we played at the very first tournament I went to. Then we've been doubles partners since then. So yeah, it is the friendship for me. I think, Michael, it is the friendships. And Michael comments that he's one of the people that I've met and enjoyed playing doubles with over the time. And I think there's a big part of that, the friendship as well. But actually, the game is very good, and it is. I think it's worth mentioning that the game is a lot better than a lot of other toy soldier games that I've ever played. And I would definitely keep playing, even if the game was rubbish, because I'd like to see the same people. And I love Lord of the Rings, but it is a lot better, and I've definitely dropped other games because there's no point.
Oh, the game is great, but in terms of, you've got an icebreaker essentially. So let's say you see somebody new at a tournament, and instantly you can talk about something. It's not an awkward silence because you're there, you've got this same thing. There's always something to talk about. So
100%.
And you just meet new people, and you see people come in that potentially didn't know anyone before, but then they become regulars. So
yeah, and
if you've not been to many tournaments, just go out and do it. Like
100%.
Don't worry about playing hard matches or thinking it's really competitive. Like, yes, people are competitive, but it's never win at all costs. And even it doesn't matter who you're playing, you'll always have an enjoyable game.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a good point there. The kind of having something in common is really great. And I kind of like to think of it as like a friendship buffer, that as soon as you meet someone, you've automatically into a friendship because you've got something that you've got in common. And it helps, though, like you said, the awkward phases of meeting someone new and maybe not having a lot to talk about, all that sort of stuff. But then over the time that you meet someone, you kind of pick up these other little bits about their life outside the hobby, and then you slowly sort of learn about people and find other things that you have in common, which is always great fun. So brilliant question, Michael. Thank you very much. Dan Collister says, a really interesting discussion, very much enjoyed. Dan will be back tomorrow morning as part of the Out of the Frying Pan podcast. So thanks, Dan, for dropping in. Dave Farmer, what I meant is the Ed Ball effect is making people feel things are more hopeless than they are. Yeah, maybe that's true, but also the other thing. So yeah, that's true. Well, Jasmine, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the stream. The hour and a bit has really flown by, talking about fancy fellowships and tournaments and all that sort of stuff. I really appreciate it.
I expect to see your fantasy fellowship soon.
Oh yeah. Well, I need to now we've discussed it. I do want to look back at it because there are ideas that are forming and bubbling away. I'll have to think about it a bit more carefully.
There's many themed things you can do, Harry.
I know. I'm sure there are. And I like your examples that we saw earlier with the families and all that sort of stuff. So brilliant. Jasmine, thanks very much for helping me continue through the many hours of streaming. I've managed 4.5 hours. So is that just about the Return of the King extended? Just over that. So we've watched the Return of the King's extended edition on the stream so far. Jasmine, really appreciate it. We've got World Champion coming in a minute, so I'll say goodbye to Jasmine. Cheerio.
Bye.
Bye. And leave it to me for a second, and I'm going to we're going to have a bit of a break, so I can stretch my legs, rest my voice. And we will return with World Champion, and hopefully you're going to have your list. So see the thing below. Email your list for analysis after 4:30. Email entmootpodcast@gmail.com. World Champion will be on in a few minutes' time. He'll be tearing apart your list. So I hope you come up with some good lists and some rubbish lists. So we've got lots of stuff to talk about. But we'll also just generally share some fun chats about tournaments, because we've already started talking about tournaments. Let's reminisce about some of the great tournaments we've all been to. Join in with a chat alongside the side. So if you pop it in the comments if you're there and you want to submit a list, then feel free, drop it in there. Right, it's all about, not just about SBG. This is about raising a bit of money for charity. I wouldn't be doing it for 24 hours if it was just SBG, because it's not going to be easy. Let's put it that way. But let's just have a look at the tally so far, because this is getting quite extraordinary, actually. I originally thought it'd be great if we raised £100. That was smashed very quickly. Now we're on £757. So we're well over 3/4 of the way to my £1,000 target. But of course, I can change that target. I might even just change it now or soon, because this is just insane, the amount of money that we're raising for such a great cause. So the link is, you can look at the oh, it's not going to work now, is it? Because it's all the way over there. The link is there. If you take a picture with your smartphone over to the with the QR code, then it should be able to donate. It's also in the description below. Donate there, and it's all about this.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
There you go. Please donate. For the Trussell Trust, we're raising £757 so far for food banks. That's one. They've doubled, more than doubled, demand in the last year or so. I mean, obviously, it's been a tricky year for everyone, but some people have suffered a bit more than others, and these are just helping. Lots of people have commenting in below in the discussion about lists. We've got a list submitted by Josh, a list submitted by Nathan. I think I do have that one. You mentioned you're not sure where you've sent it to in the right place. Nathan, if you wouldn't mind, just pop it, send it into the list, the email address below, the one that's just about running along here. If you just send it in there as well, then it's all in the same place, and I don't have to open up Patreon. That would be brilliant, because I've got lots of windows on the go as it is, ready to do this. Right, I'll get Will Champion in a few minutes' time, but I'm just going to have a bit of a comfort break, just for a few minutes' time, just so that I'm not going to go mental. So we've got more games and stuff coming up, by the way. I've got loads and loads of quizzy type games which are ready for this evening, but I feel like we've been talking so much I haven't even got a chance to play any of them yet. So it just shows the conversation is flowing nicely. I'll need them when I've run out of things to say. So let's have a quick break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hello, I think we're back on air. Yes, we are indeed. Hello, thanks very much for sticking around. There's like 35 of you or something like that. This is ace. I'm really glad you're here, and I'm joined in the studio. We've got a world champion waiting in the wings. Just before I get him live, I'll just quickly catch up with a few people there. Is that? Oh yeah, look at that. We've got Will commenting here as Ripon City Wargamers. I guess that will be you. Hello, world champion.
Hello everybody.
How are you doing?
I'm doing tremendous, but not as tremendous as your beard. That is absolutely fantastic.
Oh well, I know. I've been growing it, especially for this stream. It's one of those things. I just couldn't help it.
I'm going to donate just because of that.
Oh well, if that's all it takes, then 4.5 hours of streaming have been a complete waste of time. Just because there's a little bit of an echo, have you got any headphones that you can whack in, just so that we cut that out? There's
I don't, but if I just turn my volume down,
yeah, even
make it a bit better.
Yes, that should help. Anyway, so Will, to the uninitiated, you're a champion by name and champion by nature. You're the GBHL champion of 2019, and you've been involved in the scene for quite a while. So anyone who doesn't know you, just explain who you are and how long you've been in the hobby and all that sort of stuff.
Sure. So I'm Will, as graciously introduced. I've been playing for about 6 or 7 years. Played as a kid with the strategy. The battles, what are they called? Bloody hell.
Battle Games in Middle Earth, sorry.
Yeah, it's not like it's the title of your channel or anything. I should probably know.
Yeah.
Started off with those, and then sort of fell out of it for a bit. Got interested in girls and stuff instead, and then decided that playing with little toys is far more interesting. So got back into it about 6 or 7 years ago. Came straight into events and loved it. Gradually got better at them, and then was lucky enough to win the league last year.
Yeah, I mean it's been quite a year for you. I mean, obviously, when I say the year, I mean
retrospectively.
Really. Yeah, the 2019 year was quite a crazy year. I mean, you did so many great things, and you kind of knocked away the championship for the first time away from Jay and Ed, who'd been doing it for like 15 years that they'd been winning it. Seemed like.
Yeah, basically forever. Yeah. I got third place the year before, and I thought I was quite content with that, and I thought that'd be it. And then somehow last year I just managed to squeak through.
What is it, do you think, that made you able to take the top spot last year over those veterans of the game?
It's a mix of things, really. I don't think Ed and Jay attended as many events as they did the year before. For fairness' sake, I can't just say that I suddenly became better than them. But I know that the latest edition sort of changed a couple of things. Particularly Ed, the sort of lists he would normally take fell. They're still competitive, but fell slightly out of favour compared to their dominating role the edition before. Mm-hmm. Jay just did what Jay did, but he's not at every event. So I was lucky enough to avoid him a couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's definitely one of the few people that's got a pretty comfortable winning record against me. He always seems to just get one over on me.
So he's still the Goliath that you need to beat as a David there. So that's it. That's an interesting one though. The fact that there's a new edition almost kind of. It helped you establish yourself over people like maybe Ed.
Potentially, I still think Ed's one of the best players there's ever been, and probably still will be. But he's a little bit set in his ways as an older gentleman, and he knows what he likes and he likes what he knows, and so he's got his niche of lists, and he'll still do incredibly well with them. But because my play style was always to play sort of off the wall or unique stuff or just a variety. I think it gave me the ability to adapt quite well to whatever tournament I was going to play in. It's not a case of I play Rivendell Knights, so how can I make Rivendell Knights work at 450? It's a case of it's 450. What do I think could work well? And then I fell upon a nice little combo last year, which is the sort of Hunter Orcs plus a few Goblin Mercenaries, and just sort of the shenanigans from the Evil Hobbit lists. And that sort of did me pretty well for a couple of events.
Yeah, but then to be fair to yourself, it wasn't just the Hunter Orcs that you did well with. You did the Rohan Defenders of Rohan, or Defenders of Helm's Deep Legion. You did well with, and so you've managed to sort of put your hand to a lot of different armies and do consistently well.
That's what I like to do. I certainly don't take it away from anyone who's an expert of one army, but I always enjoy taking different things. I think it helps when I go to these events, especially when if you're going to win it, or you're in the sort of the top area of players, you know roughly who you're going to be playing against, and so you can have a bit of an estimate of what armies they're going to bring, and you can plan against that. And if I can make that plan as hard as possible for everybody else, it only makes my job easier.
That's an interesting thought, though. The idea that you go, say, for example, you're going to go to Scotland, and you go, right, okay, I know which the top players in Scotland, I know what sort of armies they might be likely to play with, and then almost tailoring your list to that.
Yeah, exactly. Or essentially just stopping them from tailoring to you. It just puts a little bit of a wild element in. And Matt Light is another player who was very good at doing that until he fell upon his sort of evil Red Alliance, which he then stuck with because it worked really well. But just sort of being unpredictable puts you in a position of advantage. So last year, I think I could be wrong, but I won 2 events with the Hunter Orky nonsense. Although one of those was good and evil, so it was half Arnor as well. Then I podiumed with the Defenders of Helm's Deep, and that was the first time anyone had used the list because it was the week that it had come out, and I was like, do you know what? I think there's something there that's really tasty.
Yeah, that was like the morning that it was released, wasn't it? Because you basically had to ask was it Steve Crow at the tournament, say, oh well, these models have come out this morning. Can I use them in a list? Yeah,
so the Haleth and Aldor were released the week before, and they'd released like pages from the book of what they were gonna, like, here's a teaser of what this Legendary Legion will do. And I kind of messaged Steve and said, look, this is all open information now. It shows what the list is. Can I use it? And then he posted it and basically said, anyone who wants to use some of the cool stuff next Saturday, just drop me a message and let me know. But I just looked at how it worked with the extra bow range and the way that Haleth and Aldor could interact with Gambling's banner and stuff, which has obviously been shot in the face now, but then it seemed really, really good.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I want to give that a go.
Dave asked, sorry, I was just going to say, how did the Balrog, Shaman and Batswarm do?
Less good. That's the it's a bit of a trap that people fall into when they do quite well the year before. They normally start the new season saying, like, I just want to have fun this year, I'll just take something silly. And so it was a Balrog, a Batswarm and a Gundabad Shaman, and I was like, it's ridiculous, but it might also do okay. And at the point where I lost Lords of Battle to a Lake Town Horde because I just couldn't roll 6s on the Balrog, I realised that I'd made a terrible mistake.
And I think, to be fair, your luck was pretty poor in that, from because you played against my Dwarf army in Seize the Prize, and I managed to get the prize before you because the Batswarm. I think you just rolled like 3 4s in a row or something, and my Dwarves managed. I don't know whether I won the game, but I remember getting the Seize Prize before you. But
no, you did beat me, and also in the last game I played against Mr. Tetley he had another Durin's folk list. With a load of Khazad Guard and stuff, and I was like, oh well, this is steamy. Went into fight, and the Balrog took 9 wounds in the first round of combat. I was like, oh, forget it. We're done here. 9
wounds, insane. Well, I mean, we've touched on it a little bit there, and I want to talk about get you to analyse some lists in a bit. But we kind of you've mentioned already you've been going to tournaments for quite a while. What is it that keeps you going to tournaments? Because we've talked about this with Jasmine a few seconds ago about the kind of the camaraderie around it. I mean, there's been a lot of fun times at tournaments, I'm sure. Is that what keeps you going back?
Yeah, it's definitely the social aspect now. Everybody loves to go and roll dice, and I think as your time becomes more precious, with seeing family and friends and things, and work, that you lose those weekends. It's definitely the social aspect that is the the thing that sort of pulls you back to play.
Yeah.
And I think because the community is so good, because the state we're in now was derived from when there was only really 100 people playing full stop, and every time that you went to a tournament, it was almost like a family gathering. You know, you only had to go to a few events before you were one of the regulars, and everyone was really friendly with you. And I think that's one of the beautiful things that's carried over into, you know, the much broader spectrum of the GBHL now. And you can go to an event and you can know everybody there or nobody there, and you would still feel the same atmosphere, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same because when I joined, I was late to the party only 2 years ago or so, and it very quickly became sort of part of the furniture. I like to think so anyway. That you know, everyone knows me and I know everyone, which is great. I mean, it helps that I went to like in an insane number of tournaments in 2019, but that's part of it.
Everybody does.
Yeah, everyone does.
The first couple of years, I mean, to be fair, I've always just gone to as many as I can get my hands on. But especially the first couple of years when you first get started, I'd hate to look at my sort of my expenditure for an SBG season.
Yeah, it's the hotels, it's the you know, the new toys, the traveling, the petrol, and then there's
it's the rounds of shots when you
that's what I was going to
when you pass common sense and you just get around and you're an idiot.
Especially when you know you're going to be up at 8 o'clock in the morning, ready to play Toy Soldiers at 9:30 or something like that. That's when you think, I really shouldn't be having this round, but you just can't help it, can you?
Yeah, there's nothing worse, especially when you're finishing and you know you're going to be somewhere near the top table round one, and it's going to be an important game, or you're going to be having a really hard game against, you know, someone who's really good, and it gets to maybe 1 o'clock, and you're like, I should really go home and get some sleep, and you know, you never pick the common sense option.
I think that's one of the things I have much respect for you and Jay and Ed, because you guys are always pretty much there at the tail end of the night. And
I don't know about Ed. Ed
actually, Ed does, it depends how well. Depends how well he's done in the day. To be fair, sometimes he'll stay a bit later than others, but if he's doing really well, he'll be late.
He'll be
early.
Up.
Yeah, he'll be in bed. But yeah,
Jay's definitely more of a veteran than I am. I kind of spent my liver years playing rugby, and so after about 19, I just get the most horrible hangovers ever. So sometimes even I'll pull out and I'll go get an early night. So I've got to, you know, give credit to Jay there, because he's the true warrior on that front.
Yeah, and he very rarely drops a game, does he? To be fair, so good effort. So lots of people are commenting underneath with saying that they've sent in their list. So I mean, we've only got an hour and 15 minutes to get through all these. So, Will, are you up for a bit of list-based discussion and to tear some people's dreams apart?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Right, let's get the first one up. So a few people have sent them in from different ways. I think the first one that came in was this one. Okay, so we've got David Clubley. Let me just share the screen. So I'll probably read it off the screen because it might be a bit small for you. But here we go. So here we go. Please rate my list, says Dave. He says the theme is tell me where is Gandalf, for I much desire to speak with him. I like it. Celeborn has come to the Shire seeking a discussion with Gandalf. The army has 34 models at 500 points with 6 might, has heroic march and 2 heroic strikes. Celeborn, 4 wood elf warriors with a banner and throwing daggers. Pippin, captain of the Shire, with 1 hobbit militia. Frodo of the 9 Fingers with 12 militia, Lobelia with 6 militia, and Fatty Bolger with 6 militia. What do you think?
10 out of 10 should win all tournaments it goes to.
I mean, this is a very odd army list. I don't know I can't tell whether it's a joke or just a really weird theme. What
I would hazard a guess that it might be a joke. However, I hope that it's Celeborn and 4 Wood Elves and they all have banners, because that would be tremendous.
Oh wait, yeah, it does say 4 Wood Elves with banners. Yes, they all have banners. Oh, and Celeborn
6 rerolls. I'm a big fan.
That is a lot of banners.
That sounds like it would be perfect for something like 7 Stones.
Yes, actually, yeah, I do like that idea. Tell me where is Gandalf from much stuff. Yeah, I love it, and I love the number of characters that are unarmed and useless. And yeah, that's really good. Dave, thanks very much for submitting that, and getting on board with the fun there. Let's try. Let's see what we've got here. We've got. Oh, this is all a bit funny. Oh, here we go. Oh, hold on. The Witch King. So who's this from? This is from Leon Curie. Leon says, here we go. This is some meaty stuff. This is 555 points for a one army competitive event, and which you prefer. Right, Witch King of Angmar with Fellbeast and Crowd of Morgul. 6 Angmar warriors with shield, 6 Angmar orc warriors with shield and spear, a Warg rider with throwing spears and a shield, a Dead Marsh Spectre. That's 14 out of the 18, and you can have in that warband. Then Angmar orc captain with a Warg and shield, 2 orc warriors with shield, 1 orc warrior with shield and spear, 2 orc warriors with orc bow. That's interesting. Don't often see them. Then a shade with 6 Angmar orc warriors and shield, and 6 orc warriors with shield and spear. Will, what do you think?
It's an interesting one. Angmar's a really competitive faction, as I'm sure Leon and most people know, purely because of the negative effects that you can put on other people's armies as opposed to buffing your own, which is kind of unique, I think, in SBG. The Witch King on Fellbeast at 555 is going to do really well. There's not going to be a tremendous amount that can stop him. The only downside to Angmar is you kind of stuck with orc warriors and they're just a bit rubbish. I like anything that can have a shield has got a shield, I think, which means you haven't got the defense 4 spearmen, which are often put in to save a few points, and they're normally the first things to die. I guess it depends on how much you can capitalize on the shade. You've got a reasonable amount of models that would fit in a sort of shade-esque bubble. The only downside with this is once the Witch King goes down, or if the Witch King goes down, I should say, you're basically on your own, and you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, there's 31 models there, though, and that's not bad. 31 models at 555 points. I don't know the stats on the Witch King, though.
No, nor me. I'm assuming it'll have quite a decent amount.
Oh, there's another one in there as well. We can have a look at that in a second, although that's the wrong way around. So he's also got, this is going to be hard for us to read, Isildur with horse, shield and a ring, 5 warriors of Numenor with shield, 4 warriors of Numenor with spear and shield, 4 warriors of Numenor with bow and spear. Then we've got Arrestor with 3 high elf warriors with shield, 2 high elf warriors with elf bow and spear, 1 high elf warrior with spear and shield.
Bless you.
Thank you. It's just my COVID. No, it's fine. Then Kurdan, 3 elf warriors with shield, 2 elf warriors with elf bow, spear, and 1 high elf warrior with spear and shield. So that's 28 models. I
like that one a lot better.
Yeah. This is interesting because I think I really like the Angmar list. I like the Witch King. I like all the power there. And at 555 points, a shade would be an absolute nightmare. What is it about the good list that you like better?
The good list has got it's more of a general all rounder. You say it was Kurdan leading the last warband, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's way better. So if I go
sorry about that. I'm trying to twist it around while you're.
No, it's all good. I'll just break my neck. Kurdan's just a really good model. It's going to protect you from the nonsense of the Rangers of Ithilien and Rivendell Knights. Will give you a little bit of protection there. You've got a decent amount of shooting yourself. Isildur with the ring is just tough as nails. And even if you just use the horse to get up there, dismount, put the ring on, or if you don't need to put the ring on, he's just going to be a really horrible model that's mounted. And Arrestor's really good for his points as well. It's going to struggle with mobility a little bit, but
that's what I was going to say, because there's no cavalry, and from what I can gather, no march unless Isildur has march.
I'm not too sure.
I'll keep my book out while you're carrying on.
Yeah, but it's got a decent amount of models, and at 555, there's not going to be a tremendous amount more that your opponent's likely to have.
Yeah, Arrestor's only got heroic strike, so there's no march there.
Sure. My only concern is the min-maxing that's possible at 555, and as a competitive player, when you're writing a list, you need to make sure that what you're likely to play against isn't just going to absolutely ruffle stomp you. So 2 things that are going to be really prominent and effective at 555 is the Rangers of Ithilien list, and you're going to have about 35 bows thrown, maybe more, and also a completely hoarded out Goblin Town when you're looking to have about 80 models. And the issue with that is this might do okay against the Rangers list because it's got okay shooting back and you've got the blinding light, but that would get absolutely murdered by a Goblin Town list. So it's about balance, really. And it's the same for the Angmar, although they can hide in the spirit bubbles to make sure the Goblins can't charge and they can pick their battles. They're both decent lists. I'd just be concerned about the Angmar one. If the Witch King, say, lost his Fell Beast, or, you know, if that came up against the Rangers of Ithilien, it's going to have a really, really bad time.
Yeah, I think I'd also be really interested to know how many points of might and what the distribution of might, will, and fate for the Witch King is, because you're going to have a lot of pressure on the Witch King, I'd have thought, to perform in combat.
Yeah, the Witch King's going to need to do all the work. That's the problem.
Yeah, which might mean it needs a fair amount of will, and I don't know whether there's enough points for that. But I mean, it's not terrible, is it? But it is 100% not terrible. All the Orcs are defense 5, and you've got March in there, so there's clearly thought towards the Rangers of Ithilien and how to mitigate that as best they can. But the issue is, if I was the Rangers player, I'd just be putting 35 shots at the Witch King until he wasn't there anymore, at which point I'm not really concerned. Yeah, and then
but you never know how much terrain you've got, and I mean, if the Witch King does get in and gets a nice hurl off, you can have a good time. Yeah,
that's true. The problem, I suppose, there is that if you've got the Witch King against the Ranger of Ithilien, you've got to get him in quick to avoid those 35 shots to save the Fell Beast, and then there's a potentially being surrounded by 35 Rangers against Faramir striking, who's just as good fight value as Witch King. So it's kind of it could go very badly.
The gambit that you might look at doing is the old use the march, go as far forward as you can, then compel someone into you and heroic combat off him. But the issue with that is you've then got the follow-up action from the rest of the Rangers and Faramir while the rest of your army is still miles away. So it depends on the scenario. It depends on what the deployment's like. If you didn't face the Rangers list, you'd probably do pretty well. I think you'd beat the Goblin Town list if you could set up in a way that you're not going to get flanked and jumped all over. It's certainly not a bad list. I'd be less worried playing that than if I was playing against the Last Alliance.
Yeah, just quickly before we go on, at 555 points, obviously you've mentioned the Ranger of Ithilien and the Goblin Town. Are those the sort of lists you'd probably be taking to that sort of tournament?
I was a little bit concerned about the Rangers of Ithilien list when it started seeing play, especially like Matt Light absolutely had my pants down at Reading last year, beat me twice. Scenarios where you could deploy at opposite ends of the board, and I didn't even have a chance. There was nothing I could do in either game, and I thought this doesn't feel very nice. And then that obviously was amplified when they released 2 more heroes and let you take 12 more Rangers. And it was kind of Dave's absolutely right. So it's even more shots at 555. So now it's kind of at the point where if the list isn't going to get changed in any way, which clearly it's not, then I'd be a fool not to consider taking it. I actually think it's better at higher points when you take Frodo and Sam as well. There's so many synergies there that you can use. It gives you another strike in Sam. You've got heroic combats, and you've got the ring to have fight values. The things that you can deploy when you have to take the 2 hobbits as well makes the list far better. But yeah, at 555, Goblin Town is going to be excellent. It gives you access to the mercenaries as well, which means you shouldn't really lose scenarios if you know what you're doing. And the Rangers are just really hot. Bless you with your COVID again.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think I need to put
I'd also look at taking the sort of Hunter Orc list that I'd normally take, because at low points it does really, really well if it gets into combat.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunter Orcs are so cheap, and with 2 attacks and strength 4, it's just, it's really good. And let's just dip into some of the comments before we move on to the next list from Josh Bryan. So where were we? Let's see. We've got a few people who are saying that they've got, Dave Farmer says tail end of the year is when you get suckered into competing. We were talking about that earlier. Absolutely. That's very true. Michael sent in a list. Josh Bryant sent in a list. That sounds like how I beat Sauron the one time I played him. He can't win fights if he couldn't roll 6s. That was again talking about Balrog. Nathan says, most of my tournament experience is single-day stuff. I'm really looking forward to some 2-day events. Yeah, I think there's a different... there's certainly a different atmosphere at 2-day events because it feels more like a kind of family event, like more of a gathering. And there's obviously the downtime, which you don't really have for a day one-day event. So I much prefer them.
Yeah, you normally struggle to get people to go out for a pint and some food after a 1-day event because everyone's just going to go home. Whereas a 2-day event, almost everyone stays for the piss up.
Yeah, absolutely. David says they do all have banners and re-rolls wins games, I heard. So yeah, that's in response to his...
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong, but yeah. I like the idea. I thought it was quite funny. You know me fine, loving the OP Yellow Alliance. Leon, for Maelstrom and Raycon, I would put more orcs with the captain. Yeah, I think in this list we had just 6 orcs with the captain, didn't we? So yeah, that was interesting. And
all around a little bit.
Go on.
So yeah, David's absolutely right. You just sort of mix up the warbands a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. And Wardrobe plays World War II. Good luck with the stream. Thank you very much, Wardrobe. Right, next one. Let's get to the next list. Let's put the screen back on. Share screen again. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I've just closed the thing wrongly. Right, here we go. Let's see what this one is. We've got Josh Bryant. So, Will, tear this to shreds for me. 800 points of Durin's folk. I do understand that Josh likes dwarves. Durin, 160 points. 9 Khazad Guard. And 1 Hearthguard, I think.
I think he's upgraded all 9 with Hearthguard.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm with you. 4 Dwarf Warriors with bows and 2-handed axes. That's interesting. King's Champion, 10 Dwarf Warriors with shields, Dwarf King throwing axes, 2-handed axe, and 12 Dwarf Warriors with shields and a Dwarf Ballista. Bonus question: is this better or worse than my traditional list of Imrahil, Forlong, and a couple of dozen mounted Swan Knights at 800 points? What do you think?
Better is the answer to the bonus question. The fiefdoms or mounted list can certainly pack a punch, but it's very rare that you're going to get all of those bases in to do something of value. And so you often end up with a load of redundant knights. And when they're like 22 points a pop, you don't really want to be wasting those points. And also, hulls are really, really bad. The dwarf list, I really like.
There's a lot of models there. I haven't quite tallied it up. 20, 24, so 13, 25, 35 models, 35 troops plus the ballista. So that's what, 37, and the hero. So 40 models at 800 points is pretty good.
Yeah, it's just below what I'd normally try and take. It's normally half the points value divided by 10, and then plus 1 for each 100 points you're playing is roughly what I work around.
Ooh,
so
okay.
At 800 points, I'd normally take about 48 with some very rough maths. That could be completely wrong. But around that mark.
That's a lot. See, I've always heard that divided by 20 gets you a rough. Wait, is it 20? Oh no, wait, hold on, that doesn't work. That'd be 420. No, yeah, I think 40 is what I would put at about average.
Everyone's got their own different metrics. I think because my play style is a bit of a hangover from the old edition, where Magic used to be really overpowered and expensive heroes were never worth it. So I always used to play target denial, so I'd take lots of little heroes that were good for their points, but you'd never see me taking a 180 point Aragorn or whatever, which naturally meant that my model count was normally a little bit higher than most people's. And I think that metric's just carried over, so it's literally just something that I do. But numbers for a dwarf army is good because they're all high defense. I like that you put 2-handed axes on the dwarf bows. It just gives them a little bit of extra usage for when they get in and fight. You've got a lot of dwarf warriors with shields, which is good because you've got a lot of defense 7 there. The problem is they're not very good at killing stuff. I imagine your plan would be to sort of shield selectively with all of the dwarf warriors and let the half guard do what they do best and let the half guard do the killing while the dwarf warriors work at not dying. But if that's how you're going to do it, I'd look at taking a few more half guard, maybe even maxing them out or getting close to. I'd look at getting some Vault Warden teams in there because they're just exceptional. And Ali King has shown what they're capable of doing. And I'd probably go on.
I was just going to say the Vault Warden teams are surprisingly underused because essentially it's a 13-point and a 12-point model for a defense 9 and a Dwarven Spear, which it's defense 6 Dwarven Spear. It's not like it's to be sniffed at, and you can put that guy behind anyone, and the defense 9 guy is just shielding on the ends. can be really useful. I kind of almost think dividing them up is the better way to go, especially behind a Khazad guard. You could put a spear behind a Khazad guard, give them a bit of a bonus, stuff like that. I think they're really cool.
It's the fact that they can really just speed bump heroes and monsters as well, especially the if you go against something that's really bad at wounding. So like if you're fighting against like a Thrall or anything that's just got a hand weapon that they can't piercing strike or anything with, even if you make them burn through might points to get the kill, like they've already got their value back because they've wasted. Oh, thank you very much, Steve. They let you just sort of waste your opponent's resources. So they're worth having. Also, you've not got many dwarf bows in there, and dwarf bows are really, really good. I know they're slightly shorter range, but when you've got the ballista that's going to force your opponent to come towards you anyway, I'd probably take a full warband of dwarfs with bows, because they're still defense 6 when it comes to the fighting, so they're no worse than most average models.
That's a good point, actually, because you don't often. I don't think I see dwarf bows very often, but like you say, if you're pulling people over already with a ballista, then having a full warband of 12 dwarf bows just before they hit the lines, the 2 or 3 turns before they hit the lines, that's quite something, isn't it? Because there's a lot of shots there, and then dwarves are hitting on 4s or 3s, depending on ranges. Or
hitting on 4s, it's about that it's a strength 3 bow.
Yeah,
which, depending on which way the meta is leaning at the moment, because we have a tendency to flip flop in England between strength 3 and defense 6, or strength 4 and irrelevant. So it depends which way it's going. But if you go to an event where people have gone down the strength 4 and defense irrelevant route, then the strength 3 bows are going to do really well. The King's Champion's good because it gives you 2 banners, and it makes for a really hard to kill model. Obviously, you've got strike as well. I'm not so sure about the Dwarf King. They're really good for what they are, but I'd be tempted to just drop it to a captain. Just to, I don't even know what the points difference is. I think a Dwarf captain is 65. Just to give you a little bit more play to put some bows around and upgrade some more half guard, etc.
See, I know the Dwarf King's fight 6, which is quite good, and he does have resolve, which could be useful, but
I don't think resolve has ever been useful in the history of it.
I don't think I've never seen anyone use it, but I'm sure there will be a case. Interesting though.
I wouldn't hold that much hope.
Fair enough. All right. So, in terms of what would you change to that list to? So you've mentioned a few of those things to make it, top table.
It's hard without completely rewriting it, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just mean all of the suggestions that I've made would stack up in different ways. But if you're looking at taking a Durin-centric list, I think you're crazy not to use the half guard to maximum efficiency. So I'd look to take anywhere between 12 and 18 half guard, because they're just phenomenal at killing. So once you put your eggs in that basket and you're trying to make a really killy warband of murderers with Durin, you then need to make sure that the fight is coming to you. So you want to put your bows in. So the next thing I'd look at doing is getting an equal split of bows and shields. So again, you can still use that technique of shielding where you need to shield to allow to stay alive long enough for your Khazad guard to do what they need to do. And the bows and the ballista are going to draw them in. I love the ballista. I think for 60 points is a great little thing to put in. It might not do a right lot, but it will affect the way that your opponent deploys and comes towards you, which you can use to your advantage.
One downside. Sorry, just before you carry on, one downside with this list, though, especially if you have the 18 Khazad guard, is a Maelstrom mission where Durin might get caught with his pants down, or say a weak bow warband might get caught with its pants down.
Yeah, unfortunately, things can sometimes get caught with their pants down, and there's not a tremendous amount you can do about it. But with something like a Durin's folk list, you're so tough, and you don't really need help killing. Durin's got his +1, and everyone's got access to piercing strike. Your army bonus is rerolling 1s to wound. So one thing that means is you don't need to hold any might points back to secure wounds. So if I was playing Maelstrom and one warband went really tits up, I'd just spend whatever might points I needed to spend to make sure that the army comes on or near each other, and then worry about the rest later.
I suppose they're more resilient as well, so it doesn't make as much difference. You don't have to spend as much might maybe to get them in the right places as you might normally do, because they can actually survive a bit longer.
So some armies really struggle to kill models, and that's why they really need to hold on to their might points to actually secure the kills. So Rohan's a really good example of that, because even the heroes, when they charge, yeah, they go up to strength 5, but without modifiers, that means they still need 5s to kill like your average troop. And that's why the gambling bubble was really good, because they'd all charge in, they'd call death, and then they'd blow the might points to secure the kills, knowing they get the might points back. The Durin's folk don't need it. They don't need to spend their might points to kill. If you think, especially with your half guard, you can have 18 models that are strength 4. They can go two-handed, they can piercing strike, and they automatically reroll ones to wound. It means that your like front line of models that are going to do the fighting have probably got some of the highest killing output of infantry in the game. So if your heroes need to blow all their might to deploy together, you just do it.
There's some really interesting discussions going on here about all this. So first, Josh says there's a list I wrote for something and it's limited by my own collection where I only have about 9 Khazad guards. So yeah, fair enough. Writing to the list. So based on what you've got, it sounds like a good one. Dave,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Dave is saying below this, Ali says that a dwarf warband going wrong in Maelstrom is good because they can generally trade evenly with other warbands or can hold up a killy warband for a long time at a board's edge.
Absolutely.
Or can occupy 2 warbands in a similar fashion. So yeah, really good point there.
Yeah, if you've got your warband of like chods with shields or whatever, just a normal warband that goes awry, and your opponent goes, right, I'm going to have that, and sends 2 warbands over there, that your warband of troops can literally just stand there and shield for the entire game, knowing that your murder warband with Durin will go through anything that it needs to fight. At which point, the shield warriors have either killed what they needed to kill or held up half an army for long enough that then Durin and his co can come over and help or take the objectives that they need to take.
100%. Really interesting list. Thanks for that one, Josh. Just while we're while I fiddle around with the other one, Top Table Gaming Steve says, do you think we have a clean state in terms of meta due to long tourney break we've had?
Absolutely not, no. I wish we did. It'd be really nice for a load of people to come in with a load of new, fresh ideas. Unfortunately, the game's been out for so long, and we haven't had a tremendous amount of new releases in the time that we haven't been able to go to events, that it'll just be a pick up where we've left off, I think. I think we'll see more ranges of Ithilien than we've ever seen before. We might see a little return back to Azog's Legion just because the Gundabats are out and they're phenomenal models. They do a really good thing for the game. But ultimately, I don't think too much is going to change. I'd love it to, but I don't think it will.
That's really, really interesting. And I haven't heard that point of view yet. Guardians of Wiltshire, Devi says, interesting point, Steve. I think that we'll see a lot of different armies with people theorizing, painting new toys. I think I agree with that, actually. I can, certainly people like me, I'll be bringing way different stuff, but then again, I'm not at the top tables ever. So maybe you're right in terms of who's going to be at the top.
It's one of those things. Everyone has had an awful lot of time to sort of, do the Gandalf at Minas Tirith of reading books for 50 years or whatever, trying to figure out what's going on. Hello, Ryan. Ryan here, everyone.
Hey, how's it going?
And everyone can read their books forever and figure out a load of stuff, but ultimately, because the game's been out for so long, that no one's going to have that light bulb moment that hasn't happened already before. Like, oh my God, Serpent Guard and Morgul Stalkers are really good. Like, people have already had these ideas. And that we haven't had enough new stuff come out, and there hasn't been any groundbreaking changes or FAQs or updates. So some people might have gone, do you know what, I'm going to use this time to come up with a new project that I'm sure many people will have done. I mean, my commission painting has been really, really busy, so I can only use that as my sort of point of reference. I think people will be forecasting into the future of what we might see in new releases, and they might be hoarding their armies, preparing for that. But suddenly, if COVID just went poof and disappeared and we could go to an event tomorrow, I think that the top 10 lists would look the same as they've always looked.
Really interesting stuff here on Entmoot Live. Right, let's get back into the next one. We've got... There we go. So this is from Nathan, who thank you for sending it in on the email. So this is a pretty basic but interesting. We've got Warband 1, Mordor Troll Chieftain, 4 Mordor Trolls, 1 with a drum, Warband 2, Mordor Catapult, of course with a troll, and 4 extra crew for 20 points. Lower numbers, hence the additional crew. What do you think? 750 points. How will this fare in the tournament?
You'll have fun, I guess. one smart thing that you've done is putting the 4 additional crew in the catapult, meaning that you're not going to be broken when all your trolls die, which they will. Ultimately, you spend a lot of points on a monster that can't modify their dice rolls. It just means they're going to die soon. The catapult's lovely. The troll chieftain's really tough, and they're well worth 140 points, I'd say. But any all monster list typically doesn't do very well. Even eagles, I'd say they're the best monster list, but if they don't roll a 6, they're going to go down eventually.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. And with three dice without banners, you still, I can't remember the exact maths on this. Someone with a mathematical brain will tell you. But I think once you get to 4 dice, you have over like 55% chance of getting it.
Yeah, you just over 50% with 4 dice.
And you don't have that.
And this is going to be one of these really painful armies where I guarantee you'll roll a 5 every time, but a 5 won't be enough.
Yeah, sad time.
It might even be worth taking like an orc with a banner on a warg just to stand behind them and do what needs to be done. Maybe get rid of the 4 additional crew and do that, and sort of put your eggs in the basket of the trolls not dying rather than not being broken when they do. But ultimately, you're gonna have a rough time unless you get some just hilarious matchups where you play like Goblin Town and none of them can charge you. And you just light them up with hurls, but I doubt it, unfortunately.
I'm inclined to think that if you were going to do that, you could. If you've got the drum, he's added a drum there for 30 points, which you could almost just drop that, add a orc with a banner to just hover around, and it might do better because ultimately, because if I guess the drum is to try and close the gap between bow armies, but if you've got a catapult, you're probably not so worried about that. Because it's lobbing rocks at
the idea that you could drop the 4th troll with the drum and replace it with I don't know how much a drum costs, but I'm sure you could roughly trade it for a Shadow Lord horse.
Yeah, I think 35 points for a drummer, orc drummer.
I thought it was at least 30. I'm a little bit rusty on my points now. I'm playing so many new games and I haven't played much SBG, so all the numbers are falling out my head.
Oh yeah, of course, because you're at the shop there and you've been playing loads of different stuff, haven't you?
My latest one is X-Wing, but I'm sure we can come on to that when we run out of SBG goodness to talk about.
Quickly look at the orc drummer.
Drop the troll with the drum for the Shadow Lord on horse, because that's got compounding effects for you in that you're not really going to get shot at. You've got a bit of magic to deal with a hero that you don't like the look of. And also you've got Harbinger of Evil, which amplifies the troll's terror.
Absolutely, yeah. Dave's put below troll drum is 130, which is exactly the same price as
Good Lord,
on a horse.
Get that man a Shadow Lord.
Yeah, a Shadow Lord would be much better. I mean, and then you've got a little bit of control as well. You can potentially neutralize the odd hero who's able to strike, sort of thing. So
exactly.
Right, okay, just before we get back to the next list, we've got a few people disagreeing with you about the meta change. Dave, we've had 6 Legendary Leads come out, including Black Riders and Cirith Ungol. That's a lot of people that might be willing to try something new. What do you think?
It doesn't mean they're going to win events, though. To be straight to the point, the Black Riders one is really, really good. However, I'm not entirely sure it will win events at certain points, but we'll wait to see. I think that's the only real Legendary Legion that's come out that I expect to see anywhere near the top tables, at least consistently.
I think
that's not someone like Dave Farmer isn't going to go, I see something really cool with Cirith Ungol and go and win a load of events because he could.
Yeah, that's true. I think Will...
apart from the Black Riders, I don't think there'll be a meta change at all.
I think Ed Ball said he might be tempted by the Black Riders, so we'll wait and see.
And that will be a truly terrifying thing for us all to have to deal with.
Indeed.
If there's anyone who can win an event with that, it'll be him.
Indeed. Dave says, have to disagree, Will. We've had a Quest of the Ringbearer and we only got a few months of War in Rohan before lockdown, so I think we'll see an increase in new lists and some will see top tables in the right hands.
Yeah, it's all about the right hands, isn't it? Ultimately, if we go back to normal, the same people should be near the top tables no matter what comes out, because the top players remain the top players and they might change slightly what list they take. I don't think anything that's come out would stop Jay. If Jay was playing competitive, that would stop Jay from taking Lake Town. There's nothing that's come out that would stop me taking the Hunter Orc list. There's nothing there that would stop Calman from taking Iron Hills. Ad absurdum, there are lists there that are decent, but I don't think that sudden. Yeah,
yeah, you can't buy them. You've got to rent those hands for an evening, I think.
Yeah, I'll give you a right hand, Steve, anytime you want. But yeah, ultimately, people can disagree with me because the people that are disagreeing are as wise as I am and have probably been playing longer. But ultimately, I don't think that there's going to be any tremendous change. We're not going to go to an event and see 12 people running the Black Riders, and if we do, one of them will be in the top 5.
Interesting. I really like that. I like that. I wish we could find out tomorrow, but sadly not for a while yet.
We'll do a redux in a year, and we'll see how wrong I was. More than happy to be wrong, because if we see new stuff, I'm always happy.
I won't commit to the 24-hour stream just yet. Maybe at the end of the 24 hours, I'll commit to it.
Yeah, I'll come back to you when you're delirious.
Yeah, fair enough. Dave, the email is scrolling below the chat. So you just it's just literally below that. So where is it? There. It's on the ticker. Right. So where have we got to? Okay, so I think we've got the next list ready to go. Here we go. 450 points of canned. I love canned.
I'm already in. 10
I'm in as well. 10 out of 10. Daniel Nelson, thanks very much for watching and getting involved. Enjoying the stream. Keep up the good work. Below is a 450 points Varieggs of canned lift I've been thinking of trying. Be interested in thoughts you have. So Candish King on Chariot, great start. 3 Candish Horsemen, a Candish Charioteer with a bow, Candish Chieftain on Chariot with 4 Candish Horsemen, and a Candish Chieftain on Horse with 4 Candish Horsemen. So there's actually quite a few big hitters in that 450 points. Obviously, all cavalry though. What do you think?
Beautiful.
Yeah,
love it. It's tremendous. The chariots are really, really good. They're quite resilient as well. I know. I think it was Dave Clubley that was basically saying what decent lists can take down the Reigns of Ithilien. And I think it was him that posted the canned, or maybe someone else did. But yeah, chariots are really good. Even better at low points because they can swing the game so much better. Because at 450 points, if a chariot goes through 3 people, that's a significantly bigger effect than at 800 points if it goes through 3 people. The only thing I'd say is it possible to squeeze some more chariots in there?
that was going to be my criticism as well. I think you could probably squeeze another chariot in there. Maybe just to set. I kind of think the Candish Chieftain on horse should be on a chariot. I don't know what that means for the list. I think for Candish, so I think what's the difference? It's about 30 points for a chariot, isn't it? So I guess you'd be losing 3 horsemen or something like that, or two or 3 horsemen. So maybe not. But yeah, obviously it's going to be very low on numbers, but the chariots are so resilient.
I'd flip this on its head and build it backwards, as it were. So I don't know if has the king got march, or does he only have strike? He does have march. So at 450, I'd probably look to take 2 kings, and then I would take 2 or 3 horses, probably 2. And then I'd spend the rest of the points on chariots. The reason for the 2 horses is that they can hold the back objectives, because you don't want to sit 30 points in domination doing nothing. So I'd go 2 kings, 2 horses, and then max out on chariots. And if the points don't line up nicely, then I would look at downgrading a king to a chieftain. But I'd just go as many chariots as possible. I think they can just do so much.
They can do a lot of stuff. Josh has pointed out that they're not as reliable as people make out. You can't use might on your impact hits, which is true. But with a march, you can move very quickly. They're defense 7 on the chariot, and more often than not, you're hitting the chariot than not. I do think there's power. I think I have actually played a few games with chariots, and I took them to a couple of tournaments.
You're something of a chariot scientist, aren't you?
Well, I saw when I first read the book. This was the first thing I thought of. I thought this when the new edition changed. I thought I really like chariots. They look really cool. The downside is the movement, and the more chariots you have, the more you have to do this kind of weird movement thing, because they have to move 45 degrees 3 inches, 45 degrees 3 inches. So you can end up kind of almost having an enemy that's standing in the middle while chariots move slowly around it and never actually engage. So I can
around him like a shark.
Yeah, which is not really that useful. And of course, terrain is a big issue. But
terrain is a big issue. Looking at most of the boards in the UK across events, you generally should be fine.
Yeah, you'd be
the
all right.
only problem with a list like this is it's the equivalent of playing a Mummock, that if someone's got like the worst nightmare, which is the Ruins of Osgiliath that's on a wooden template, and they just put their whole army in the middle, there's basically nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's what stopped me playing it, actually, because I played against Callum Edens and he had an elf army and he just plonked them all in the woods and I couldn't do anything about it, and he just shot me to bits.
Yeah, it's the most frustrating thing in the world, and it makes for a really bad game, but you also be angry because if it was a serious game, you'd probably do the same. I don't think I've ever set up my army in front of a Mummock next to a woods and gone, oh yeah, but it wouldn't be fun if I put my stuff in the woods. Because if I want to win the game, that's exactly where I need to put them.
Yeah.
So I know what you mean. It's a huge mitigating factor in taking an army like this. It's that, am I actually going to be able to use it in the way that I'd like to?
I think in some ways you can kind of get around it by having maybe 2 kings on chariots and then having a load of foot guys, because then the guys can get into terrain and things like that. But I mean, they're not great. They're loads of
rubbish. They'll get into the terrain and they'll die.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? So, I mean, we started off very warm on your list there, Daniel, but I think there are definitely flaws with it. And let's see who some people have been making comments about it. I would take the normal charioteer. Oh, this is Dan Nelson. You say actually this you're commenting on your own list. I'd take the normal charioteer and move it into the chieftain, but I wanted a couple of might points that weren't restricted in movement. Appreciate the 2 kings idea. Might play around with that. Good, thank you. And Josh says chariot is 30 points either as an upgrade to a character or as a warrior, and they're way better off on characters. Yeah, I think that's true, because if nothing else, the strength makes a big difference, because if you've got a higher strength guy, you're able to do more with your monstrous charge, which is good. So that's interesting, though. I'd love to see more Candish stuff out there.
You do also have a bit of an outside idea in that you go 2 kings and you put them both on horses, and then you load everything else up on chariots, and you essentially use them, or say chieftains, as like heroic move caddies. And just basically send out chariot missiles at everybody and keep your heroes safe for where you need them to. And one thing that lets you do is it stops them from sort of getting stuck in the chariot and crashing into a wall because they can't quite turn around and stuff. And so you could actually play it the other way, and let them just send chariots off to strafe into people, and then they can hit whatever targets they want to hit. So there is that angle as well.
That's a really intriguing idea. The one downside to that is there's no chariot kings on horse models, which I suppose would be good fun for converting them.
You'd have to get your hobby knife out.
Indeed. Right, let's take a look at the next one. What have we got? So we've got Evan Iverson, who I believe Evan is from the DCHL, the Unexpected Podcast. 3 of the guys from the Unexpected Podcast are coming on in the wee hours of the morning, so do tune in for that. Really enjoying the stream. Here's a list I've been thinking about. Warband 1, Gwaihir. Warband 2, Master of Lake Town with 14 Lake Town spearmen. That's a lot of spearmen. Braga and 4 bowmen. Alfred and 3 bowmen. Legolas and a horse with 2 Mirkwood Cav and shield. 8 elves with shields. 5 elves with bow. And Galadriel, Lady of Light, at 800 points. So I'm guessing those spearmen are going behind those elves with shields. And there's just a lot of bows in there. What do you think?
Yeah, do we know if that's going to be amber or red as an alliance? I think that's going to be amber.
Yeah, it looks like it probably will. Evan, if you're watching, drop a comment in just so we confirm that. But I can, while you're tearing it to bits, I'll have a look at the allies matrix.
In any case, it's really good. It's almost like what's it called? It when chefs, I think it's called like molecular gastronomy, where they essentially separate all the food out and do something really arty-farty with it and like deconstruct it. And that's essentially what he's done with an army. He's gone, I need to have models for objectives. I need to have shooting for this. I need to have someone for that, and I need a killer for that. And what he's essentially done is pick and mixed the best bits for the job, and then put it all back together. You've got really good numbers. You're gonna what's it called? Channeled Fortify Spirit on Guahir, so Guahir's never going to get magicked.
Yeah, it's yellow.
It's yellow, yeah, and you can use the Master to send all of your Lake Towners to fight 4 if you need it when you start to run out of elves. Legolas on horse is excellent. That's just a really solid list. That's something that I'd quite happily expect to see top tables in the last couple of games of an event.
It's an interesting construction as well, though, because you've got an awful lot of 14 Lake Town Spearmen, which are what, defense 3 or 4?
That's
4. So that is a weakness there. But I guess that the whole point of this list is you're protecting those desperately with the Lady of Light, and why here and everyone else is doing the big work.
Yeah, if I was to criticise it, because I suppose that's what I'm here for. You really want Orcrist on Legolas because it's just so good. It also gives him a lot of killing power. I think losing a couple of Lake Towners to give him a shiny sword is worth it. And it also falls into the trap of like the olden days when you'd have Khazad Guard backed by Wood Elves. It's really, really good as long as no one ever gets behind you. But if someone does get behind you, it's basically over. So something that, I mean, I'd probably back a typical list of mine at 800 points, which is the 40 odd Hunter Orcs and some Goblin Mercenaries and spiders and bats and stuff, because essentially all I'd need to do is ambush or fly over or heroic combat through to the back, tie up the spearmen, and the Hunter Orcs would chop down the elves. And yeah, Guahir is really good and is going to do a lot of damage, but because all of your components are really good on their own, but they don't necessarily synergize when things start to go south, you can just pick off the components as and when you need to. But on the flip side, you've got good resilience against shooting. You've got good resilience against courage because you've got some high courage heroes. You're not going to get shot. But I'd be concerned about how it's actually going to fight when you line that up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're relying an awful lot on Guahir to do a lot of damage, because Braga and Alfred and Master of Lake Town aren't going to be doing a lot of killing. Legolas is he's good, but he's not amazing. I think you're right. You need to give him the sword, don't you? But yeah, Lake Town are all strength 3, and the elves are all strength 3. It's going to be tough to crack something like dwarves, I'd have thought, or a high defense evil army or whatever, depending on the tournament. But yeah, I mean, it's
without a doubt that is a very strong list. I'm not entirely sure if it would win an event just because of how it would stand up to being broken down or split up. But it's definitely probably the strongest list we've seen so far, quite comfortably.
Well, there you go, Evan. That's praise indeed. All right, excellent stuff. Thanks for sending that one in. I know we've got about half an hour left, so if people got more to submit, there are a few more to get through. Josh Bryant just finishing off the chariot discussion. Sorry, I've already put that one. 500 points of Can versus Wolves of Isengard the other week. I got Roffle stopped, killed maybe 2 complete Wild Riders. I think that sounds unlucky, if I'm honest, because usually you'd be charging a Wild Rider and killing both the rider and the fella underneath. So
you never know. Wolves of Isengard could be one of these lists that everyone's going to take to the next event, Harry.
Who knows?
You never know.
Who knows? Right, let's have a look. Okay, so this is a little bit more, it's a bit dark because it's a picture of a printed list. This is from Michael Haskell. I'll just move up and down the list a bit so you can see it. So it starts with Boromir with a banner of Minas Tirith and shield. Good start. Has he got a horse? I don't know whether he's got a horse.
I can't see a horse.
Doesn't have a horse. Okay, that's fine. He's got the banner, and he has in his warband 3 Guard of the Fountain Court with shields, 5 Osgiliath veterans with shields, 2 warriors with shield, and 5 warriors with shield and spear. So I think he's going for an Osgiliath theme. Faramir with shield and heavy armor, Guard of the Fountain Court with shield, 6 of them, 9 warriors with shield. And then we've got Madril, of course, Master of the Ambush, 4 Knights of Minas Tirith with shields, interesting. 1 Guard of the Fountain Court with a shield, 2 Warriors with a shield, and Beregond, 6 Citadel Guard with longbow. And I think that's everything. So we've got 47 models, 800 points, and a fair amount of might, and some very high fight value guys.
Yeah, that's pretty grim. That would be a really tough list to take down. He's clearly spec'd more into it being thematic over competitive, just because he's not got horses on the heroes. That's the first thing I'd change right off the bat.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever a reason not to mount your heroes, or at least on this occasion with these two.
Yeah.
The Banner of Minas Tirith is insane. So you're going to have fight 5 across the board. You basically got defense 7 elves. That's what this list does. You've got loads of defense 7 in there with the Guard of the Fountain Court, and then loads of bodies that can shield wall up and buff their defense as well. You've got 4 knights, which, knights get a bit of a tough rap, but they're actually pretty good. They're quite cheap. The defense 6. They've got lances. They do exactly what they need to do. Even if the only thing that those horses do is charge into the back of a charging enemy hero and take his charge bonus away, they've made their points back immediately. My only criticisms really would be to mount the heroes, because there's no reason not to, and probably get a few more bows in there. What you've built is essentially a Death Star build that's going to be really tough to kill. Its killing power itself isn't excellent, but it should win the war of attrition. But you haven't got a huge amount of bows, which means if anyone's got, even a full warband of bows or slightly more, you're going to have to take the fight to them, which is going to give them a really good opportunity to sort of flank and get around you. One problem that armies like this tend to face is because you've spent 220 points on Boromir, you're essentially going to build the whole list around him, and everything's going to move up as a big bubble, which means you're really going to struggle in objective games. Because if I was facing that list, even if we're playing domination, there's only so many models you can put on the flanks without then taking away the power of your Death Star. So I'd quite happily throw 90% of my army under the bus if it means I'm going to sit on 4 objectives when you don't have any models there. That's the only issue with like a buff army like this.
I think I'd have a couple of changes as well. Rather than putting the knights with Madril, it makes sense to me to put those in with Boromir, because then if Boromir is mounted, then you've got some fight for charging with lances. That would be quite good, and I suppose you don't lose a lot. But yeah, I think giving maybe a few more rangers instead of warriors, or even instead of some of those off-gear veterans or something like that with the bows would help, because you still get the spears. They're basically fight 5 backup throughout the list as well, which will help.
Yeah, you don't want to cripple yourself too much on the high defense train, because that's clearly what the list is on. But a few rangers certainly wouldn't hurt. If you're really being competitive, you'd probably put one of the knights in each warband, because that's just the best way of putting your speed where you need it. The only downside to a list like this is the fact that for it to work in the way you want it to, you're essentially putting all your eggs in one basket and moving up in one 6-inch bubble, which is great for to the death, but it's rubbish in any scenario where you need to sort of spread out and sort of be fast.
I suppose the flip side of that is that it is a very high defense army. So even if you're not in that bubble and you're having to split up, you can send load of guys to an objective and just stand and shield defense 7, and hopefully they'd last a bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more of a psychological thing. When you've spent 220 points on Boromir, you really are building the list for him to walk around with a big Death Star is the best way to put it.
Yeah,
and as long as you're prepared to sort of let that plan go and throw models where you need to throw them, it might do okay. It's certainly got a lot of models to say how hard it can hit with the heroes and stuff.
Yeah, and 7 bows is not bad, and they're all long bows. So they're strength 3, 24 inches. But
yeah,
they're not bad.
I just look at a few more
points. I think at 800 points, you probably you make some good strong arguments there. Right, okay, let's flip back to this and crack on with the next one. So we've only got a few more lists, I think, to go. So what we've got Rowan May. Let me just get this up. Right, this is it's a small list. This you're gonna like this one. You're gonna like this one. Right, let's have a look at this.
I'm ready.
Here we go. Very straightforward. Mordor, Witch King of Angmar with crown and Morgul and horse. 15 Black Númenóreans, 1 with banner and 2 with 2 Morgul knights. Then Warband 2, Dragon with refly, fire and fly, and 15 Goblin warriors with spear. Interesting.
So themey. I love it. How many points is that going to be? Has he written it down anywhere?
He did write it down, I think. Oh no, he doesn't. Let me know how many points it is. You say
I don't want to do that.
The Witch King's 3 might, 12 will, and 2 fate. So not bad though. I think there's some 800 points.
So 800 points. I it's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those lists that looks really cool on paper, but again would easily fall apart, unfortunately. It's looking back at the last edition where the Khazad Guard backed by Wood Elf seems like the coolest thing ever. But as soon as you hit those goblins in the back, like it's just over. Dragons are really good, rarely seen because they're a lot of points, but the job they do is tremendous. The Witch King needs no introduction. The fact he's on a horse is rough. If he was on a fell beast, I could kind of see what you're looking at. Because then you've got a really good fighting line plus 2 hurls and 2 flyers to make sure the hurls are where you want them. If you're playing to the death and you've got a mountain on either side of your warband, so you can form a battle line and do what you need to do, then you're going to do great. In any scenario where you're going to have to move around, split up, or offer any flank at all, I can't see you winning it. The basis there is really strong. Like I can see what you're going with. Black Numenorians are really popular at the moment, and for good reason. They do a really good job. And then you're supplementing the monsters and the expensive front line with a cheap back line. But all that means is the back line just crumbles under the lightest of pressure.
Yeah, and those 15 goblins as well. So it's it's exactly half your army almost, just but give or take a couple of models. So
it also slows you down tremendously.
Oh yeah, that's true. 1 inch less, isn't it?
Yeah, I know that doesn't sound like much, but if you're racing to the centre, or in Maelstrom, if you end up getting absolutely shafted, your goblins aren't catching your Black Numenorians before they're in deep trouble. And you've also got a huge lack of killing power beyond the 2 heroes. If you showed me a slightly smaller list that had a Witch King on Fell Beast, I think you've got some potential there, because then you've got 2 monsters, and if you get that alpha strike right with those 2, you can just end the game 100 points. But with only 1 monster, I've not got a tremendous amount of faith in that, unfortunately. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, Rowan. Dave says I dropped the Breathe Fire for Tough Hide. What do you think? Will that help?
Yeah, Breathe Fire is situational and can be incredibly strong and hilarious, but Tough Hide is just so good.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. I really do.
I absolutely like the idea of it.
I definitely love to come across this over the tabletop. It's something different. It's not sort of tied down by a legendary legion or anything like that. It's got loads of cool models that you're not likely to see, and dragon that you'd never see. And I mean, I think I'd struggle to use it, but it would be difficult.
You're knocking on the door for something competitive, but it's not quite there.
Well, there you go, Rowan. I hope that's enough for you. A bit of analysis there. Michael says, thanks, Will and Harry, food for thought. I do like themes to take precedence over competitiveness, which we spotted there. That was about the Osgiliath list.
And that's why we love you.
Yeah, exactly. I think we still have a couple more to go through, so keep them coming in. Oh, we've got Dave Farmers next, so this should be good. Dave's in the comments. Always likes his competitive list. So let's unveil the list. Good list for 700. Green Alliance. Haldir with a leader. He's the leader with the heavy armor and the bow. Guard of the Galadrim Court ×2. 3 Galadrim with bow and spear. 2 Wood Elves with bow and spear. 1 Galadrim with spear and banner. 7 Galadrims with shield. Gildor with 3 High Elves, shield and spear. 7 Noldor in exile, so they move 8 inches with spear. Círdan for 4 High Elves, bow and a spear, and 2 High Elves with a bow. And then Boromir on a horse to round it off and give it a bit of a punch.
You had to ruin it, didn't you?
Yeah,
that's pretty solid. I like that at 700 points a lot. Boromir for 105 points is almost an auto include for a lot of lists. Like if it's green, it's so good. He can just get absolutely done in out of nowhere, but if he doesn't, he can win games by himself. Gildor's a bit of a hard sell, unfortunately. He can have a couple of little tricks with his small amount of magic, and his 8-inch move is nice. But for 70 points, you could probably do better. Haldir's great. We all love Haldir. Guard of the Galadrim Court are great. You've got quite a lot of low defense in there. That's the problem. A couple of hells, a couple of lucky bow shots, or when the combat comes, you only have to lose. When you've only got 35 models, you lose a couple of a couple of wood elves, and you're going to start struggling, and suddenly everyone's going to have to start parrying, and you haven't really, outside Boromir, you haven't got a tremendous amount of killing power to sort of keep up on the kill tally. One thing that I would look to put in somewhere, see if you can squeeze it in, would be a Wood Elf Sentinel or two, because they're just phenomenal for what they do, and they give you some more shenanigans.
So,
okay. Sure.
Yeah, so that's a reasonable reason to put him in there. So I get that. He is quite expensive. But I think for Will, for a couple of immobilizers, that's not bad. It can be very, very useful. I'd have thought the inclusion of that. But yeah, I see what you're getting at with the Gildor. He's so low. His defense 4 and only
his defense 4, but it's 4 will points, but he's only got 1 might, hasn't he? And you're gonna need him to be in there doing some killing, and with 1 might point, you're not going to get very far. It's I think that Boromir's in there to levy the might point concession from Círdan and Gildor, but unfortunately, it doesn't always work like that.
Dave, the GT, how did you fare, Dave? I'm intrigued because
probably won. What do I know? I've not been to a tournament forever. I like it. It's not something that I'd look at taking purely because there's a lot of low defense there, which can just get done in. And also, you said that you've put Gildor in there to make it work as an alliance. For me, if you're spending 70 points to make an alliance work, maybe the alliance isn't worth making work. Maybe there's another route to go down. I'm not sure. Yeah.
So he won all his games at the GT with this. So
well, I mean, Dave is a very good player. That's one thing that should be said when especially someone like me comes on and does these list reviews. I might see things in a completely different way to other people, and it certainly doesn't mean that I'm right. But because the Fellowship is green with Rivendell, I believe, unless I'm being completely stupid. At which point you can kind of forget about Haldir's Warband. The only reason I can think that you take Haldir's Warband is for the Guard of Gladrim Court, really, because if not, elves are elves. So maybe you just pull Haldir's Warband and invest that back into Rivendell and keep it green, and probably recycle the points off Gildor and take a better hero. I can't see personally what that list is about, to be fair. It's just me. I don't think Gildor's worth it, and if you're putting Gildor in to make the list legal, just try a different list in my head.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm just flicking through. Arrestor jumps out as being a hero of 85 points. Not a great leader, I would thought, to replace Haldir, but like you say, you can put him in instead of Haldir and a load of guys in with that warband instead, and potentially have something similar. But yeah, I know I see what you're getting at. Dave's lighting up the switchboard below, commenting on why he likes it. He likes it because it's good versus evil, and that's what interests me, with it being green. So yeah, there's lots to think about. I can see the slots all fitting together, but I hate it because it's elves, and I'd never play that. But I like the
I mean, I can always appreciate the use of Nolder and Exiles because they're fast. I just wonder if that list is better against evil, if that's what you care about, than just taking either a better Lothlorien or a better Rivendell list. That's what I'd be curious to see, and I suppose there's absolutely no way to measure that.
Yeah, I guess, like you say, the main thing you're getting out of the Haldir is the Guard of the Gladrim Court, which are 2 fight 6, but there's only 2 fight 6 guys in there. So are you gaining much by losing it? I don't know.
Yeah, the Guard of the Gladrim Court can give a real headache to enemy heroes.
Okay.
And also you can just pike them up behind someone like Haldir or Gildor to make them sort of absolutely murder. But yeah, as you said, all the pieces are there. They just don't fit together for me. I just don't think Gildor is a concession worth making.
Interesting. Dave, thanks very much for sending it in. He does point out that Gildor is also fight 6. I still think he's when you've got so few heroes that are killy, he might struggle to lend his worth. But it's a great army, and obviously, what do we know?
You won 3 games with it, mate. I don't know why you're asking for our opinion. Clearly it works.
It's great of you to offer yourself up in this way for criticism. So thank you very much. I'll just double check if there are any more lists that have come in the last sort of few minutes, but we are getting towards the end of the section. Oh yeah, we do have another bit. Here we go. Let's do one final one before we have another break and get someone else onto the stream. Dan Entwistle, hopefully, should be on in the next 15 minutes. So, Evan Iverson, this is another list he's considering. Warband 1, leader, Aragorn, King, LSR, and a horse. 6 Minotaur with spear and shield. 3 Minotaur with shield. 6 Rangers with spear. 2 Knights with shield. And Legolas with a horse and Orcrist. 5 Elves and bow and glaive, with 9 Elves and shield, and Galadriel of light. So this will be yellow, I'd have thought, at 800 points.
Yeah, this list is bananas good. I know that Jakob Krockmol takes something similar. I know he doesn't take Legolas. I think he might take Fellowship Boromir, and the elves come in maybe with Arwen, or something similar. But essentially, the synergies between Aragorn, Galadriel, and then another hero, and then you've got your tough defense front line and your elves on the back line. Like, that list is just really solid. You've got so much might to make sure that you don't get screwed over in Maelstrom and things like that. Yeah, really solid list.
Yeah, I really like the idea. You're seeing a lot of these Lady Galadriel Lights lists pop up and around the community. I kind of worry that there's a bit of a reliance on that Boromir and Lady Galadriel Light. If people keep playing them too much, they're going to get nerfed. Yeah,
well, I mean, I personally despise it, but it works, so you can't really argue with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of how it works, we've got LSR. Obviously, he's an absolute monster. One thing I think is there enough guys there? I mean, what, 14, 20, 26? I guess that's nearly 31 models.
It's enough. It's essentially built around you channel 45 Boromir, you channel in Jakob's list, just used as a comparison. You channel 45 the murdery heroes, which means nothing can really stop them. And everything else just survives long enough for those to do what they need to do.
Yeah,
that's pretty much all there is to it.
And Galadriel's she's not the rubbish Galadriel, so she can fight. Legolas,
yeah, she's no slouch herself.
So yeah, I can definitely see this working.
And LSR also gives you the 6-inch banner as well.
Oh yeah, of course he does. Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, in a sort of Maelstrom battle, how would this pan out? Because you've got Galadriel in a warband on her own. How do those sort of? And I know when Boromir gets dropped in, I guess they've both got a lot of might to fiddle around to put them in the right place. But I would always worry about that myself if I was playing this list.
I think all you need to do is you just sort of use them first. In Maelstrom, you always deploy your most vulnerable warband first, and then you can use the heroes with might or more troops to sort of protect them. Another thing which I say people rarely do, that's a lie. A mistake that a lot of people make when they play Maelstrom is they will deploy a warband in like the center of a board edge, which is just silly, really, because if you then get the alternate, the other side, you then can't bring it on to help. I can't really stress this enough, that you should always deploy near a corner, and that means the chances of your army deploying together is significantly higher. And you concede a little bit of time that it would take to get to the centre of the board for the likes of whole ground, but I'd much rather take a turn longer with my army intact and together than get there a turn sooner with half my army.
Really interesting point, though. Yeah, and it seems like an obvious thing to do, really, to keep your army as close together as possible. But yeah, I guess you might be tempted, depending on terrain and things like that, you might be tempted to just whack it in the middle and hope that you meet up in the middle. But yeah, it can easily be taken advantage of, can't it?
Don't get me wrong, if you've got 3 warbands and you go one on a corner, and you've only got one left, by all means go for one of the board edges that, joins up with that. You don't have to cram them into a corner, but the amount of time someone will get their first warband and they'll deploy it right in the center of a board edge, and you're like, if your rolls all work perfect, then fair play, good gamble. But if they don't, like, that warband's not helping anyone.
Absolutely. Dave Farmer points out, so for 240-ish points, it's 9 might, 2 strikes, blinding light, anti-magic, etc., etc., etc. Lots of good stuff. So I mean, Evan,
crazy good.
Yeah, Evan pointed out that you've got the previous list as well that you really like. So of this and the previous one he sent in, what do you think's your favourite? The previous one was the Gwaihir, Master of Lake Town, and all the other guys. Which one do you think was better?
It's a bit of a tough one, actually. I think that the one with Aragorn in is better purely because I've played against similar lists and it has won events consistently. However, I think I prefer the one with Gwahir in because you've got a few more options there. You've got more stuff to play with. This is like a slightly more condensed version of the other list. But I'm a fan of both of them.
Well, there you go. Will, thank you very much for commenting and joining the stream for all of this time. We're going to be replacing you, sadly, with Dan Entwistle in a very few minutes' time. But I really appreciate all the comments and all the debate that we've stoked in the thing there. So thanks very much for everyone who sent in a list. I know there's been, I think we've got through about 10 lists nearly or something like that. So that's great. And lots of chat to be had. So Will, it's always a pleasure seeing you, chatting to you, getting you on these sorts of things. I'm going to have a break after this, settle down and whistle, and we'll get back on the hobby train. I'll let my voice rest for a little bit because I think I'm going to be destroyed by the end of this, at the end of this 24 hours talking non-stop. Will, nice to see you. Cheerio.
Thank you, everyone. See you later.
Bye. Right, and then there was one. So Will is out of the building, and it's just me. So I've got a few little bits that I want to sort out before we get cracking with Dan Entwistle. I've actually got loads of games that we've not yet had time for. Just feel like the conversation's been flowing really nicely. So don't forget that there's a stream, there's a sort of comment thing on Facebook that if you search for it, it says show me your hobby progress. I'm really intrigued to see what it looks like, so I'm going to just have a quick poke through that now to just see what people like yourself have been up to throughout the two well, God, how many hours are we doing it now? It's nearly 6 hours. Wow, 6 hours worth of streaming. This is insane. So let's just have a quick poke through. Let me just share my screen again. Right, here we go. So this is what people have been working with. Oh, that's a bit small, isn't it? Why is that? Why is that so small? I don't know why. Let's have a look. There we go. Okay, that's better. Right, here we go. So let's see what people have got. What people have been working on. So we saw earlier we've got a lovely converted King of Men from Aidan Lummer. Fantastic. We've got some armies. Let me see how you're doing on these armies, by the way. I know people have commented and been watching. So we've got those lovely models there. Look at that. That's beautiful work from Dan Boxholm. Looking great. I like the little tufts. There's me at the start of the stream. We've got Michael Haskell. How are you getting on with your monolith build? There's a lot of grey plastic there, Michael. Let's see how it's going now. Feel free to comment back in the stream. What's this? Oh, yes, that's Vivek. He's enjoying the stream. He's decided to keep procrastinating. Vivek says he's painting. Oh, that's exciting. I'd love to see this progress on this one. This is Sharku, and it's very rare to get the actual foot model. I think I've got the other one, but not this. Harry West. Hello, Harry. Greetings. Thanks for joining in. I'll be popping in and out when I can. Hopefully I can finish my third Dragon Knight later this evening while I listen. Yes, I like the look of it. It's looking gorgeous. I love the greens. Who's this? Russell Priest. I had to drop off, but the Boromir on the right was bare metal when you started. I'm not sure my painting has improved in 18 years. I'm sure it has. It's worth noting. I think that's good, though. The work that you've got there, the contrast paint style is really nice. I love it. And once you've based it up and finished off the details, I think it'll look really nice. So thanks very much, Russell, for joining in. This is from Frederick when the army list is at 90 degrees. So there you go. I'm looking fresh. Will looking fresh as well. Excellent. And there we go. I think someone was about to comment. So feel free to drop. There it is. David Clubley. Assembled these was listening to Jasmine and then Will. And that looks like 2 Candish warriors on horse, 3 bits of the Mines of Moria, and 2 guys, the Barlaam Butter and Harry Goatley. Thank you very much, David Clubley, for joining in the stream. A real eclectic mix of things just working on there, Dave. What's going on? Why are you building like a third of the Barlin's Tomb kit, 2/3 of the new Ring Bearers kit, and 2 Candish Warriors? I don't know why it's all over the place, but I like it. At least you're doing some hobby. Feel free to drop in and drop some stuff. What was this? Same for I just wanted Will to review my joke list. I've been really productive assembling models. Excellent stuff. Anyone else here been here since the start? Harry doesn't count. Yeah, I've been here since the start. Thanks very much. Nathan, yeah, good question. Has anyone else been in here since the start? I know, Nathan, you've been in here pretty much since the early days, whether you've been dipping in and out or not, I don't know. Either way, that's amazing. Right, okay, we've got 5 more minutes until Dan Entwistle comes on. So I'm going to go and take a drink, have a breather, and I'll put the little ticker timer on when I'm just in the room ready to go. So I'll light it up with that for a bit. But first, let's just remind you of what we're doing this for. This is all for charity. It's not just about SBG. Really do appreciate all the comments and all the contributions about it all. But if you can, go along to the donation button up here. Please consider donating. I know it's a tricky time, tricky year for everyone, but I really do appreciate any support, and it'd be great to hit the target. So, and this is all what it's all about.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
There you go. That's what it's all about. That's the food bank here in Lincoln. They're supported by the Trussell Trust. The donate using the QR code up here or in the comments below on the description in YouTube. And so far, we're doing really well. It's amazing. I've got to set a target of £1,000, and we've got £807. This is amazing. We're 6 hours in, so a quarter of the way almost, and that is insane. So thank you very much. I know people have been commenting underneath. Andy Till, I like this line. Wow, that's a really generous contribution as well. Give the people second breakfast, but most importantly, they're first. Such an important cause. Well done, Harry. Andy Till. Thank you very much, Andy, for supporting the stream. And for everyone who's been in for the last 6 hours so far, it's been amazing. Chris Murphy's just joining in, just in time for me to have a break and then bring Dan Entwistle in. We'll carry on listening while I work tonight. Excellent, thank you very much. Been in sit for about 20 minutes, but no mini hobby for me. Everything's packed up for a house move, and in the new place, been doing some D&D world building though. Ooh, that sounds cool. So no toy soldiering, but at least you're getting ready. And I need 3 more pillars for my Balance Tomb board canned, because I got GW refunded me for my mate order that came wrong, and the 3 models were all that's in my pile. I hate gluing, so I decided to do it all now. Yeah, good idea. It is a random collection, though, indeed. Right, I'm going to have a break. I'll be back. When we return, we'll have Dan Entwistle, who is a legend in the community and is soon to be a Middle-earth writer. So don't go anywhere.
to happen that has not happened for an age. Entmoot.
Yes, indeed, we're back for Entmoot Live, the 6th hour of SBG streaming, and it's taking a toll. No, it's actually all right. I'm managing so far. Energy-wise, I feel very up. So this is good. I've got a massive head-sized mug of ginger and honey tea to help the old throat, because I didn't realise how much it's going to hurt. We'll see what I feel like after 18 hours. It's lucky my job doesn't involve radio or anything. Anyway, so the next guest, if you look at the link in the description below, just below it will say something along the lines of there's a little link that says battlegamesinmiddle-earth.com, and that has a schedule, so you can keep an eye on who's coming throughout the next few hours. I say few hours. How many hours left? 18. God. Right. Okay. Okay. But now we've got the legend that is Dan Entwistle. Hello and welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you absolutely fine, and in fact,
wonderful.
It's crystal clear audio. I can sense that you do streaming online or do gaming online. Yeah,
it's a fair amount of gaming. Yeah, just a little bit.
Well, it sounds amazing, and look, the room behind you as well. You've got the Hobbit posters on the wall.
Yes, my conveniently placed backdrop.
Absolutely, are the non-Lord of the Rings posters directly behind your head? Just you covered them up.
That's all sort of caricature Hobbit pieces that my sister picked up at Comic-Con, I think. She got them for my birthday, because traditionally Comic-Con falls fairly close to my birthday, so she tends to acquire birthday presents for me from there, which is great. Well, so we always get to look forward to a nerdy gift for my birthday, which is excellent.
Absolutely. They look amazing. So, well, welcome, Dan. Anyway,
thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you on. As I've mentioned, your introduction, you're a legend in the community for various different reasons. Whether it's from Mummox to Facebook pages, there's lots to talk about.
Yes, yeah. I feel my unfortunately, my reputation tends to precede me these days when it comes to Middle Earth. So,
Well, that's great, exciting. So we've got a few people commenting already saying, "Oh, applause! Isn't this technically the 7th hour?" Says Michael Haskell. Whoop whoop! Just seeing my boy Dan makes me feel warm inside. And you say,
love you, Steve.
Well. And Frederick Schultz says elephant, and that's
precise. Exactly. I mean, what more is there to say, really?
So yeah, I mean, let's just go right back to the start then, because for those people who don't know Dan already, and clearly lots of people do, but just give us an idea. You know, who are you, and how have you become to be such a phenomenon, especially related to the Facebook page?
Well, my name's Dan. I am an avid Middle-earth SBG wargamer, amongst other things, but that's probably the most relevant bit for now. I started the hobby, gosh, I think I was 8 or 9 when I first started the hobby. So we're pushing quite a long time now. And yeah, I absolutely fell in love with Middle-earth and with the hobby. I was introduced to it by my cousin because he used to collect the battle games in Middle-earth magazines, which I know was the catalyst for many of us.
Yes, indeed.
And thankfully, I managed to acquire a lot of the issues very cheaply secondhand, which was great. And yeah, that sort of fueled my love for Middle-earth. And the Facebook page came around in a fairly sort of strange way, really. A friend of mine, Sam, and I, we were sat in Bugman's Bar at Warhammer World, which very fortunately is our local Games Workshop.
Nice.
And we'd gone for a day of playing some games, and we were sat just sort of chatting. And a friend that we knew who worked on the events team at the time passed by, and we were just sort of chatting, you know, shooting the casual chat as you do. And we both sort of, Sam and I commented saying, "Oh, we're really looking forward to the Middle-earth Grand Tournament that year." And he sort of looked and went, "Oh, I'm sorry to tell you guys, there's not going to be a Middle-earth Grand Tournament this year." And we sort of went, "Wait, what? What do you mean there's going to be no Middle-earth Grand Tournament?" He said, "Yeah, unfortunately, they wanted to free up the time on the schedule for other events." And we were both completely crestfallen.
Yeah.
As you can imagine. The thought of, you know, all those hobbyists not filling that room and playing Middle-earth for a weekend for us was, we couldn't take it. So we sort of chatted back and forth. Went, what can we do? What can we do? And it was like, I just went, "Solid, we'll run our own tournament. It'll be great. It'll be fine. Don't worry." So I messaged out to a few people in the community. Mick, who many long-standing members throughout the community will know, had great connections with the TLA and the One Ring Forum. And it was him and another guy called Craig Johnson who was really sort of responsible for getting a lot of these people into the group in the first place, and posting about it on their different forums. And well, the rest is history, really. The Facebook page grew and grew from there, and the game was once again back in the limelight, and people were playing more and more, and now we're getting releases all the time, and yeah, so much to look forward to and be excited about.
It's amazing that, you know, there's 8.1 thousand people in the GBHL Facebook page at the moment, and to think that it started because largely, you know, you were kind of sad that you didn't want to have the tournament that you were going to go to is kind of crazy, isn't it?
Oh, it was entirely selfish. I will be 100% honest. It was, I'm not going to get to play a tournament. That's really lame. I want to play more tournaments. And well, if I can't play, I'll damn well make sure everyone else can. And that was sort of the whole motivation, really. And we ran the first tournament. It was 8 players, the first event, 2 of which were only there for 1 day. So the second day, it was only 6 people. And we ran it classic, old GT style. So you had to be good and evil. It was 800 points, and it was 8 games. So 4 games on each day, 800 points, which these days, if you say to people, "Oh, there's a tournament, 800 points, 8 games," they'll look at you, gone out. That's too many games in over a weekend at that points level. But that's what we used to do back in the day.
Wow.
And
that's quite long days.
Yeah, it was. It was 4 2-hour rounds. So, but the games were a little bit quicker back then because we were still using Legions of Middle-earth. So the games were a little bit quicker.
Well, it's amazing though that you know, this is what I love most about this kind of community, is the idea that they kind of do it your own way, do it yourself kind of vibe, you know, because you can't rely on Games Workshop to do all of the tournaments, because it is a smaller system, and it's always going to be a smaller system. Well, I suppose maybe unless the Amazon big TV series comes along or whatever, I don't know. But it's still a specialist game, so I guess it invites a do-it-yourself attitude, which I
absolutely love. Yeah, and I think you get as much out of a hobby as you put into it, and that's true with hobbies in general. And I found that running events and going to events, attending events, has been one of the big things that's kept me going in the hobby. There's been a few times where I've sort of dibbled and dabbled in other hobbies, and gone and I shot field archery for a number of years. I've done all sorts of different bits and pieces. But what's always brought me back to Middle Earth has been not only just a passion for Middle Earth itself, but the community, knowing that I can roll up to an event and see a room full of friendly faces and go, right, this is why I'm here. It's these guys and gals in this room that just keep me coming back. And knowing that the community has taken ownership of that and provided the opportunities for these people to get together in a room and spend a weekend chatting and playing toy soldiers and connecting over this mutual interest is awesome.
And being the catalyst for that must be something else, because although obviously the Facebook page itself kind of looks after itself now. I mean, I know there's admin and there's things you have to make sure people aren't swearing at each other and all that sort of stuff.
The classic, yeah,
those sorts of stuff. But it's basically you've set it up and it kind of it's like flies off and does its own thing, I'd imagine, and people just do it themselves now. Yeah,
I mean, initially there was a lot to do, accepting people into the group, and I mean the admins around the GBHL now the group's sort of fully in their hands, and I've taken my hands off completely now. But those guys have done an absolutely impeccable job in building a community that we can all be proud of. There's so many times you look at some of the game communities and people are I'd be a little bit hesitant, a little bit careful about what you say in those communities, what you post about, what topics you bring up. Whereas in the Middle Earth community, people are so willing to discuss sort of anything really within the hobby, and are very good at keeping it civil. And obviously it's the internet. There'll be times where people don't, and the admins do a fantastic job of keeping on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I mean, even though, for example, I think there are some little barriers that say, okay, we're not going to talk about recasting stuff, or we're going to try and avoid promoting companies that directly infringe DW's rights. That actually there is this, people can have reasonable conversations in there and still have that debate, which is important. I think to have a debate is really important.
I mean, yeah, and I suppose one of the things that's been quite interesting with the community is we've had a very close relationship with Games Workshop, in the fact that there are many game systems that Games Workshop run that on Saturday nights at grand tournaments don't get a seminar telling them about all these wonderful new things that are coming, and they don't have a big quiz afterwards. So it's these things are sort of noticed by Games Workshop, and it's appreciated, and as I say, it's put us in a very unique position as a community to be able to benefit in that way.
That is really interesting. I hadn't really thought of it in that way, because I know we do get some great seminars, and the reveals are really awesome, and we have the pub quiz that Jay writes basically off his own back, and little releases, and even going to things like Ardicon, which I guess isn't essential for Games Workshop. It's it's got its own publicity machine that doesn't necessarily need to go to Ardicon, but I guess that maybe that's all. Do you think that is all because of having such a friendly community that kind of?
I think so.
Almost,
I think it's Games Workshop have seen what the community's done and what the community's built and grown, and I mean, to see the game sort of flourish without the guiding hand, it must be very rewarding for them. And then to come back in and be received with sort of open arms by the community of, oh, you're back and there's new releases. Amazing. That's all we care about. And I mean, look at the reaction to Treebeard. I mean, how gorgeous is that mini for a start? And secondly, out of nowhere. And the community reaction to it was absolutely wonderful. And I think that is what keeps these nice little tidbits coming.
Yeah, I guess that's true, because I think that there's an element that people are so relieved that Games Workshop's still supporting it that we'll take anything. It's like, yay!
Yeah, absolutely. And
also,
I think that was the mindset for a lot of people initially, when sort of the new releases started coming out more and more. I think for a lot of us, it was like, oh, wait, there's a heartbeat. Like, that's okay. Excellent. There's new things coming. This is great. And, keeping that enthusiasm driving forwards for whatever ends up coming out. And I think one of the big things with Middle-earth especially is, for a lot of hobbyists, they're fans of Middle-earth, which means that anything Middle-earth that's pushed out, we're going to be excited about, because it's immersing us more and more in that world. Certainly for me, I don't mean to talk for the community at large, but certainly for me, seeing these things in my mind brought to life in miniature is really exciting and something to be excited about.
Yeah, I think for me, it's always been about the films, but just the idea that I can keep. It's almost probably a nostalgic thing for me, in the sense that I love those films at exactly the right time. When I was 10, 11 years old,
yep.
They all came out when I was, just it kept that always. But actually, I would have been way younger than that. What would I have been? 8, 9. So those sort of ages, and that I can still enjoy the films and the battle sequences and all those great things that you love as a kid.
Yeah.
And you can keep that almost childish kind of nostalgia alive, which is amazing. And share it with so many people who love it, and really do genuinely love it.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. It's so infectious, especially in this community. Like you get somebody onto a Middle-earth topic that they're really keen and passionate about, and they'll just go for as long as you're willing to listen to them.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's your one? Is it Mumux?
Oh, well, it might be Large and Grey. Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes' time, because I know you've got a Mumuk addiction. But this year has been a very tricky one for hobbyists and gamers in particular. What's it been like for you? Have you spent the months working on stuff, building, painting? What have you been taking your time with, or has it been mostly other games?
I've had a pretty interesting year. I've been doing all sorts of things, really. A lot of my gaming time has switched over to role-playing games, because they're much easier to facilitate over. Oh, yeah.
Just a little technical glitch there for a second. We'll just remove Dan while he's on the stream. There we go.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, don't worry. This is 24 hours, isn't it? I remember these little things will happen occasionally. Go on, sorry. So you were saying you're moving over to more sort of virtual RPG type stuff.
Yeah, I've been playing quite a lot of RPGs because they seem to be much easier to manage over a virtual platform, whereas sort of tabletop strategy games are a much more difficult thing to sort of try and tackle over a virtual platform. So I've been playing quite a lot of virtual tabletop RPGs, and working through the backlog of painting.
Oh, right. Some people have struggled, but you've been working through it, have you?
Yeah, I've been getting there very slowly. I was at the beginning of this year, I picked up Warhammer 40k for the first time in sort of 4 or 5 years. So I've been working through my Astra Militarum army and getting that all painted up. For the Middle-earth, I finally got some paint on last year's SBG Secret Santa in October. So that just goes to show.
What sort of things were they? What was your SBG Santa last time?
So I painted. I received Saruman and a box of Uruk-hai Warriors, and I got onto painting Saruman very quickly because it was the new plastic Saruman and Grima. So I painted Saruman up immediately because I was like, I really love this mini and I want to get some paint on it. And then the poor Uruk-hai were assembled, based, and sprayed, and then just left for 10 months. So it was nice to sort of finally get some paint on those at the back end of this year.
To be fair, 10 months is definitely not a record in terms of for people.
Oh.
I know I've painted models this year that have been sat in my box for maybe 5 years, 6 years, that sort of time.
Yeah, I had quite a big sort of hobby clear out this year and got rid of a load of different things that I knew I was never going to get started on, or things that I sort of impulse bought and don't really have a place for. and try to sort of prioritize where my projects are going. I've had that priority list shaken up a little bit recently. I've been busy working on a couple of Blood Bowl teams. So yeah, it's very busy with hobby. I wish I had more time for it.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I think we all sort of want to do more than we do, even if we're painting every night. There's always part of you that wants to go, actually, I just wish I finished that one so I could get onto that one, and blah blah blah. So there's always a bit of a treadmill of stuff, isn't there? And so when you mentioned already the tree beard, and the new Saruman model, are you kind of up to date in terms of the new models? Have you got lots of the new models? What was your latest purchase for the Middle-earth community?
What was my latest purchase for Middle-earth? It's been a while since I've picked up any Middle-earth stuff, actually, because as I say, I've had quite a collection for quite a long time. So I've been sort of steadily working through that, and I've spent most of this year unemployed, unfortunately. So I've not sort of had the spare cash to throw around at Middle-earth minis. But yeah, what was the last thing I picked up? I'm just trying to think.
Did you get anything in the new made to order limited release or any of the classics?
No, a lot of that stuff I had already, and there were other bits of it that I didn't sort of need immediately. So I thought, no, I can't really justify picking up all these extra bits when I've got things to work through already. I'm trying to be good, Harry. I'm trying to not pick up any new models until I finish painting these projects I've got on the go.
I know the feeling. Damien and Steve's, who are both in the chat, I believe. I think Damien's saying, "Woo, Danny boy." Mr. O'Byrne says that facial hair suits down and asks satin sheets. So there you go.
Damien, you're too kind.
Do you have satin sheets?
No, I do not have satin sheets. I'm afraid. Sorry to disappoint you, Damien.
I do apologise, Mrs. O'Byrne. But anyway, yeah. So those two have really helped me clear my backlog, and in particular in focusing on stuff that I don't really need to paint, but are in there. That's been really great.
Yeah, the number of times I've sat down and started painting things that are sort of in a project box. And then I'll go, oh, but I could paint that random character that I can use as a player character for role-playing games. Yep, I'll do that. And an hour later, I'll have made no progress, but I'll have this wonderfully new miniature that I'm not going to use for another sort of 12 months.
But hey, that's what it's all about. And if you've got the toys, why not use them? Debbie has been commenting, says, Dan, don't be good, buy new stuff.
See, you guys are the best and worst influencers.
Yeah, this is the problem with all these chats, is that it encourages this. Also, I have to do this because Dave Farmer says, where's Dave Farmer's comment? He says, if the dog shows up, I'll donate another £5. Is that what kind of dog have you got? What's the name of the dog?
I have a corgi. And her name is Talia.
Talia.
Yes.
I mean, because Dave has said that he'll donate to charity if Talia arrives in the room. Would you mind shouting for her and seeing if?
I can nip down and grab her at some point. I'm sure.
We'll do that in a bit, because I think if Dave is committing to the £5, then this is good for a charity, and it's.
If it's for charity, absolutely.
Absolutely, we'll do that. And Dave makes it. We've got just a few comments on what the community is going on. So Nathan says, on the whole, it's one of the friendliest communities I've ever encountered online. I do wish we could see more adverts for sunglasses, etc. You understand that, Dan? I'm not quite. I don't quite get it myself.
Because we've got when you join the Great British Hobbit League, there are now some questions that you have to answer before your request is approved. Whereas before we had those, you'd often get bots that would join the group and just spam the group with adverts for sunglasses or whatever product. So thankfully now that sort of level of security is in place, we don't often get the sunglasses adverts anymore, which is very disappointing.
No, that is quite sad. Dave Farmer says GW is supporting it pretty much because the community goes ape for it, because we remember what it felt like knowing when it was dying, which I think is absolutely right. It's kind of what we were saying a few minutes ago, is that there was this upswell of support from a grassroots level, and GW would be silly not to support that when that was growing at the rate that it was. Yeah,
and as I say, that there are a number of people at Games Workshop who are such enormous fans of Middle-earth. So there were a number of them who were all raring and ready to jump into the breach, and we were so lucky to have Adam Troke jump into that gap and reforge the new Middle Earth team at the time and really drive the game forwards into the position it is now. And yeah, I mean, they did a cracking job of bringing everything back and moving us into where we are now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just there was that kind of moment when they released that new box set that everyone was just so over the moon that it was going to, even though some of the models were, or most of the models were already existing. There was a new rule book, there was a box set, there was new models. It all felt like a moment of triumph for people like you and Sam Jeffrey, who started that Facebook page, and for those guys on the GBHL YouTube channel, the early team of that with Jamie and James and David and Harry and everyone who did all that stuff, that just to reignite the flames.
Oh, and so much credit needs to go to those guys who did all that early YouTube content and pushed for, exposing the Middle Earth community and the game to a wider audience. So much credit needs to go to those guys for their involvement in keeping the community building and moving forwards.
Yeah, and actually they've inspired people like myself who create content, and Damien, who still does, obviously, but loads of other people who have picked up making content because of those early YouTube channels and those early podcasts from Jamie and James, who I know Jamie isn't as involved in the community anymore, and James not as much either, but they're still there in a way, or helping organise tournaments and things like that. So it's great to hear that. And Dave's just commented saying, I second Dave Farmer. If we see Dan's dog, I'll donate another £5.
Oh, well.
That's £10 for charity in a few minutes' time. But anyway, there you go. That's a little bit of community stuff. Keep the comments coming in. Any questions you'd have for Dan, please get in touch on the comment. I'm sure he'll be willing to answer them. But I do have some big grey things I'd like to talk about in a few minutes' time. But first, what's your gaming ethos? I know you mentioned already RPG, so I'm guessing that you're more about the theme and the kind of developing characters and things like that. Is that your approach when playing Middle-earth?
Well, I think my approach has changed over time. When I first started, I was all about... I'm quite a competitive person. I enjoy winning. Winning is fun. But equally, as time has moved on, I've realized, especially with Middle-earth, I'm not as good as I would like to be, which sometimes can make winning quite difficult, especially when you have such powerhouses in the community these days who really dive so deep into their analysis of the game and the strategy and so on. And I've realized that I often also have a lot more fun when I take an army that is maybe a little under the radar and catches people by surprise. And something that is a little bit different playstyle wise, which is sort of which is why Mummox caught my attention so much when they first did. But I would say these days I'm much more beer and pretzels is probably the best way to describe it. I'm there to have a good time, and winning's a bonus these days.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think I'm probably in the same ballpark as you. I'm competitive and I like to win, but I don't. If I get too involved in the kind of trying to win process, you go down that rabbit hole of being like annoyed when you're not winning, or frustrated, or upset, or whatever, and that's no good for anyone.
Yeah, exactly. There were a few times where I was sort of playing in events, and I found it especially with field archery, because I used to shoot archery competitively, and I would get to the end of an event and I'd not shot to the standard I thought I had, and I'd reflect on the weekend and gone, God, I've been insufferable all weekend. Like to my dad, who I shot with all the time, and to the people who'd been in my group, I was like, I've just been insufferable. I was like, oh God. And it was taking that sort of reflection and realizing that no, this can be an enjoyable experience even if you're not having the level of success that you want to be.
Yeah.
And that very much sort of carried over to SBG. There was an event where I think I placed second or third, and I reflected on the weekend and I went, I didn't enjoy that, but I podiumed. Why didn't I enjoy it? And I'd realized that I'd allowed the two games that I'd lost to taint the experience of the weekend, of what had actually been a really, really great weekend. You know, I think it was down in Cardiff. I'd had what on reflection was actually 7 great games despite losing 2. A fantastic night out on the Friday and the Saturday, I was up from my trip to the casino. So, I mean, everything was great. But I was there at the end of the weekend going, why have I not had fun? Like, everything here is a big tick. And I'd realized I'd got so caught up on the 2 losses and losing those 2 games that I'd let it taint the experience of the weekend. And from that point onwards, I was like, no more of that.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and especially when after a while, once you've got into the community and the tournament scene in particular, you start getting more friendly with people, don't you? You make really great friends, and there's a point at which you're actually going to spend time with your friends and obviously a game that you love, but and getting too invested in and being that insufferable person you mentioned, after a while it becomes like, oh, hold on, this isn't going to make me have fun with my friends. Like I want to have. So I guess there's an element where you kind of strike that balance, don't you?
Absolutely
right. GBHL podcast is commenting saying, only in my opinion, but I remember how depressing it was thinking it was dead in 2015. It means now that I just get super excited anytime anything gets released, whether I'm interested in it or not. And I can see that. Yeah. That's probably Damien there. Thanks for all the kind words. Really means a lot. Yeah, it does make a difference, doesn't it? Because I suppose to people now, I can completely understand it. If you were new to the hobby now, as a Lord of the Rings fan, going, oh look, they're pushing the Treebeard now. You might be a bit frustrated because you think, oh, not everything's in stock on the website. That's frustrating. This is, why are there not more releases? That's frustrating. But it's all about context and comparing things.
Yeah, and you'll see posts every now and then where sort of a community veteran will somewhat ironically talk about the dark days and how different things are now compared to then. And as you say, with new players coming in who never sort of experienced that, I can totally understand the frustration of, oh, well, there's a profile for this, but there's no miniature yet. Why don't we have a miniature yet? And, that kind of thing. So I can totally understand that. But it's we're in a much different place than we were a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, even something like the Gundabad Bats have just been released. And that's something that it doesn't have any context in terms of the release schedule. It's not
out of nowhere.
it's just really cool that's filling in the gap. So it is happening. It is happening.
Yeah.
Questions coming in for you. I'm going to start with this really important one from Damien.
Thoughts on Tariel? Well, I mean, bestill my beating heart.
Well, see, because you're a big books fan, so are you not anti-Tariel?
No, I'm not particularly anti-Tariel. When I went to watch the Hobbit movies, I went in with no expectation. And I think that allowed me to enjoy them a lot more than other sort of hardcore book fans. Because I knew it wasn't going to be the same. I knew it wasn't going to be the book. So as I say, I think I was able to enjoy it a lot more for what it was than other book fans.
But Tariel gets a big thumbs up. I think
Tariel gets a thumbs up. I think her character was very interesting. It's very cool. She's a complete badass. Her fighting style is really interesting. Really cool. I liked it.
There you go. You see, Damien, we've got support. We've got support there.
Also, Damien may or may not have paid me money to say something along those lines.
Excellent. We'll cash that check in later. David says, Dan, if you could go back 7 years, would you change anything in regards to setting up BHL? Would you run your own events, set up your own YouTube channel, do anything different with the Facebook group? And that's a big question there.
Yeah. So I think I would have probably set up a YouTube channel. I did not realize the amount of reach that a YouTube channel could get you. So absolutely, I think a YouTube channel is something that I would have looked at. I would probably have tried to run more of my own events. I was running one a year, if that, a lot of the time. The first sort of 2 years I ran a couple, but after the event started building and more people were, were jumping into the breach, as it were, I very selfishly went, oh, I can go and play more events now. This is great. But yeah, I think to answer your question, David, I think a YouTube channel absolutely would have been a must, knowing what I know now, and probably just been more involved and more heavy-handed, perhaps, in pushing more events and trying to get people on board with running events and sort of direct messaging people and, let's promote your event more and that kind of thing. Things that sort of happen now, that the Outrider post that that you're responsible for, that keeping this information sort of fresh at the top of the page where everybody can easily access it. So a few housekeeping bits.
Well, that's interesting though, because I mean, maybe 7 years ago, YouTube. I certainly didn't watch YouTube very much 7 years ago.
No.
I don't know whether it's, and I know it was massive 7 years ago as well. I mean, I don't know how long YouTube's been around for, it must be 10, 15 years now. But I must admit, I wouldn't have thought 7 years ago to do it would be as successful. I mean, maybe, wait, is it 7 years ago? It's probably longer than that, 7 years, isn't it?
No, I think the community's, I think it's 7 years old now.
But it's interesting because, you know, that YouTube has been around for a long time, but it seems obvious now. But maybe it wasn't back then. Maybe it was still a fledgling idea. I don't know.
It was 8 years, 2012 in June. So yeah, I mean, when one of the things to probably bear in mind as well is when the page was set up, I was 15.
Wow.
At the time of setting that up. So yeah, I was 16 in the August. So yeah, I was 15 when I set the Facebook page up.
That's amazing. I had no idea you were so youthful, Dan.
Yeah, I'm 24, ripe old age of 24.
Yeah, so that's amazing that you know, at a young age like that, you're 15 years old. You were responsible for helping sort of kickstart this. Yeah, YouTube started in 2006. Yeah, I thought so. So it was around for a long time, but yeah, to me it doesn't seem obvious to have done it. But maybe that's just because the smart people back then were on it, like James and Jamie and so on.
Yeah, and as you say, now if it were to happen now, absolutely one of the first things I do, YouTube channel, boom, off we go, and you know, push the content, keep people aware of all the things that are going on. And we're in a sort of a format now where people are very quick to sort of ingest YouTube or consume YouTube content. It's sort of the go-to place now in many ways to absorb content.
Yeah.
So absolutely would make sense.
Well, it's interesting. So Nathan's just saying he was using YouTube long before 7 years ago, mostly short stuff. That's what I was thinking. I mean, I know YouTube was around for a long time, but I was always I think of it in the way I think Facebook video is now. It was more for sharing like 1 minute long, 2 minute long jokes and funny videos and stuff, but never for like hour-long podcasts.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, that's interesting though. Well, now there's more questions coming in. Thoughts on Dunland? I don't know what that is referring to. Do you like it? We've got some lovely new Dunland stuff in the last year. I
mean, aesthetically, Dunland are really cool. I mean, they're big, angry hill tribes folk that hate the Rohirrim. They have this fantastic narrative tie with the Rohirrim, which are sort of represented really nicely with how they play on the tabletop. As you rightly say, the miniatures are fantastic, especially the new hero miniatures. They're all absolutely stunning. But yeah, Dunland are awesome. I really like Dunland. Having started an Isengard army, I have no doubt some Dunland miniatures will end up making their way to join those Uruk-hai at some point. Dunland are excellent. Really like Dunland.
Well, let's move on to Mummox then. So tell me about your love affair with Mummox, because this is an unusual. I mean, he's an amazing, beautiful model. Is our Mummox, but it's not one that you see all the time on the tabletop.
No, and I think that's a real shame because it's such a fantastic centerpiece miniature for a collection and for an army. If you sort of have a Harad force, it's almost an expectation that you'll pick up a Mummox at some point, but then there's no follow-up expectation that you'll ever use that Mummox on the tabletop. So for me, I remember I think I was still quite young, and for Christmas I was being asked what I would like, and I was like, I'd really like a Mummox. And my parents were like, okay. And it's like, well, it's quite a big present. It's quite expensive. And, you have to be very careful when you're putting it together, and Dad's going to have to sort of help you build and paint it. And I was like, yep, absolutely fine. Great. No problem. So I come downstairs on Christmas Day, and there's a big old box under the tree, open it, and there's a Mummox. And thankfully, my dad enjoyed putting it together and painting it so much that a couple of days later it was ready for action. And I got to play with it sort of first days back down at the with the guys I used to play with. But I don't know exactly what about it sort of drew me to it, other than it was just this giant monster with all these guys riding on the back that could, shoot, and there was nothing that could touch them unless your opponent had shooting back. But then they were still protected by the howdah. And yeah, I don't know. Every time I look at one, I'm like, so cool.
Yeah, I love the enthusiasm there. I remember, and it's strange. Maybe it must have been the same Christmas because I got it. I remember I was visiting my auntie and uncle, and for Christmas we spent the weekend there, and I asked for this Mummock as well. And I must admit, so I'm guessing I think I'm a couple of years older than you, but still, I was there building it at my auntie and uncle's house, and I didn't have all the stuff. I had like a pair of scissors and a bit of plastic glue, so I didn't even have clippers or knife or anything. Yeah. But I was so excited to put it all together, and it was a bit of a mess. But I remember the enjoyment, and at the time, it wasn't just the Mummock. It was the biggest ever kit.
Yeah, it was the largest plastic kit that Games Workshop produced at the time.
Yeah, and that just, there was something about it. I remember the double page spread in White Dwarf, looking at it and going, "Wow, that's pretty cool. I need one of them." And yes, maybe it's one of those things that you just can't help but escape from the enjoyment and the enthusiasm. Even 10 years.
And as I say, it was Boxing Day. And I'd been bugging my dad all of Christmas Day and all of Boxing Day, and he was like, "Right, we'll sit down and we'll have an hour." He was like, "We'll do some stuff for an hour," and I was like, "Right, great, perfect." And he was like, "Okay, if you want to build the warriors," he's like, "I'll start on the elephant." I was like, "Okay, yep, cool." 3 hours later, we decided that we were well past dinner time because he just got so stuck in with building it, and he absolutely loved it. And yeah, I still haven't touched that Mummock with paint since Dad painted it. So Dad built it and painted it. I did the base, and I haven't touched it since. I've not updated it because my dad's he used to do airfix models as a kid and used to tie flies, so he's very good and crafty, and it's probably still the best painted of all of the Mummocks I own. But yeah, I will never ever repaint that Mummock.
No, you never should. I always regret the selling of some of my old models. Like I've got some models that the only model, in fact, I have it to hand. Where is it? I'm just going to reach out over and get it because this is a bit of my modeling history. But I'm so sad that I lost so many of my early models because basically when I was when you're 15, you try and move on to the next army. You don't have any money, so you sell what you got. So the only model I have from my early days is this guy, and I think the focus is not very good.
Oh, is that from the giant kit?
No, that's.
Is that a seal door? Sorry,
it's a seal door from Sarah.
Yes. Sorry, with the blur, it looked like the one of the models from the fancy giant kit that's sort of shying away from the giant. But no, it's a seal door, isn't it?
Yeah,
awesome.
That's a seal door, and that is. I only own it still because it was found in my dad's toolbox. Like a couple of years ago, or no, a couple of months ago, and he said, "Oh, is this yours?" I said, "Well, yeah, obviously, it's not like yours or my brothers who don't do water." Yeah. And it's lovely to look at it because this is a paint job that I've never touched, but everything else has gone, everything else has been sold, and the sort of nostalgia of keeping that, I would never ever get rid of that now because that is the oldest model I own that I painted. Some 40k models that I've got that I still own because I don't want to get rid of them either. But it's hard to, and I would always highly recommend anyone, especially young people getting into the hobby, their first ever model that they paint, don't paint over it, don't sell it, keep it.
Yeah, keep it.
It's
even if it's just so you can look back in 10 years' time and go, I've got a lot better at painting.
It's really, really good that. So a few questions. We've got a few people getting in there about lots of different things. Let me see. So Dave Farmer says, "Oh, hold on, I've just moved." Are there any profiles you feel are underused despite being strong, beside Mummocks and Mummock core leaders?
Ooh, that's a great question. So yeah, we'll gloss over the elephant in the room.
Core leaders should be used more because it is a
absolutely
model.
Absolutely, and I mean, I know you're an emphatic member of the War Leader fan club as well these days. So yeah, no, absolutely. But other models, well, staying in Farhad, half trolls. Half trolls are absolutely fantastic. They're brutally strong. They've got a great profile, but we just don't see them. And I don't know whether that's because of a lack of allies or what else is included in the list. But yeah, if ever you want to try something new, I really would recommend giving half trolls a spin because they are absolutely fantastic. And Mahud King, one of the great unnamed hero profiles, especially once you mount him on a camel.
100% agree with that. Yeah, that's a great thing. But I do think I feel like it's probably because of the lack of heroes there, and also they do cycle in and out of
Yes.
stock on the website. I don't think you can get them at the moment, so maybe that's why. But yeah, that'd be what I'd love to see is some named Farharad heroes. So I don't know if you've got any influence in the next few months, or I don't know. You just see what happens. Anyway,
I couldn't possibly comment.
Yeah, I know. Right, let's keep going. What else have we got? Here we go. Michael Haskell says, "What single change in the last edition got Dan most excited?" And there's a second, an add-on to this that Damien says, "If it wasn't War Leader, I'll eat one of Tom Harrison's feet." So,
gosh. So, other than the War Leader, just to spare Damien from that grisly fate, I really liked it's a really small one, but I really liked the changes to special strikes.
Oh, okay.
So moving towards this sort of more uniform, neat, less spiky method of the special strike. So the piercing strike changing from D3 to +1.
Mm-hmm.
I think it made things a lot more beginner friendly. Firstly, and a lot less tedious because you don't have to roll dice constantly. Whenever you win fights, I go up by that much, I go up by that much. It's just flat +1 for piercing strike specifically. And yeah, I just really like them, and I think they represent the flavor particularly well. So yeah, I think the cleaning up and sort of streamlining special strikes.
It's a really good shout, and I suppose the advantage there as well is that it's also less of a, because they're taking that random element out of it. It means that you can kind of more rely on the effect of your special strike is going to put you up to exactly strength 5 or exactly whatever, which is really useful. Michael, I know you're not asking me, but I'll say my favourite is Heroic Tears because
yes.
Heroes of Legend and stuff like that makes you really want to take Aragorn over say Beregond and 12 guys. So I think that's brilliant.
No more General Beregond hiding at the back of the board either.
Exactly. Nathan Talbot says, "What's missing from the game, Dan?"
Oh, good question. Hard to come up with an answer off the top of my head.
I can understand that.
I think we're quite fortunate in the fact that the game is in a really fantastic spot. And in terms of, there's nothing immediately that jumps out at me and goes, "Oh, the game desperately needs this."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that one.
Yeah, have a think. I've got a thing that I think the what's missing from the game is more named heroes for some of the sort of lesser known factions in the evil side. So, for example, Harad to an extent, Farharad I mentioned. I'd love to, and Canned. I'd love to see some named characters. I know they're not the main roles, and I see that it's probably unlikely that GW will want to do that because they're not from the films and stuff like that. But it would be lovely to see, and maybe even some delving into the kind of the War of the Ring up north. That would be really cool. So that's what I'd say. But I don't know if that sparks any ideas with you.
I mean, personally, I would love to dive more. I'd love to see more Farharad content. I mean, like Mumuk's my favorite faction, or let's say Mumuk's my favorite faction. Mumuk's my favorite miniature. I love Haradrim. I've been a big Serpent Horde player for a long time. So yeah, anything more that direction, I'd be very happy with.
Absolutely fine. I completely agree with that. So what's this? Russell Priest says, "When I was 14, the Mumuk was released. It took 15 years, but now I have 2. Adulting has its advantages." Yes, that is the advantage of having a wage packet. You can afford these.
Yeah. I mean, Russell, as long as it takes, and you've got there, you've made the big step. You've done it. You've achieved ultimate hobby enlightenment with your purchase of 2 Mumuks. So I approve. I'm a fan.
Absolutely right. There you go. Oh, look. There you go. It will be Christmas 2008, says Damien. He read it somewhere recently. I can't imagine where he would have been reading that, but there you go. 2008.
No, where, maybe where.
I must have been older than I thought when I got it. I was 15, so yeah. So I know you don't feel free to not answer this, but this Dave Farmer, what excites you most about being added to the Middle Earth and Black the Blood Bowl team?
I'm just very much looking forward to being involved with the design process of a game that I love so much. I say I'm not supposed to talk too much about it, so I'm going to pass on any sort of other questions. But I'm very much looking forward to being directly involved with something that I'm so passionate about.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. And I know. I asked you to come on here, and I'd kind of forgotten that there'd be special rules. But it's great to have you on either way, and it's worth noting. Well done. It's
Thank you.
It's a great thing that someone who's so involved in the community is able to do exactly what you're saying, get involved in the writing side of it, and have an influence. It's brilliant. I love that. And let's keep going through the questions. What else was I say? I believe. Oh, hold on. It's all. Oh yeah. Chris Murfitt says, I got me a nice trophy thanks to Dan and Harry with the War Leader. Yes, Chris kind of stole my my list. Well, I didn't. I played against him, beat him with it, and then he was like, I know, I can make that better. And then he took it to a tournament and won.
Yeah, Chris is one of my confidants when it comes to discussing mimics and mimic tactics and how to sort of handle them correctly and, what feed to use and, just generally caring for your mimics. Chris is my go-to. If I have any questions or anything that I want to sort of bounce off of someone, because I know that he's a big fan of mimics and the War Leader especially. So there were a couple of times he and I had discussions about optimizations of lists for mimics.
Absolutely right. Oh, this is Dave Farmer does make a good point. The War Leader predates the current edition, so that is true.
Oh well, perfect. No eating Mr. Harrison's feet for you, Damien.
Yeah. There we go. What else have we got? So there's got lots of comments. Favorite issue of SBG magazine. What your favorite issue? I can't wait to see the new one, but that's not out yet, so I don't know whether it would be my favorite.
That's the thing. I've not read issue 10 yet, so I don't know if it's going to be my favorite. I mean, I know there's a lot to look forward to in issue 10. I will tell you all that. So definitely go and grab yourselves a copy when you can.
Well, I saw on Battle Streams in Middle Earth last night with Damien and Steve that he unveiled the centre photo.
Oh, awesome.
An awesome amount of mimics in it. So that is cool. Yeah,
that was a really enjoyable weekend, going down to SBG Towers and shooting with the guys and doing the battle report, and it was just a really nice weekend. Favorite issue, I think it might be the. See, I could do the answer that Damien wants me to say and the Tariel issue, because I mean, it was just an absolutely fantastic piece of hobby. I mean, what more could you want from a fanzine, right? Mm-hmm. It had everything. No, I think my favorite issue is probably the Dolgilder, the Battle for Dolgilder.
Good shout. I think not the Lake Town, it was Dale, wasn't it? That amazing issue. I'm just the scale of the battle. I just love that.
It was awesome.
And some
really
of the cool in there, because the scenery build was absolutely incredible. If you have no idea what we're talking about, get the SBG magazine, just search for it. It's very, very good. I've got a pile of them somewhere over in the distance.
I was just actually reaching to see if I had the Battle for Dale one here. I don't. It was issue 3. Was the Hill of Sorcery, the Dolgilder one.
That is great. It's great, and the conversions in there as well. They're of the Nazgul, they're just so good. Some of them, that's the beauty. I love it. I just love that one. That's great. All right,
Matthew Davis is a absolutely fantastically talented man,
really
and he did a wonderful job on those wraiths.
Absolutely right. Now we've got a few more comments about half trolls and stuff. Camels and half trolls definitely strong, especially when teamed with lots of blowpipes. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of Dewey's Mahud before. Thankfully, the battle did go in my favour, so it's probably not great for me saying, "Oh, go and pick up play some Farharad." But unfortunately, I was using one of my more competitive forces, and he had a very lovely themed Farharad force. But really, really cool, and teamed up with all the blowpipes is fantastic.
It's fantastic. Josh Bryant says half trolls are on the GW website at the moment, so that's true. Also, plea for name detailing and characters. We'll leave that there. And is it wounds, might, will, fate, or might, will, fate, wounds?
Oh,
hero stat tracker during games. Now this is a good one. I would definitely go might, will, fate, wounds.
I am also in the camp of might, will, fate, wounds.
That's interesting. I thought that might divide the community. That's what Dave Farmer says. I wonder.
Because I know Ed Ball, he is Wounds Might Will Fate, and we were. He was there was a game where he was sat on my side of the table because we were playing a Maelstrom scenario, and I was like, "Oh, can you mark off a might point for Boromir for me?" And he went and he was like, "Boromir has 6 might," and I was like, "Sorry." He's like, "Why does Boromir have 6 wounds?" I was like, "No, he's 6 might." He's like, "No, this is the wounds column, Daniel."
Did he actually cross your thing out and then draw it again?
No, thankfully.
Because that's what he did
5
with
minutes
me
on
once.
that side of the table. I think he might have done, but
Yeah, he actually did that for me once. We were playing. We played against one another, and I had a Witch King, and he said, "You need to draw out your thing properly," and then like scribbled it out and then did it for me. I was like, "Oh, I love this guy." And this was when I first met him, and he was he'd never met me before, and he was more than happy to just scribble everything out and just do it properly. And I love that. He made an impression straight away. As if you've ever met Ed, he definitely does.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz mentions Dragon Empress Riesling. Let's see what else. What else we got? Josh Bryant. What is missing from the game? More fiefdom here is a treat for me to ignore in favour of just winning mounted knights at the field. There you go.
Classic Josh Bryant comment right there.
Yeah,
gotta get his fiefdom's love out there.
Yeah, absolutely. What else? Mummock as mount option for the Betrayer.
Oh. Now we're talking. That
would be cool. That would be really cool. Thanks for the plug for the SBG magazine. One thing missing from the game: availability of the full model range that carries a profile at any given time. Totally understand the challenge for GW as a business, but as a new player, frustrating. So that's addressing exactly what we're talking about. So thanks, Dale.
Yeah, totally understand, Dale. Really do.
Yeah, it must be frustrating for new players. I'm lucky that I've got a lot of armies that I can play. But I suppose if you read that book and you go, "Oh, really, really fancy to start this army," but we understand it's a business, and I think most people get it that you can't have everything in stock at once because of various different complicated reasons. But hopefully that will be not the case forever, because I know there's a big new factory being built and all this sort of stuff. So
yes, there is. Yeah,
exciting. Wounds on the left, just like the profile in the rulebook. No, we can't have it like that. That's outrageous.
I think for me, I don't know why. I think when I was introduced to the game, the people I played with did Might Will Fate Wounds, and I think it just stuck from there. And now just automatically it's Might Will Fate Wounds.
Well, you see, the way I logically think it is that you cross off a fate point, and then while you're there, you cross off your wound because you failed your fate.
Yeah, that's definitely the more practical way of doing it.
Well, that seems what I thought anyway. But Dave, what's your favourite good faction? Hearing a lot of evil content. Obviously, you're a big fan of the Mummoks, but what's your favourite good faction?
Yeah, so my favourite good faction is Gondor. I will admit I'm a big fan of Gondor. Boromir is one of my favourite characters through the whole story. I love his journey throughout. He was the chosen son of Gondor, and then his corruption of the ring, and then his valiant defense of Merry and Pippin at the end. I mean, for me, even now when I watch the Fellowship of the Ring, I still get emotional when Boromir dies. He's absolutely one of my favorite characters, and being able to use him when he's at his peak is just really fun. And I love Guard of the Fountain Court. Anyone who's sort of known me in my more competitive time throughout SBG will know that I'm a big fan of the Fountain Court shield wall, which combined with Boromir is a pretty nasty little bubble that you can sort of put up. So I'd take on
5, isn't it, as well? It's pretty brutal. And from what I remember, you've got some really nice different color schemes for your Gondor.
So I went with a sort of coppery color for the armor, and then blue for the cloth, just because I think that the silver and black is so common, and I wanted something a little bit more sort of distinct and unique. That's how I went with them. They're in one of the cases, actually, unfortunately.
Fantastic. That's come to the bottom of all caught up with comments, and actually fairly in time, because in 20 minutes or so we've got Devi doing the quiz, which is going to be amazing. An SBG quiz, as is tradition on a Saturday night on a tournament day. So,
of course.
So we've got a quiz. He'll give me a bit of a voice break. I'm just before you get, I'm intrigued. I know you're not allowed to say lots, but I'm intrigued at what the process is like getting interviewed for being working in GW. Did you have to come up with like your own army list or write a page, or is that?
I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say in terms of sort of like the process, but for me personally, I had to submit a cover letter. Then I had a written task to complete. And then there was an interview. So it was a 3-stage process for me.
So it's quite fierce competition, I'd imagine, because there's a lot of people who want to be involved in GW, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think so. I'd say I don't know exact numbers, and I don't know how much I should or could say. So, but yeah, I know that there was a fair number of people throughout the community who went for it, and yeah, thankfully it was me. And
it starts in January, so I know you must be really excited. But how do you feel knowing that you're going to be able to be in GW Towers, working for something that you've been supportive of for so long? I guess
equal parts nervous and excited. Nervous of seeing how people react to the things that we're going to be producing, and excited because I get to produce those things. So yeah.
I think that's fair enough. I'll stop making you squirm now about it. You're walking a tightrope, but I really appreciate that. We've got a few more questions just before we've got say 5 minutes before I'm going to take a bit more of a break because.
If you want to stall for a moment, I will run and grab the donation dog.
Yes, get the donation dog for Dave.
Just a moment.
Absolutely right. So we'll head down to get the donation dog, which is really exciting. So actually, while we're talking about that, I'll remind people of what we're here for, what we're doing, and a bit more about what's coming in the next half an hour or so. So first of all, you can donate here with to the charity, which is a wonderful charity, the Trussell Trust, and it's all about supporting people at food banks, supporting food banks do the good work that they do. Often food banks rely on the support of the public to provide food, but they facilitate that, and that's what the Trussell Trust do. They help support people who facilitate that, so it's a long-winded one. But that's what we're doing this 24 hours challenge for, and considering we've been live for 7 hours and 7 minutes, we're doing very well. I think we're doing really well. So let's just have a quick poke at what the target is reaching at the moment, because I believe it's poked up again since I last looked at it. So let's have a look. We've got, I believe, yes, we have. We've gone up. So we've gone up. I think last time we were at £800. It's £851. That is amazing work, amazing effort from everyone involved. There's lots of people there who've been donating to the charity. So you can do that on the thing up there, on the QR code there. It's also in the comments below, which you can have a look for, and you can just find the link down there. But also down there is a schedule for what is going to be happening throughout the night on the stream. So if you're not quite sure, maybe you're going for dinner or whatever, or something like that, then find out what you're going to be coming back to, essentially. And we have a dog on the stream. Huzzah!
So say hello to the lovely folks who want to see your face.
Hey, so this is what's the name? Talia, did you say?
Oh,
there we go. That's the Talia. There we go. Look at that. So that was your Dave Farmer, and I think it was David, was it? Clubley who wanted. Oh, she is lovely. She's very relaxed.
Why do you look so sad, dear?
There you go. If the dog shows up, I'll donate another £5. So I'm holding you to that, Dave, and I'm holding you that, David. Thank you very much, Dan, for doing that, and thanks, guys, for getting the Talia cameo. Just a couple more questions that are vaguely related to you. What's your favourite tournament night out? It's a good question.
Tournament night out. I think it might be Cardiff. Cardiff has a cracking nightlife. So if ever you're down in that area and you've got an evening free, absolutely recommend going out in Cardiff. It's really good fun.
So I've never done the night out in Cardiff. My brother lives in Cardiff, so if I go to a tournament in Cardiff, I'm always staying with him, and I feel like I at least have to spend some time with him. So I miss out on the nights out. So, but I love any time we go to Stockport, because I just love all the. Everything's all in there, and you have drinks straight in the thing. You don't have to worry about moving backwards and forwards in the menu. It's great. What new legendary legion would you like to play? Says James Goodhammy. I haven't encountered you in the stream yet, James. Thanks very much for joining us.
What are the newest legions? Oh, from
Ringbearer is probably the newest one. So we've got who have we got? The new Fellowship of the Ring one. There's the new the Nazgul one. What else?
I was going to say the Black Riders are quite exciting.
Yeah,
they're very different, and I don't imagine they'll play like anything else. So, yeah, I would say probably the Nazgul.
I think that would probably be the most interesting one to play. Yeah, definitely. I think I'd quite like to try the Kirith Uncle one, because the Shelob with extra attacks against humans and elves and dwarves.
Yeah, that's quite a tasty little bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's brilliant. And Nathan says Cardiff Nights Out and Metros for the win. So there you go. And then a few other comments about casino in Cardiff, says Dave. And Dave says £5 coming in hot. So thanks for doing that for the charity. So that's it for now. We've got a break. So I'm going to end this stream. Because there's an 8-hour max on this, and then I'll come back in a minute. So let's say goodbye to Dan first. So Dan, thank you very much for your time. You've been here for an hour.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's been a pleasure hearing a little bit more about your life and your history and everything, and maybe sort of teasing a little bit about your new role and trying to get some info out of you, even though you're not allowed to tell us. But it's probably the last time you'll be able to do something like this for the community, because soon you'll be on Warhammer TV, so that'll be good. Yeah. I can't wait. Right, Dan, thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated. Dan Entwistle, SBG legend. Cheerio.
See you later. Thanks for having me.
Bye. There we go. So Dan there, amazing. I sort of teased him a little bit in the fact that I said, "Oh, would you like to come on and talk to us about your new role?" And he said, "Well, although I haven't started it yet, I can't say lots, can I?" And he sort of talked to his bosses and said, "No, we can't say a lot," but that's fine. I'm just glad he came along and talked about his history and his gaming life. It was great to have him along. So a little bit more information about the next few minutes, because it's going to get a bit confusing. So basically, I'm going to start a new stream. And while I'm starting the new stream, I'm going to end this stream, and I'm going to start a new stream. And what I'll do is I'll put the link to the new stream in the comments, in the description of this one. So essentially we'll have the one stream that you'll be in, and then you'll kind of be kicked, and hopefully I'll start it straight away. And I'll post a link back in the Facebook page, so hopefully you'll be able to join in and do that. But on it, we'll be doing this. Stream 2 will begin. And we'll have a quiz with Debbie Evans, who's already been joining in the comments already. So thank you very much for that. And then Steve Crow, Damien O'Byrne, Lockie Linton Keane from Zorpa's Up, legends of the YouTube streaming community, will be in later. And then that's going to be sort of the evening's entertainment. And I've got loads of games and stuff to play, which I said here, post-interview interlude games, which I need to get you guys involved in. So we're going to do a bit of that throughout the late hours once we've done an amazing, but ambitious, but technically limited live stream scenario of Fatty Boulder's Great Escape, a scenario, from White Dwarf history. That's all coming up in the next half an hour. I'll be back in 15 minutes, but the stream will start before the 15 minutes as soon as possible, so you can sit in there and just monitor it, and I'll play the jingles and stuff like that before. Or I've just moved over to a different window, haven't I? That was a bit silly. But there you go. So that's what's going on, and also that's what it's all about. So do kick in some money if you fancy it. Kick in some money. That's what it's all about. It'll keep me going. If that target keeps moving away, it'll really make me happy over the next 24 hours. Right. Michael says he'll be back at 9 p.m. Loads of other people commenting. So thank you very much for joining for all this discussion. I know there's lots of you out there. So I'll end the stream and I'll start another one, and fiddle around for a bit, and then I will be back. So thank you very much for joining me for the first 7 hours and 15 minutes or so. I'll be back in the next few minutes. Thanks for watching so far.